Broadcasting across the internet, this is an Unshackled livestream, brought to you by the Unshackled.net. Now, here's the Unshackled team.
Hello, everybody, and the moment is finally here. Welcome to the Unshackled's 2025 Australian Federal Election Night live stream on this Saturday, the 3rd of May. It is 6 p.m. here in Melbourne, Victoria, Australian Eastern Standard Time, where the polls have closed here. Over in New South Wales, Queensland, the ACT, and Tasmania. The vote counting will now be underway. I'm Tim Wilms, Editor-in-Chief of the Unshackled.net, and I'll be anchoring tonight's live stream, where I'm joined by Stephen Berry, formerly of the Mr. Berry Show, and Trad Tasman Talk, who will also be our Chief Election Analyst tonight. Stephen, welcome back.
Yeah, very excited to be here this time. This is the second Australian election, and this time I might have a vague idea what I'm talking about, because the previous system I just didn't wrap my head around it. So yeah, much more excited this time.
And now
I've gone through all 150 seats. Wasted about half an hour trying to work out where the missing seat was. It turns out that there's one less seat in Parliament this time than last time. But yes, that makes it extra exciting.
Yes, we go from 151 seats to 150 seats back to, because for 2 terms it did expand by 1 seat. Now it's usually been 150. But regardless, it's still 76 for a majority on the floor of the House of Representatives. And of course, we have 2 houses. We have the Senate, the States House, which has 76. Each state has 12 senators, 6 up for election each time, except for the territories, which have 2. I've got all of these monitors set up here so I can watch the various other live streams. I think every 1 in 20 Australians is doing a live stream tonight. It could crash the internet. We've got we are live on YouTube and Rumble. We're not live on X because I couldn't be jacked paying Elon Musk jacked up X premium from 26 Australian dollars to 62. Fuck that. Senator Slayer, moderator, welcome. White-only election coverage. Well, I noticed that RV Yemeni's Rebel News coverage, it's all their anchors are non-white. It's RV and Rukshan Fernando and Joel Jamal.
I wasn't going to make a guess at whether Jews are white or not. I thought that would be too controversial.
Well, Avi is definitely a non-white Jew. You know what he looks like. Now, obviously, we're not going to get the results right, like any votes in right away. I did notice that, and we shouldn't spend too much time talking about a rival broadcast, but they started at 4 p.m. Like, I'm already impatient. We've only been live for 4 minutes and I'm already impatient.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the hell they would have had to talk about. Probably nothing different from what they might have talked about for the last 2 weeks. It would be incredibly dull.
So we've got coming up on our coverage. Obviously, you and I, we're in for the long slog, but we've got Damian Ferry, our senior editor of The Unshackled. He's going to be coming on for a short time. He's been helping out Benjamin Britten, the now independent candidate for the seat of Whitlam, was disendorsed by the Liberal Party for saying that women shouldn't serve in ADF combat roles. He himself was an ADF combat veteran, and the Liberals, they could have won that seat if they'd stuck with Benjamin Britten because of the backlash of offshore wind, but it's the story of this campaign. The Liberals have it's been a car crash election for them. Well, literally, because they've had their campaign trucks have crashed.
Yeah, well, they just do seem to have had a series of apologies for what they claim to believe, and I don't think they actually believe in anything. And so it's hard to make any progress when the swing's already against you, and you put a foot back every time.
There's the double trouble Skyrail crash. And this is Rattenwerk, one of the DEI Liberal candidates for Greenway in northwestern Sydney. Her campaign truck by one of her Indian volunteers crashing into an AEC polling booth. Thankfully, has been no reported traffic crashes into polling centres today.
Yeah, that would have actually not been a particularly flattering image.
Now, we know that there are people who are flowing in to watch, so please drop us a comment. Hi, Don Browning, one of our long-time regulars. Great to see you. And send us with another comment. Liberals trying to be too PC has destroyed a very winnable election. And I should also mention, I'm bringing back entropy super chats for tonight because it's going to be a long night and we normally get a decent audience. So if you want to send through a super chat for us to read out and support the Unshackled, I've put the link into the live YouTube chat. We've got some of our Kiwi friends, Origin, Aussie.
Do we want to make predictions now before there's any data whatsoever?
Well, all our predictions, it's based on the polls. Now, the poll of polls, normally, well, you used to do this for New Zealand. Now, this was done by a ex-account called Wanham Survivor, which is a name of the federal electorate in Western Victoria, where it's a contest between the Shadow Immigration Minister Dan Teal and the Teal independent Alex Dyson, ex-ABC journalist. So all of the polls, so the big ones are News Poll, then there's Redbridge Group, headed by ex-Labor Deputy Campaign Manager in Victoria, Kos Samaras, and ex-Liberal Campaign Director Tony Barry. Then there's Resolve, that's in the Channel 9 media, YouGov, that's been pretty prominent, and Roy Morgan. I know you have Roy Morgan in New Zealand, but Roy Morgan is always just all over the place in Australian polling, so nobody really takes them that seriously. They
don't understand New Zealand's electoral system either. They keep on getting the seat calculation wrong.
And there's also Freshwater, which is the one in the Financial Review, which is also the best for the Liberals. So most of these polls have the Liberal primary voted at 34-35%. The YouGov one has it down at 31%, but the Freshwater one, that's the best for the Liberals, 37%. While with the Labor primary vote, it's between 31 and 34%. The Green primary vote in between 12 and 14. One Nation, which has been surging. The lowest that they've got is 6.5 for Roy Morgan. The highest is in I forgot to mention Essential, that's in The Guardian. Their Essential's a left-wing poll, but they're pretty accurate. And the others, which can be minor parties and independents. Now, this is normally just for the House of Representatives, but of course, unlike New Zealand, which you have MMP, so the vote totals matter, 150 seats, they can all fluctuate differently. There'll be, because there's obviously the very strong states for Labor, South Australia, Western Australia. Then there is the strong LNP state Queensland New South Wales is line ball, while Victoria, they're finally getting a bit sick of Labor, though it seemed that the baseball bats are not out like they were 6 or 8 weeks ago.
Yeah, Victoria is what the Liberals have kind of staked their chances of any electoral success on. Sorry, I've got the data right here. So yeah, in the two-party preferred, the swing is about 3.5% in favour of the coalition. But yeah, whether that translates to more seats in Victoria is another question. I think that the Liberals will gain 2 seats in Victoria and Labor will lose 3. I mean, that's in total. There's still going to be other seats that the Liberals may lose or win, but overall, I think that'll be the difference there.
Also, we're going to be doing, well, I'm going to be doing some sports ball updates throughout the night because the show goes on in the sports world, regardless of whether there is an election on. So in the A-League, my team, Melbourne City, is ahead of Sydney FC at Amy Park 3-0 at half-time. So we're going to solidify second spot on the A-League ladder. Auckland FC in their debut season in the A-League has secured the first position, the Premier's Plate.
Wow, is the Wellington Phoenix still in the A-League?
They are. So there's been New Zealand derbies this year. Your Prime Minister, Chris Luxon, he sort of reminds me of ScoMo, always wanting to be the daddy dad. So he jumped on the Auckland FC bandwagon as well.
Yeah, I mean, team sports are like communism to me, but I do have a secret shame of following New Zealand cricket. That's pretty much it. Well, I do come from a soccer family. Both my parents were FIFA level referees, and my brothers both played. But I'm shit at just about anything like that, so it didn't really catch on with me.
And then the AFL. So earlier today, the Western Bulldogs thrashed Port Adelaide by 90 points. So the game that's live currently is Adelaide versus Carlton, and it's at Adelaide Oval. So Adelaide Crows are 45 points ahead. The AFL is literally a communist league with the salary cap and the draft. And pretty much most of the players, the executives, the media are all communists. The AFL is very woke. I think we know who they're voting for. Most of the players, coaches, the journalists, the executives.
Probably for another yes referendum. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, they backed. Well, they sort of the AFL. They were going to have like a big vote yes at the 2023 AFL Grand Final, but I think they knew where the polls were going, and so they backed away. But it stunk of corruption. The fact that it looked like the Albanese government funded the stadiums in Tasmania, in Hobart and Launceston, in exchange for the AFL backing the yes vote, quid pro quo. And the AFL, they launched their team, the Tasmanian Devils, the week before the Tasmanian state election in 2024, because they were pretty direct with the Tasmanian voters. No stadium, no team.
And you know, in most countries this would be a career destroyer, but it's just politics as usual in Australia, isn't it?
What, you're talking about the AFL or the
just
Voice?
corruption in general.
Oh, Victoria's been the corrupt state for the past decade. The quid pro quo with the CFMEU, the big build big blowout with the big bill, it's because the CFMEU has a cut. We do have people watching, so please make yourself heard in the chat, because we do want to keep us on track. We are just waiting for some votes to come in. Why don't we have a look with how the Parliament looks? So this is from last election. So the Labor Party won 77, the Coalition 58, the Greens won 4, 3 in Queensland. Then there's Rebecca Sharkey from the Centre Alliance, which is basically just her now, and Bob Katter's seat, the Katter Australian parties. And then there was the independents. There was 7 Teals who were elected, and the other independents were Helen Haynes, Andrew Wilkie, who are sort of Teal friendly, and then there was Di Lee winning in Fowler in
The
southwestern
Parliament
Sydney.
does look quite different when it closed.
Yes, because
a number of additional independents, because the Liberals deselected, I think there's about 3 of them who decided to go independent and then stand again.
yes,
Clearly,
so
unawareness about what people think of them if they think they're going to get back in like that.
Russell Broadbent, who lost pre-selection for the seat of Monash in West Gippsland, so he was the one of the last remaining outspoken against the COVID mandates. He himself remained unvaccinated and said better be careful here, but when he was in Parliament, he said that he told the Parliament how he treated himself when he got COVID. I'm not, because YouTube is still they don't like us discussing even what is now to be facts. Obviously, in the Senate, there is still Alex Antic and Matt Canavan, though Jared Rennick lost pre-selection, so he founded his own party, Jared Rennick People First, running for a second 6-year term in the Senate, though I don't think he'll win. Malcolm Roberts of One Nation will win another 6-year term. Just going back to the House for a moment, the other coalition MPs to quit was Andrew G for the National Party in, I think it's the seat of Clare. He quit the Nationals to support The Voice. That was a bust for him. And Ian Goodenough, who lost pre-selection for the Liberals in his Perth seat of Moore, running as an independent.
Yeah, the seat that's got Andrew G in it looks like a 3-way race that could go anywhere, but Goodenough really has no prospect whatsoever.
Dawn Browning says he took some Japanese. What are you referring to, Dawn? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. We're still waiting for some votes to obviously come in. These people who Sky News started at 5 o'clock. Obviously, they've got they had a lot of their highlights package from the campaign. Throughout the night to when we want to take a break, I've got some campaign highlights.
Well, before any results come in, I'm going to put my predictions out. I don't know why I do this, because it just destroys my credibility, but I'm competitive in that sense anyway. So I think we're going to see Labor on 72, the Coalition on 61, Greens 5. I think they have a good chance of winning Richmond. The Teal Independents, will be 8 of them. Katters Australia Party will have 1 as usual. And the non-Teal independents, there'll be 3 of those.
I think Labor will win 75. I think the Coalition will win 60. That's my prediction. But the money, sports bet, has rallied around the Labor Party, not just winning, but winning a majority. So Labor at $1.08, the coalition at $9.50, any other result 21. And I'll go back here. Type of government formed, Labor majority at $1.62, Labor minority $2.88, coalition minority $13, coalition majority $16, any other $151. And since we are showing sports betting odds, just remember, gamble responsibly.
I had considered going and putting $1 bet on every single seat just to make it even doubly interesting, but I forgot. This will do.
And now, going back to because I mentioned we started to mention the fact that the outgoing parliament looks different to the one that was elected in 2022. There were 4 by-elections during this. Was there 4? There was the I'll go through them one by one. So there was the Aston by-election early 2023. So the retiring Liberal member Alan Tudge basically resigned in disgrace over his part in the robo-debt scheme by the Morrison government, which was ruled illegal, and then there was a royal commission by the Labor government. The Liberals picked a head office, picked a parachuted candidate, Rashida Campbell, the wife of the Herald Sun journalist James Campbell, who lived in Brunswick. She's now the deputy mayor of Melbourne on a unity ticket with Labor's Nicholas Rees as the mayor. But not surprisingly, she lost to the Labor candidate, Mary Doyle. Then there was the Fadden by-election, another robo-debt minister, ex-minister resigning in disgrace, Stuart Robert. That was won by the LNP's Cameron Cadwell, who got a swing to him. Now, remember, years ago, he attended a pirate swingers party, so he recorded a swing in more ways than one. Then we doesn't affect his career. Well, I think it was no big deal.
Yeah.
Then we had the Dunkley by-election at the beginning of 2024. Now, I'm a Dunkley voter, but I wasn't living in Dunkley at the time of that by-election. I've since moved. So I didn't vote in that by-election, but obviously I voted in Dunkley today because that's where I'm enrolled. So that was because that by-election was caused due to the death of the Labor member Peter Murphy from cancer. So Jodie Balea, I think that's how you say it, she won it. There was a 3% swing against the Labor Party. The Liberal candidate was Nathan Conroy, the Frankston city mayor, born in Ireland. So he has, I think, Irish accent. So he's running for them again. Both Albo and Dutton have been down here in Dunkley, but because they keep their campaign stops top secret, I haven't been able to get a heads up from anybody that they've been there and go viral confronting either of them.
One guess for where you put your number 1 in Dunkley, then I would say.
Who?
One Nation?
Yes, I did. We've got our first super... Sorry to interrupt.
If I could vote, I would have done the same in Melbourne today.
We've got our first super chat for the evening. So Christian mother of 7 said, are there any super chats left? So we've got one from Monica Schmidt, which for $5. I'm surprised that she's giving us a super chat, given that she's on Avi Yemeni's election coverage. Stephen Berry, you have not donated to my last fundraiser yet. You must love Dan Andrews. I'm suing the pants off him. I'd sue the pants off Morgan C. Jonas, but I can't seem to keno pencil that in my current grift strategy. Yes, Monica Schmidt, she's announced that she's going to be privately prosecuting Dan Andrews. She raised over $100,000,
Wow.
but of that, she's paying herself $1,000 a week in retainer.
Yeah. That seems fine. Does everyone know she was doing that?
Well, this is just the latest of her fundraisers. I don't give her much chance of, because private prosecutions are really rare in Australia.
Mm.
And of course, if you want to send through a super chat, because we are going to go pretty much all night. So I'll put the link to the live chat. I've just got to keep up to date on things on my phone. So did you want to talk for a bit?
Yeah, well, yeah, nothing's come through as of yet. I think maybe just go through some of the seats that I'm probably going to define.
Now remember, you can share your screen as well.
Yeah, my graphics aren't graphics, but yeah.
I mean, you can just share like from the AEC website, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The Australian Electoral Commission, I mean, it's definitely, it does a better job than the various state commissions. So the West, do you follow the story about the Western Australian Electoral Commission, what a mess they made of it?
All right, so I'm just going through New South Wales at the moment because that's not likely to be particularly successful for the coalition. The average polling versus the last election shows there's a negative 4% swing against them. The Greens have a 4% swing in their favour, and One Nation on 2.7. The seat of Banks, I think, is probably going to go to Labor tonight. It's been a Labor seat from up until 2013, but very marginal in the last election. Bradfield is a Liberal seat which has got a Teal independent standing in it. And the seat became marginal last election as well. Paul Fletcher had 45.1% of the vote against the Teal independent Nicolette.
Yeah, he's retiring.
Yeah, exactly.
Election.
And so the preferences shrank as margin by about.
We're getting some votes now.
Mm.
So what the votes, before I show the votes, what we are getting is from the booths where people voted today. So I've been tried to make the case to my viewers that you should vote on the day, because that means that your vote is counted that evening at the polling booth that you voted at. Well, if you voted early, like is the trend, so there was a record early voting. This was the AEC's early vote cast. So it was 6.77 million pre-poll, 1.64 million postals, 155,000 mobile votes. So roughly half of the 18 million who are enrolled to vote this election. So they will be counted tonight, the pre-poll, but it'll be slower because they're all transported to like a central warehouse, and so it takes longer. We won't get those, the AEC told us, till about 9:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. But this is I'm actually going by the ABC's website. So not many votes counted at the moment, but Labor 749 votes, Coalition 748, Greens 246, One Nation 215, Trumpet of Patriots 77. These small rural booths always come round first, so I wouldn't make much of that so far.
No, I don't think the Trumpet.
But it has a two-party preferred swing of 2.5% to the Labor Party.
Oh, yeah. And what were we previously looking? Oh, that's only on the two-party preferred.
Yeah, so at the two-party preferred last election in 2022, so
it's interesting. The
ABC
was to beat the AEC in posting the results.
Oh no, it gets fed through the AEC data gets fed through the ABC computers. So Anthony Green, who's the chief election analyst, he's retiring at this election. So he has this developed over the 30 plus years he's been at the ABC, and the technology's gotten better. Obviously, directly feed in the AEC data to the ABC computers. Origin, whatever happens, future remittances to India will be the winner. Well, certainly the Indian diaspora in Australia has been well catered to by both sides of politics. You live in the electorate of Melbourne, you'd obviously see a lot of brown faces where you are.
Yeah, it's a multicultural city.
So at the last 2022 federal election, Labor 52.1 and the Liberal National 47.9. This was a primary vote. The Labor got 32.6% of the primary vote, while the Liberal National Coalition 35.7%. So and it's going to continue at this election, the depletion of the major party vote, the surge to other parties and the independents, Teal and non-Teal.
Yeah, I think the independents aren't getting the same sort of swing as the Greens and One Nation are. Though it doesn't, I can't see any seats where One Nation has any chance of winning.
They could win in the seat of Hunter, where their candidate is Stuart Bonds. So that is coal mining country.
Is that in Queensland?
Sorry, Hunter is in it's in central New South Wales, so north of Newcastle.
Unfortunately, I arranged all my list of divisions by state. I should have just gone full alphabetical order. It was easier to measure the swing that way.
So the ABC's got some actual votes by so the seat of Calare. So Andrew G is actually ahead at the moment, the ex-National New Independent, that's with 0.2% counted. Leichhardt in North Queensland, Cairns. So Warren Entsch, the popular local member, is retiring. So Matt Smith, the Labor Party candidate, is ahead. The LNP's Jeremy Neal, who has been criticised by the media for pro-Trump, anti-Chinese posts. He called China a grub of a country for doctoring a image which showed a a soldier cutting off the head of an Afghan. So he apologized for those. He said that women voters cost Trump the presidency.
Well, women voters do tend to cost right-wing candidates elections.
I mean, there's this whole movement on the fringe right, repeal the 19th, that women shouldn't vote. I don't know how much we can make of these results.
Oh no, nothing at all.
Now, the early votes pre-poll, when they come in, they'll favour the LNP. Most people predict, because it's the rusted ons. They know who they're going to vote for. Nothing is going to change their mind to vote early. Most of them.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because in most democracies where it's so democratic that you're not forced to vote, they introduce early
We've got Damian Ferry, our senior editor, who is dialing in from the seat of Whitlam. We should put that up on the screen. I don't know if he's completely set up yet. Damian, if you can hear us, can you? Yep, I can see. Damian, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we've just got on the screen now the current results for Whitlam. So 2 centres have come back. So the Liberal candidate Nathaniel Smith is currently on 41.4% primary. Labor Party candidate, because Stephen Jones is retiring, Carol Berry on 30.8%, the Greens 7.6%, One Nation Sharon Cousins 7.2%, and the candidate who you are supporting, Ben Britton, who should have been elected tonight, the Liberal member for Whitlam, 6.3%. I gave our audience a brief summary of how the Liberals basically thrown away their chance in Whitlam. That's where you live. Can you tell us why? I don't know if you can explain why the Liberals did this.
I could give you a bit of an idea, but it was basically self-interest. Right from the get-go, it took him 6 months. So it was a very hard process indeed, with a lot of people trying to stop him from getting selected in the first place. When he did finally get over that hurdle, there was pretty much people in the background trying to tear him down straight at the start because they knew he couldn't be controlled. So he was someone that was a conservative, that was someone that had freedom principles, and a lot of people in the party just didn't like it. Especially what happened is, at first they thought, well, this is a Labor seat, maybe we'll just let it go and he'll lose, and then he'll lose justification candidate in the future and it wouldn't be an issue. But what ended up happening was, around February, end of February, only a couple of months out of the election, they actually did some internal polling. So YouGov at one stage had us around 50-50, which was a huge swing. It was about a 10% swing. And when they did internal polling, the Liberal Party paid tens of thousands of dollars to get it done. And when they did, they found that we were winning 53-47, which would have been a 13% swing. And at that...
Oh, I just lost you for a moment, Damian. We might go while Damian comes back. There's another super chat from Senator Slayer for $5. God says women shouldn't be an authority, which means they shouldn't vote either. If women didn't vote, 99% of our problems would disappear overnight. There'll be no overweight Karens writing our laws. Read Timothy 1, 2:12 for evidence.
I do have a theory, and I haven't really studied it very much, but you know how you see the memes about a father on a single income owning a house and having children, etc., and a car, and that doesn't happen anymore. I do wonder if the movement of women to the workforce has driven down the value of labour due to an excessive supply of workers.
Damian, are you back?
I am. I don't know how far you caught of what I said before earlier, but I was briefly describing.
We got to the part where YouGov said their polling said Liberals were going to win the seat. Well,
okay, so basically the YouGov had us on 50-50, which was really like a 10% swing in itself. Then internal polling that the Liberals spend tens of thousands of dollars in getting done a little bit later, end of February, had us actually winning 53-47, which was a 13% swing. Unreal at the time. And at that point, I think the Liberals started to panic. A lot of the people in there that didn't like my candidate, Ben, and they said, we have to pull the trigger because if he ends up winning that seat, then we won't have any justification in getting rid of him at a later date. So that's why they pulled the trigger, because they didn't want him as a candidate. And the Liberal Party is notorious, unfortunately, when it comes to these things, that many of them see, rather than focusing on winning elections and seats, they would rather a good Conservative candidate, a real candidate like mine, Ben Britton, for instance, to lose the seat and retain their numbers internally than for them to win the seat and not have their numbers retained and therefore have another opposing person that isn't faction aligned with them. That's basically how they run. I know it's crazy, but when I got told this and I figured out what was going on, it was unbelievable that this is how they think. It's really crazy. But this is the mentality of the party. It's so factional, and the moderates are really in control. Actually, I will tell you right now that you wouldn't believe this, but two factions made a deal that saw Ben Britton get ousted, and those factions were on totally ideologically separate paths. So you had the religious right doing a deal with the degenerate left faction, which is to do with Gareth Ward and all of those people that have a lot of baggage and criminal cases now surrounding them. You had two ideologically opposing sides doing a deal that would see Ben Britton ousted. And the reason for this was that in this election of Whitlam, the religious right, which Nathaniel Smith is part of, was going to be the candidate in this deal for Whitlam. And in return, they were going to allow, in the seat of Kiama, which Gareth Ward currently has, a member of the left to hold that seat or to be pre-selected for that seat in the next state election. So that deal was done, and that's what saw Ben Britton ousted. Ben refused to be part of any factions, and he just wanted to be a regular guy that stood for the people, and that is basically how it all went down.
So Nathaniel Smith, when he was announced at the replacement, I remember he's a pro-lifer because he addressed the March for the Babies in, I think it was 2023. So I thought, yeah, the candidate that they've replaced Ben Britton with seems pretty decent. But the thing about, so why did they allow Ben Britton to be selected in the first place? Is because they didn't think he would win.
Well, that's a fair assessment, Tim. I think, well, they did try and derail his pre-selection candidacy.
It's so weird that they wouldn't want to win that seat when there's so much anger at offshore wind.
Well, that's the point, is that they actually had a really good chance for the first time in history to win that seat. And instead of wanting, like I suggested, a lot of people in the Liberal Party, you would think that they're focused on winning seats and winning elections, but a lot of them are more focused on retaining factional numbers within the party. And that's how it all went down, is that they thought, well, Ben Britton is going to be another number that opposes us as a faction, and that's not something we want. And their grip on power internally is more important than winning seats and winning an election. And like Ben said when he went on Ben Fordham, and he done a big expose of all this nonsense, Ben said that there's many people in the Liberal Party very close to Dutton that want to see him lose this election so they can knife him as a leader and replace him with somebody else, someone more moderate. And there's people very, very close to him that are actually in the background stabbing him in the back. And this is something that we've got factual evidence of. And unfortunately, rather than Dutton going on a sort of a tangent and really, doing a Trumpian sort of style way of solving things, he instead has pandered to these people. He's scared of losing his position. And because of that, he's gone. If you can see the campaign of the Liberals, ever since the last couple of months, and really the Ben Britton disendorsement is what started their poll numbers to crash. After that, Ben got ousted. Dutton couldn't define what a woman was. He went really soft on a lot of issues. He backflipped on a lot of things. And you're starting to think, well, this campaign has just destroyed itself. It was unbelievable that they actually, and the funny thing about this all is that it was such an inside job that normally when it comes to disendorsements, it's only when there's pressure by the media or by the opposition party, which would be the Labor Party in this case, the opposing party, that then after a few days or a week, the party becomes weak and says, okay, maybe we should get rid of him. There was nothing from Labor. Labor could have attacked us on it, and they chose not to. The media only had a couple of articles, but it wasn't really a big story. It wasn't on the TV and on, national news. But the Liberal Party leaked it to the media, tried to make it a deal. They went over to Dutton, scared him and said, look, this is going to be an issue for your campaign. We better get rid of him and chuck him under the bus because this is going to make you look really bad with women, this and that. Despite the issue in itself not being radical and most people actually agreeing with him, there's been candidates that have done a lot worse and have been protected by their leader and haven't been chucked under the bus. So it's very interesting to see how it all went down, but it really shows how much power certain people in the party have.
Yeah, they stood by the Liberals, all of their DEI candidates, and many of them had clouds over them. It wasn't just his Benjamin Britton's comments to Joel Jamal about that women shouldn't serve in combat positions, and that actually was the same position 7 years ago as Andrew Hastie, their shadow defence spokesman, who's an SAS veteran, and they put him in witness protection for like 3 weeks until they announced the Liberals' defence policy. And to Andrew Hastie's credit, he didn't disown what he said 7 years ago, but he still said that this is the policy we're going to take to the election, that combat roles are open to all Australians. But what also, and this was written by Sam Maiden in news.com.au, apparently also why Peter Dutton was urged to disendorse Ben Britton is because he told Joel Jamal that pornography causes transgenderism, and so they didn't want another Catherine Deves style controversy, who ran for Warringah in 2019 and is one of the most prominent TERFs in Australia. So that was another reason.
That is correct, although that didn't really get as much attention as opposed to the combat roles comment. But I will say one thing. The difference between Catherine Deves and Ben Britton is that the seat that they were standing in is demographically totally different. And in Warringah, it would be an issue for re-election. But in Whitlam, which is a very working class seat, those kind of comments wouldn't be an issue. And if anything, would actually be supported by the majority of people. It is very much that's why parties like One Nation, for instance, poll really well here. It's simply because the demographic here isn't really woke. I mean, this was a 60+% no vote in The Voice. It really is a different electorate to Warringah. So I don't think it would have been an issue. But unfortunately, there's bad advisors in the Liberal Party, and they've advised Dutton wrong on many things. And this was only one of the many things. And I mean, the last couple of months have seen them slip in the polls, and they've done so many mistakes. It's almost when you see their train wreck, you have to think to yourself, well, the way that they're going about it, it's almost like they want to lose. And I've seen that comment being thrown around by a lot of people, and it really is the case. I mean, I think there is certain people in there that want to see them lose so they can replace their guy with one of them. It's that simple. I know to a lot of people listening, it doesn't make sense. Why don't they want to be Labor? Isn't Labor? But that's just the way they think. I mean, it's all about factional power at the end of the day. It really is crazy.
Though we should also remind our viewers that the New South Wales division of the Liberal Party is in administration because they failed to get all of their local government nominations in on time. Some believe that it was deliberate, but they're being run by a 3-person administrative committee put there by the federal party. So there by definition shouldn't be any factional shenanigans because the party is being run by 3 people picked from the feds. Oh, you still there, Damian?
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, that issue in itself with the council and many members not being endorsed in time, so to speak. I mean, that definitely was another stuff up. And I mean, it seems to be a bit of a pattern with them. And you just have to put it all together and work out that there's definitely something not right about this stench.
The results that we're getting so far, it's only 0.3% counted. Oh, I thought, Stephen, you had
oh yeah, it's
had
just
some
sorry,
results
I'm
to share.
bringing up another. There it is. That's a better screen. So yeah, we've got currently 10 seats which are leading for Liberal or National, and 1 which is leading for Katter's Australian Party. No prizes for guessing there. Some of these are Tasmanian ones, which is a little bit interesting because I wouldn't have been predicting any Tasmanian seats to change based on their swing. At the moment, Braddon, the Liberal candidate is, it's just been another update, so he's ahead now. So yeah, he's looking pretty safe to hold on to that seat at the moment. In Victoria, Casey is currently leading for the Liberals as well. Well, they all are actually. I should have brought her to the screen instead. Lawson, Flynn, Gippsland, Maranoa, Nichols, Parks, Riverina, and Wannon. Wannon, I think, is interesting because I've picked a Teal independent one there. So this could be my first strike of the night. Alex Dyson, he's run as an independent 2 elections before. He got 10% in 2019, and then he came strong second.
These are still early results. In these regional seats, the rural booths are counted first. So I'm not surprised that Dantine is far ahead. We'll have to wait for more to be counted. They always skew these rural results.
Yeah, I suspect that Alex Dyson will come back from there. I think he's got a real good chance of taking that seat, unfortunately.
Damian, it's the 9 newspapers have just published. Liberals organise meetings to discuss who might replace Dutton before a vote counted. And I noticed that James Campbell in the Herald Sun on Thursday was the senior and backbench Liberals were already dumping on the campaign. And the Fairfax, sorry, Nine newspapers report, frontbencher Jane Hume, seen by other moderates as a future deputy leader, began contacting colleagues in different states on Friday, asking for face-to-face meetings or phone calls morning after the election. Jane Hume's a leading moderate, yet she was the main person responsible for the announcing the work from home policy that the Liberals would end work from home for public servants. And of course, they backflipped on that the first week of the campaign, which if you're backflipping on a policy in the first week of the campaign, like I just couldn't believe that when that happened. It was how I was thinking at that time, how could this Liberal campaign get any worse?
It was a really bad campaign. I mean, I haven't actually seen anything like it. They were doing so well. He did, at one stage, he was taking some stances on cultural issues, such as, only having the Australian flag behind him when he speaks. That was a really big thing for him to say. And I thought, wow, okay, this is what we need, this strong leadership. And then the new year ended up coming about, and January was pretty good. February, all of a sudden, things started to go down. And, the last couple of months has been absolute disaster. I mean, I blame his advisors for advising him terribly. I think he has some blame itself. I mean, I do feel somewhat sorry for him, but at the same time, he still has a lot of say and choices that he made, and he didn't have to basically go with that. I mean, maybe he felt threatened and he thought, well, I have to kind of pander to these people and be a unified party, so then that way I don't have anyone taking me down. But at the end of the day, even when you do pander to these people, they will take you down regardless, and they are. I mean, it's showing now that they're still after him, despite him going soft and having that approach that they basically wanted him to have, which was not that hardline leader, which Tony Abbott was, which won him the landslide in 2013, and other leaders in the past. They wanted him to come across as a moderate. And I mean, Dutton would have been perfect as a hardline candidate. He had that image, the cop, the strong sort of image. But unfortunately, rather than embrace that strength of his, he instead put it down and just chose to go a different way, like what his advisors wanted him to do. And it's a real shame because he had so much potential, but unfortunately, he just believed the wrong people, whether it was that he actually genuinely believed it or whether he thought as a threat that he better do it just to keep the party unified and not have moderates come out and whinge. But ultimately, you cannot pander to these people.
I think electoral history was always going to be against him anyway. There hasn't been a one-term government in Australia since 1931. And Anthony Albanese would talk down his prospects because it's nice to look modest when you instead of thinking you're going to win. But by saying that there hadn't been a prime minister re-elected for a second term in about 20-something years. But yeah, history would say even if Anthony Albanese was dumped by his party and there was a new prime minister, Dutton was still going to lose anyway.
Though normally what happens to a first-term government seeking re-election is there's normally, they still win, but there's a massive swing. Now, Anthony Albanese, he was only elected in 2022. Labor had a wafer-thin majority of 77 on the floor of the House of Representatives. It wasn't, last election, it wasn't a vote for Anthony Albanese and Labor. It was a vote against Scott Morrison and the Liberals. Everyone from the left, the right, absolutely hated Scott Morrison. I think we'll all agree here that Scott Morrison was just especially during the pandemic, was an absolute disgrace to Liberal values. So that's why the coalition only ended up on 58 seats, which is extremely low for them. I mean, in the Rudd slide in 2007, the coalition still won 64 seats. So Peter Dutton, obviously to the best, obviously he they thought that they were in with a good chance at the beginning of the year. They were ahead in the polls, but they still needed 18 seats to win a majority. It was still a big ask, but the two-term strategy is putting the Labor government into minority, like Tony Abbott did with Julia Gillard in 2010, and then the next 3 years going in for the killer blow. And Peter Dutton,
the polls that switched where they were doing well at the start of the year, so was the Conservative Party in Canada. And you can see the pattern is exactly the same in both countries. So how much of an impact has the Trump tariffs had? Probably not
they'll
as
blame
much as Canada,
the Liberals. Well, they'll blame Trump. Tomorrow they'll say it was all down to Trump. And Dutton, he at the beginning of the year, he appointed Jacinta Price, the Shadow Minister for Government Efficiency, and I think there was a lot of us who thought that Trump's return to the White House, that means the end of woke worldwide, but nothing is permanent, and it shouldn't have been seen as a given that there'd be this massive cultural shift. And Australia is still pretty passive country, I call it. They just tend to cop wokeism.
We've got a few more seats updating with parties
Put back up.
Shit, that cool. So Labor's got 4 at the moment. Graindler, unsurprising because it's anal seat. Richmond, which I had thought may go green, is currently leading for Labor. I'm just going to have a quick look at that one. The Greens have got over 40% of the primary vote in there for the previous 3 elections. So at this stage, the Greens are actually leading on the primary vote in Richmond quite significantly. Though I'm not sure where the total vote percentage is.
Let us know what seats you want us to look at in the comments. It's still too early to tell. I don't know if the ABC. The ABC have called 2 seats for the LNP so far. They're probably quite, I would say, quite safe rural seats.
Well, there was some concern over late numbers in the Tasmanian seats, though that was largely because of the YouGov polls. Those polls have got thousands of people. Some of the surveys have got over 10,000 people, but they're also spread over a month. So I don't know how reliable that is for picking up late trends. I suspect it's not very good at all.
We've got at the moment we've got close to 1% counted. So Damian has left us now, but we are now joined by Iron Duke.
Good evening. How are you going, Tim?
Good evening. I'm great, thank you. You weren't a British refugee to this country, though I have noticed around where I live, lots of British accents, English, Scottish, Irish, and I would advise lots of Indigenous Brits and Irish people come to Australia to flee the tyranny over there.
Yeah, well, there's certainly plenty of tyranny, that's for sure. Although Reform did very well in the local elections yesterday.
Yes, they certainly did. I've actually got the results of those yesterday. So it was local government elections, and so Reform had a massive surge in councillors elected, and then there was the by-election.
Yeah, Reform did pretty well.
we've lost Stephen for a moment. Now, we were just talking about, because like Trump will be blamed for the coalition's poor performance, though how do you explain reform surging in the UK, despite the fact that there's been this very public spat between leader Nigel Farage and one of his Westminster MPs, Rupert Lowe, which when that happens to, say, One Nation here in Australia, there's a drop in support.
Yeah, look, I think people are just sick to death in Britain of mass immigration in particular. For years now, the so-called Conservatives have lied about they're going to reduce it greatly and all this, and they never do. It's just a lie. And of course, the Labour Party have got no interest in reducing immigration, and I think that's the number one issue in Britain these days is stopping mass immigration. Which is ruining the country, basically.
Britain is an island, albeit closer to the European mainland. I mean, Australians have, in the 21st century, not tolerated illegal boat arrivals. At one John Howard, the 2001 election, the Tampa refugee crisis, and also it cost Rudd Gillard, the fact that they dismantled offshore processing, the Pacific solution. And now Albanese, he has kept offshore processing. So, I mean, all the flood of migrants who've been coming in, they've basically been invited in. Like being issued visas by plane.
100. Yep, no, absolutely 100%. But in Britain, of course, it's not just all the people that come across the channel on small boats from France, which is already a safe country, according to the United Nations even. It's all the legal immigration in Britain. I mean, some years they're allowing in nearly 1 million people in a year. It's insane. And as people probably know, Britain is a relatively small island. It's very overcrowded.
Well, even though we're a huge continent, a lot of Australia is unlivable, and also the fact that Australians have congregated around state capital cities.
Very urbanised Australians. I think Australia is one of the most urbanised countries, isn't it?
It is. And all, apart from the ACT, Canberra, all the capitals are coastal. So, and this is why the housing affordability crisis is that the government response, state governments, is because the tradition in Australia was in the major city, a block of land, 3-4 bedrooms, backyard, and to solve the housing crisis, the urban planning advocates are saying we've got to live more like Europeans and Asians. We've got to have these large apartment towers, which the ones that are being built in Australia, they're unsuitable for families. They're hardly built with more than 2 bedrooms, very small in size. That they're called dog boxes.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that there's such centralised planning. It's not that they're planning for the wrong things. It's that it's so over-regulated and the market can't respond to demand. So if you get higher immigration, it takes years for any sort of regulatory body to respond to that, and when they do, they'll fuck it up.
There's also quite a few places in Australia you can't build. There's also water shortages in Australia, so you can't have big conurbations in some places. It's
obviously the success of the green movement, not just the party, has meant that there's been no more dams built. Obviously, energy, the renewables religion has just pushed up the cost of everything, groceries to housing.
And what's the solution put forward? Scapegoat the businesses in those particular industries.
Yeah, it's energy in Australia has just gone through the roof. Even over the last 25 years, I've been in Australia for 25 years now. And when I arrived in 2000, energy was quite inexpensive in Australia. And today, it's some of the most expensive you'll find anywhere.
Just got some more results coming on with the seats leading. There's 4 seats now with a leading independent. Teal, which I believe was a Teal.
Yeah, that's Andrew G's, the ex-national seat.
Oh, that's right, yep. Clark, Indy, which Indy's just a standard independent, and Wentworth, which is currently held by a Teal.
Yes, Allegra Spender, who is one of the Teals, who is from a Liberal blue blood family. Both their father and grandfather were Liberal MPs over in the seat of Curtin in Perth, Kate Cheney from the Cheney family. And down in, it's called the Battle of Kooyong, Monique Ryan, Amelia Hamer, the Liberal candidate, who's comes from a blue blood family. One of the supporters of Monique Ryan is from a blue blood family, Rob Ballew, the son of former Liberal Victorian Premier Ted Ballew. So what Damian was talking about before, it extends this liberal internal civil war. It's now morphed into these blue blood families now as part of this Teal movement.
Yeah, and sorry, the last independent there was Clark in Tasmania, which
that's Andrew Wilkie. He'll easily be re-elected.
Yep. Just going to have a look at Monash. I know
Monash, it's pronounced.
Oh, piss off!
Are you got your book with you? Because it would be great if you could. Because we're sharing your screen. If you could actually look up like the division there.
Yep.
On the AUC website.
Yes, because Monash was one of the ones that.
There's also a Teal independent there.
Because that's currently held by an independent, not Deb Leonard.
Yeah, she's the Teal. The ex-Liberal independent is Russell Broadbent. Can you also make your screen a bit bigger?
How do I do that? Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Cool.
A little bit bigger.
Yeah, he's getting absolutely creamed. He'll be lucky if he gets third. No, he's currently in 4th behind another independent who nobody's heard of.
So the ABC is called 13 for the LNP, 5 for the ALP.
So I'm forgive me for being a bit fixated on Tasmania. I'm probably the only person in the country that lives outside.
2.4% counted. So the party totals at the moment. So Labor on 29.5%, Primary Coalition 33.6%, Greens 11.7%, One Nation 8.4%, and Trumpet of Patriots 2.6%. And others 14.2%.
Yeah, under their previous name, United Australia Party, I think they polled just under 5% in the primary vote. No real surprise to see them crash this time around.
Aston in Victoria is very close. Most people predicting that'll go back to the Libs. That's in eastern Melbourne. Mainly
Yeah, I think that will.
Chicholello, the Labor incumbent Mary Doyle. Have we got any more Victorian seats, such as Menzies, which is now notionally Labor? So Gabriel is currently ahead of the Liberal Keith Wallahan. I would say that's still too close to call. And then also Deakin is marginal. No votes have been counted yet. Any votes counted in my seat of Dunkley? So currently Jodie Balea is ahead to party preferred, though. Why is it like she's lost 7% of her primary vote? Nathan Conroy's got 7%. One Nation plus is on 6.1%. I guess it must be that it's based on the booths.
Yeah, it must be count patterns that they've identified previously.
Endeavour News, another Kiwi. Australia is the only nation retarded enough to elect Teals. Well, it's unique movement to Australia.
New Zealand had an experiment with a Teal party in 2020, Sustainable New Zealand, and they got just a fraction of 1% of the vote.
They're pretty like the Greens, really, the Teals, for the most part.
Oh, well, they're a bit more like the Liberal Democrats over in the UK. They're nicknamed the Gucci Greens. So Champagne Socialists, they couldn't bring themselves to vote for the modern Green Party because they're all about hard left causes, but they're okay with voting for Dr. Monique Ryan, Dr. Sophie Scamps, Allegra Spender, who comes from a blue blood family, Kate Cheney, Charlie Brown over on...
The Greens leading on Ryan, which that would have been expected as well, I think.
It was predicted that seat to go back to the LNP. It's a three-corner contest. So Brisbane, well, actually, it's a two-corner contest between... Brisbane is the three-corner contest between Labor, Liberal, and the Greens. McNamara is the other three-cornered contest between Labor, Liberal, and the Greens. So Ryan used to be a safe seat for the LNP, but it was a surprise win for the Greens last election. It was called the Greensland slide.
Yeah, I mean, Brisbane's very, very, very hard to pick. I think the Greens got third on first preferences last time around. But obviously the rest, third on primary vote first time around. There was a handful of votes between them and Labor. Yeah, the preferences brought it round. Brisbane will stay left. It's just which leftist, really. I think Brisbane will stay Green, though.
That's going to be really close because it could be won by either of the three parties. 2 and 3 champs of the member being a homosexual, because Stephen Bates, the Greens, he's very open. He set up an OnlyFans for the election, but it's not explicit. It's just to basically promote his policies.
I don't like the idea of an OnlyFans called Stephen Bates.
And
also,
he advertised on Grindr saying the best parliament is a hung parliament. And the ex-LNP member, Trevor Evans, is also a homosexual. It's only the Labor candidate who, well, it's a woman. It's not going to be won by a straight white man, that seat.
Brisbane's changed a lot over the years. When I used to live in Brisbane, it was pretty right-wing. At one stage, it certainly isn't now.
It's a gentrification. West End is it's like the Newtown Fitzroy of Brisbane. So Antifa territory. Although in Melbourne and Tifa, they're mainly around Brunswick, which is in the seat of Wills.
That would make sense. Have you heard anything about Frankston, Tim?
Yes, it's still early days. So that's the seat of Dunkley. We just went to it before. So currently, because I'm going by the ABC, Stephen's going by the AEC. So even though Nathan Conroy, the Liberal candidate, is ahead on primary, and Jody Belair has had a 7.6% primary, they're still recording a two-party preferred swing. It's based on preference estimate of 5.4% to the Labor. Like, I don't read anything in nefarious into this, that it's the ABC trying to basically push a result. I don't believe that. It's just the ABC computers.
Well, I know the ABC have been saying that Labor will win for quite a while now.
Well, on their coverage.
Yeah. I mean, normally they've been saying, "Oh, yeah, it looks likely that Labor's going to win." At one stage, I believe they were saying perhaps a minority government, but then they changed that. So
the odds are on a Labor majority government now. So Sky News.
Sorry, just another independent seat, Warringah, Zali Stegel.
Warringah. Oh, your pronunciations are terrible, Stephen.
Like having a Maori on the live stream telling me how.
I thought my pronunciations were bad.
Anyway, yeah, it looks like she's holding so far, and
she was always going to win. She was the original Teal in 2019, knocking off Tony Abbott. So the Liberal candidate this time is Jamie Rogers, who I most remember as the TAB Sportsbet spokeswoman. And my view of her at the time was, of course, TAB Sportsbet put on this blonde bimbo to be their spokeswoman to try and get in the male gaze. But her CV is much more than just being a gambling shill, according to the Liberal website.
We've just had a number of seats now coming in showing leading for Labor. So now it's 30 seats with Labor leading, the Coalition 21, Greens 1.
Yeah, the ALP has...
flopping around a lot. Kalia is not going so well for Andrew G now.
David Smith says odds down to $1 for Labor PM. Mick Melissa is snoozing. Is that because we're boring, or because the result looks like it's going to suck? Angry Quota says, "Hi, Jamie Rogers from TAB Sportsbet. It's racing season in Melbourne." Charlie Brown over on Rumble, first comment over there. G'day, Red Decks party seem to be the least bad choice. Who's the Red Decks?
Maybe One Nation, maybe it means rednecks.
Well, I voted for One Nation, I have to say.
So did I.
I would have if I could vote. That was the best choice in Melbourne.
You're able to vote in our council elections.
Am I?
Oh, I thought that you did.
No, I tried to vote in my in Auckland council elections. My paper didn't show up for weeks, so I asked them to send another one. Then the first one showed up the day after the election, and then I got another one 3 weeks later.
Time for a sports ball update. So Melbourne City defeated Sydney FC 5-1, and the Adelaide Crows defeated Carlton at Adelaide Oval 110-58. We've got our next contributor now. So pleased to introduce John Martin, the Victorian coordinator of Conservatives for Christ.
How you going, guys?
So you've been out on the booths today?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
Well,
I was in the seat of Holt today. I only did today because I'm pretty busy. But yeah, it was interesting. They actually didn't have a Greens person there at the polling booth. So that was interesting. Um, and we were talking. I was talking a lot with the One Nation people. And we talked to the legalized cannabis guy, and he said he was there because he works for the unions. He said. So he said he either had a choice to put on Labor or put on legalized cannabis. So he said anything but Labor. So he put on legalized cannabis. And supposedly he told One Nation that he actually voted One Nation first. So so put all that together. So yeah,
well,
that's
One
that was
Nation support medical marijuana.
yes, they do.
It's a very
Yeah.
cop-out position, though.
Mm.
It's
And
easy
now-
for everyone to support medical marijuana.
Holt is the electorate I voted in the last federal election, and this got shared this graph. So it is one of the most heavily Indian ancestry electorates in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Did they have to use brown as the?
That's what I was wondering. They used brown.
That's a bit rude. And they start with orange. It's like going to an Indian restaurant. The orange is when you arrive, and the brown is when you leave. I think that's very inappropriate.
There's a question for John Martin, brother in Christ. Should women vote, given they make up over 51%, and according to Timothy 2:12, they shouldn't have any authority over men?
Oh my goodness, that we're getting into the weeds a bit there. Look, I think they should vote, but I could be dissuaded. But anyways, that's all I'm going to say on that because we can.
Do you have
into that.
female members of your organisation?
Yeah. We've got lots of female members. Yeah, our Queensland coordinator, she's really good. She's a female, obviously.
If you
So
became a
so yeah, we
libertarian,
do. Yeah.
Christ, then your answer could be that we should just abolish democracy and have a very limited constitution, and then no one has authority over men.
There you go. We should do that.
You should take both sides. Just completely change your ideology.
There's much to be said for household voting, if you ask me. I kind of like the idea of just one vote per household.
Well, there's JD Vance's proposal that families should get their children's vote until they turn of voting age.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, that sounds dumb.
I think there's also a good case to be made for raising the voting age to 21, unless you're in the military. I think people in the military, if they join, the Australian Army or Navy or Air Force, those guys should get the vote at 18. But I think everyone else, it should be 21.
How old are you, John?
I'm 19.
19.
So I'd have to wait for another election. But
Or join the military.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting. But yeah, it's funny because we were talking to one of the Labor guys. There's plenty of them, and he's about 20. And me and the One Nation people were like telling him like all the results of the policies. He's like, no, it's going to be okay. And we're like, well, you wait 15 years and you see. So I could understand bringing the voting age up, knowing how silly a lot of young people are. But yeah, I don't think that would get through at the moment.
There's people my age. I'm millennial Gen Y. I'm 35, and there's a lot who not to use the old saying, if you're this age and you're still a socialist, you've got no head. Yeah. People my age still haven't grown a brain, and they're not drifting rightwards like the other generations did. And that could be because so many of them are still living the young lifestyle, not living for today, not tomorrow, not having families.
Responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Responsibility will drag you rightward.
You've got to be able to afford to get married, and you've got to be able to afford to buy a house, and that's beyond a lot of young people in Australia these days. Like a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
think,
Western nations have the same problem, you know.
and I think with that, like a lot of the responsibilities that we have are being delayed because now a lot of young people they're not going to move out as quickly because they're going to stay at home because they can't afford rent, they can't afford to save up for a house, and uh, I think the young people aren't seeing the results of their consequences of how they vote and how they act sooner. They're seeing it a lot later, so that has to contribute in some way.
I used to live in
Right.
Melbourne, in South Melbourne, right in the middle of the city, and that you can find lots of little workers' cottages there, which are sometimes they're detached and sometimes they're semi-detached. They got a little garden. They're mostly 2 or 3 bedroom houses, and they were built from the AE 90s up until the First World War for working class families. They go for over $1 million now. It's just totally ridiculous.
The results are coming thick and fast, Stephen. Now it's we're 7:30. We're half an hour from Western Australia voting closing, so there'll be no more voting nationwide very soon.
Yeah, there's a couple of seats now which will be pivotal to the result. Kooyong is now coming in for Monique, call me Dr. Ryan.
You've got to say doctor.
Yep. But do it as a middle name, not a title. And Brisbane is now leaning Greens. So let's just have a look at those two, because Brisbane, as we were saying earlier, should be tight. So Stephen Bates, I'm never going to get used to that name. Currently looking at about 61% in the two-party preferred. On first primary vote, though, he's still in a distant 3rd place, so that's quite interesting.
Well, he finished 3rd last time, Stephen Bates.
Yeah.
But it's the parties that get knocked out were able to get him into 2nd place, and then he was get him into so in 2022 Trevor Evans got most of the primary vote, but it was who was going to finish 2nd out of Labor and the Greens that was going to determine who'd win the seat. And this is part of the thrill of preferential voting, that it can change the result depending on who finishes 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
And the Greens were a close 3rd last time, but now they're a distant 3rd. But I mean, lots more votes to come in. Kooyong, so Liberal is still leading on primary, but
yes,
predicting Monique Ryan will actually gain an extra 4.5% on the TPP.
That's just a projection at the moment.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It could be Monique Ryan Kooyong forever, which... Is anyone else aware of the Kooyong forever meme?
No.
So when Monique Ryan's former staffer, Sally Rugg, another doozy name for a lesbian, sued her for, it was either unfair dismissal or like a not good workplace, but somebody, as a satirical post, claimed, said that Monique Ryan came back from seeing Wakanda Forever inebriated and said, now I'm going to say Kooyong forever. And it actually, I fell for it. A lot of people fell for it that it was true. And so now it's become this thing, like entered the Australian vernacular, this satire that took a life of its own, Kooyong forever.
There's a couple more seats which were picked to be close with the Teals. One of them was Wannon, And the other
Yes, please go back to that,
is-
because that's going to be another one to watch in terms
so
of, well,
far,
the Teals
Liberals
wanting
are in
to.
front.
Do you know anything about turnout yet, Tim? Whether it's high or low, or
Well, it's compulsory, so
yeah, I know that. but I
everyone
mean,
who's enrolled to vote, 18 million,
in
and of
theory,
course,
I know that. But you get a lot of spoiled ballots and all that kind of stuff. You know,
You would hope so, wouldn't you?
you do get quite a lot of spoiled ballots because Australian voting is compulsory. That if you're pissed with having to do it, you just spoil your ballot, and they can't say anything to you about that.
And it's also a really complicated electoral system.
It is. It is.
And I mean, you've got to rank a certain number of, I mean, without even thinking about how the preferences work, you've got to rank a certain number of people, and it's not all the people, but a minimum of the people. That's easy to fuck up, even if you're trying your best.
well, it's become more confusing. John, this is the first election you would have voted in, but obviously we used to have, before 2016, the group voting tickets where you could put a one above the line and the party allocated the preferences, or you had to number every box below the line, and they were getting quite ridiculous, the tablecloth ballots. But since the reforms in 2016, I don't know if it's confusing for some people. You have to number all the boxes in the lower house, the green ballot, but you only have to vote at least 1 to 6 above the line in the Senate, or 1 to 12 below the line in the Senate, whichever way you choose. So the AC staff, they explained it to me quite well. How was your experience?
Yeah, I thought it was all right. I prepped pretty well on it. Actually, I numbered all 65 under the line, if you can believe it.
I could believe
I would
that
totally
a
do
first-time
that. I would
voter
totally do
like
that.
you, who's in
It
politically
was easy to
engaged.
do the ones at the bottom. The ones towards the middle, they were a little bit harder because I did more research. But putting Greens, Labor, Fusion, all of these rubbish parties at the bottom, that was easy. But I thought they explained it all right. But there isn't like a huge when I made a video explaining how Senate voting works, and one thing I don't hear very often is that when you put one above the line, basically what you're doing is you're putting 1, 2, 3 based on the order that the party is selected under the line. So they just think that they're voting for just a party, but they don't realize what they're basically voting under the line incognito, pretty much. So that was something I haven't heard much. So, but yeah, it was interesting. I went out this morning I got to the polling place about 8:15, and there was this huge line. I had to wait for a whole hour at 8:15, and then when I went to the polling booth to stand there was hardly anyone for most of the day. I'm like, why did I get up so early? So,
They all, most turn up before lunchtime. It tends to, because I'm retired now from handing out how to vote cards. My last election was the 2016, where I ran for the Liberal Democrats in the seat of Dunkley, obviously now the Libertarian Party. You were helping out Family First today, John, which Bernie Finn is the lead candidate who I interviewed during the campaign. Bernie's always been he's been the happy warrior. I mean, he's absolutely funny guy, but he is principled as they get.
absolutely. Yeah, he's really good. And the thing you get that you don't get with a lot of other candidates is people like One Nation, Liberals, Libertarians are all. If Bernie, when I was talking to them, they were like, if Bernie made it to the Senate, I would be so happy because he's like one of those people that sort of transcends party politics. He's just a really great guy and he's really principled. And he got kicked out of the Liberals, not because of even how he voted, just because how he decided to tweet on Twitter.
Well, having said that, obviously he is very principled a conviction politician. But when he was in the
Mm.
Liberals, he was always a team player. I mean, I remember like years back, his profile picture was him with the then leader, Matthew Guy. And of course, Matthew Guy stabbed him in the back. He led the party room to expel him.
Mm.
So that's how much being a team player got him.
So yeah, but Bernie's been great, and look, hopefully he makes it in the Senate, and if not, let's hope that another Freedom Senator, because at the moment the House of Reps isn't looking too good. Looks like obviously it looks like a Labour.
Like what the other freedom parties, like as what's your view on the Libertarians? Because I know that for many social conservatives, they like, although they like the Libertarians' pro-freedom agenda, not its pro-vice agenda, a policy platform.
I'm sort of divided on them because they're like you said, they've got very good, and economically I think they would be very good, but with their philosophy of the libertarian philosophy, if you take it to its fullest extent, libertarians believe that the more restrictions you take off of people, the better the society will get, and then vice versa. Like the communist side says that the more restrictions you put on people, the better you can make the society. And I was actually talking to a libertarian ACL, Australian Christian Lobby event a couple of weeks ago, and that's what we're talking about. And I said, I don't think it's either or. I think we've got to have a balance. And the interesting thing about the Libertarian Party is they don't have. You've got one thing that you can't have a conscious vote on, and that's raising taxes. You can't raise taxes on, and that's the only thing that you can't have a conscious vote on. So every other policy they've got, you can have a conscious vote, which is really good to hear. So, but on that regard, I don't think you can take the Libertarians as one party, because I've listened to a lot of Libertarians over the past 12 months, and they believe completely different things. One's like a pastor, a Christian pastor running, and he's fighting for freedom.
That's Victor Tay. Is that who you're
That's right.
referring to? Yeah, and
Exactly.
he used to be theocratic. I mean, when he was elected to the Libertarian State Executive, the Daily Telegraph dug up one of his old sermons where he said that homosexuals should be put to death, and those gays who were shot in the Orlando Pulse nightclub in 2016, although he didn't support violence, he said, well, they got what they deserved. So he's running for the Libertarian Party now, so clearly he doesn't believe in biblical theocracy anymore.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing with libertarians. You got him running. You've got like I heard a volunteer talking about it earlier this year, and they're like, "Oh, we're all pro-abortion and late-term abortion and all that sort of thing." And then the Libertarian New South Wales executive came out and said, "No, no, 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 no. He doesn't speak for us." So there's a lot of separation between the Libertarian Party in terms of their social. So yeah, I would definitely think about them more as individual candidates, whereas maybe, I don't know, Family First or One Nation or one of them, I would say you could think of them more as in party. I still think you should look for individual candidates, but I think with them you can look more to party lines, whereas libertarians, there's such a variance between them that they're much like the liberals in a better sense, but they're sort of their own broad church on the right in some sense.
In my experience, abortion and immigration is where you get the biggest diversions with libertarians. You can make very good arguments on both sides using those principles.
Also, there's some libertarians who are very libertine as well. So I embrace like all sorts of lifestyles.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember last year, but John Ruddock was trying to put a law through about allowing alcohol in like family-friendly areas, like near beaches or parks or something like that. I can't remember the exact details, but it was something like that last year in the New South Wales Parliament. I'm thinking, I don't think this is what libertarianism should be. I think libertarianism it should be part of like the freedom movement where we're trying to help people, not endanger like families. And I think that's the
Oh, no,
opposite of what we're trying to
libertarianism
achieve.
is not about helping people. Definitely
Well,
not.
it's
just
about
freedom.
helping
John Ruddock
helping
really
restore
should have
people's freedoms. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah,
And
that's what it
as
should
long as
be
you're not
about.
hurting anybody, like if you just want to have
just
a
privatise
Cody
the
in a
beach.
park or at the beach, just one,
Privatise the
why
fucking
should you
beach.
get fined
Yeah,
for it?
I thought that was
Property
stupid
owners
too.
decide.
Privatizing beaches. That's a stupid policy in my opinion.
That's libertarian policy.
Yeah, yeah.
Pete
Ruddock
Gosselman
took the
says
unprincipled route. That was his
Australians
fault.
need to get over alcohol. I want it banned. Well, it's heavily taxed,
I
especially.
think that would be a very popular policy myself.
No.
Kevin Rudd's Alco Pops tax is still with us. So, and also Kylie Tink, the outgoing Teal for North Sydney. I led the charge to get hard solo changed to hard rated.
I think my policy of legalizing cocaine would be more popular than that policy of banning alcohol.
It's de facto legal in Parliament. And this is the hypocrisy stuff, all the stuff that goes on in the Canberra bubble and in the prayer room.
It's like I don't understand him why vaping is illegal in Australia, or rather
because after COVID, the public health fascists, they decided to move on to vaping as the great crusade.
The interesting thing is, in the last New Zealand general election, the debate was, oh, we should make it prescription only like Australia. Well, it had already been prescription only, and then they brought in a law to make it prescription only, and it still made no difference whatsoever. I can get a vape, any in number of places within a kilometre.
You can also
the only
get
difference is they cost more now.
Flavored cigarettes.
Yeah, in Australia, it's you can't get vapes that actually have nicotine in them, which of course is the main reason people want to use them.
Oh no, they've changed that. So when they made it prescription only again, they banned nicotine-free vapes completely.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a lifelong smoker, and I would rather vape, but in Australia, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Well, theoretically, we can't, but.
Well, yeah, okay, you can order stuff from overseas if it comes through the customs, but yeah.
Have you seen the latest changes to tobacco laws?
No.
Oh, they've just kicked. They were passed about a year ago, but they've just kicked in. So now menthol cigarettes are banned. Apparently, people start on menthol cigarettes, and because it tastes light, they think it's safe. I started smoking at 14. I did not smoke menthol cigarettes.
It's a gateway cigarette.
I started at 14, and I started by pinching a few of my dads, I've got to say, when I was about 14.
Yeah, and so now they've taken out flavorings as well, so that tobacco will taste like the shit they used to smoke in Moscow during World War II. You can only buy it in 20s or a 30-gram pack. All cigarettes now have to have individual warning labels on the cigarettes, and you can't describe your brand as something that might imply that it's safer. So now you can't buy a pack of Winnie Blues because blue implies that it's safer than red.
Yeah, I know. They started putting all those horrible photographs on cigarette packs, and they
they don't bother me, except the one with a picture of the toilet. I can't deal with that one. Anyway,
John,
more results in.
You're fresh out of school, John. What was the anti-tobacco education like?
No, there wasn't any. Nothing at all.
Really? It's a given now that it's bad. Like, we got so much indoctrination at school in the 2000s, how bad smoking was.
I was a tobacco prohibitionist when I was at high school, before I started smoking at 14.
Yeah, I went to two Christian schools, and then I went to homeschooling, and yeah, I heard nothing about alcohol or drink or not alcohol. I mean, smoking at all. That it was just a given, I think.
That's interesting because, well, I know that some tobacco control-free activists would argue that, this is why it's plateaued, the number of smokers, because there's still 18 plus who are taking up smoking.
But Tim, don't forget also there is a hell of a lot of untaxed tobacco in Australia. When the government tries to say smoking rates are going down, they don't take account of that, for example.
Stephen, you're saying that you're calling Dixon for Labor's
I'm not calling it, but they're leading
France.
it.
The ABC's not calling it. They called it prematurely last election.
I had actually picked this one to stay Liberal.
So it's only, how much has been counted so far? 6%. So
28%.
Ali France is ahead on the primary, 32.7p, 31.1%. The Teal independent, Ellie Smith, you can probably guarantee that most of her preferences will go to Labor. The Greens on 9.3%. One Nation only on 3.8%. Legalised cannabis big in that seat as well. And of course, the legalised cannabis candidate in Victoria is Fiona Patten, formerly of the Sex Party, Reason Party, who was one of the Three Stooges who voted constantly for Dan Andrews' extension for state of emergency. One of the others, Andy Medic, the Animal Justice Party, if you can believe, has 2 trans children. So got into a brawl at the Women Will Speak on Saturday. And of course,
are 1 in 9 billion, I understand, the odds of having 2 trans children.
So I know.
The odds that you're just a fucking retard are 8,999,999,999 to 1.
Look at how many of these Hollywood celebrities have trans children. Quite high rates. Very strange.
And Michelle Obama was interviewing Marlon Wayans, who has a trans child. And that was, of course, Michelle Obama, poor choice of words, says, as a black man.
Ooh.
Oh, that was hilarious. Oh.
And Kalia, the former National MP, is now back in the lead.
That one looks like it's going to be too close to call for a number of days. The pre-poll, the AEC said we won't get till about 9:30. So I reckon I'm not saying, I don't think it will tighten, like it will be too close to call the election, but the way things stand, it's looking like a comfortable win for Labor, but it might not be so, like, it'll be a bit closer.
Well, the states are waiting for South Australia and Western Australia?
South Australia, they've closed, and Northern Territory as well. Western Australia will close in 7 minutes.
One of those seats in Northern Territory may actually go to, what are they, Country Liberal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jacinta Price should have, this is the election she should have actually switched back to running for the House, I think. Because
Lingiari's actually got 10% One Nation support in the polls anyway, so they've got a 3.5% swing towards them, so that should probably enforce the Country Liberals taking that seat.
Well, though the Labor MP Marion Scrimgeour, she's actually a maverick in that she wants governments to be tougher on Indigenous youth crime and stop being apologists for their criminal behaviour. So she's actually like pretty decent, Miriam Scrimgeour. She's Indigenous herself.
Where's the One Nation candidate from? Well, definitely not Indigenous anyway.
Is that a Greek name?
It looks very Greek.
Yeah. Well, the Leo Finocchiaro, the NT Chief Minister, Italian. Endeavour News says any live maps. Well, the ABC's got they've got this weird graph here that they've got.
I've seen a lot of maps, and that's the silliest one I've ever seen of my life.
They used it for the voice referendum. Yeah, it does look silly, but at least we can go over it here. So Tasmania, Bass,
Yes.
ALP ahead, Lions ALP ahead, Braddon ALP ahead, Clark, Andrew Wilkie ahead, Franklin ALP ahead.
That's interesting.
Goldstein, Zoe Daniel is ahead. Zoe Daniel is like you compare like Zoe Daniel and Monique Ryan. I mean, Zoe Daniel is much nicer compared to Monique Ryan. I mean, Zoe Daniel, she always spoke to Sky. She even spoke to Avi, while Monique Ryan calls the police on Avi and fobs Laura J's off.
Yeah, that's interesting because Tim Wilson, the Liberal in that seat, he's got 41% of the first preference, but Labor and the Greens look like their preferences will float her, so
Yeah.
she'll probably
And
win it the way it's looking.
They run dead in those seats.
Yeah.
So far, the seats that are leading Labor 53, Liberal Coalition 25. That's quite a drubbing so far.
We're in a bit of a lull at the moment with 5% counted, not much happening for a while. Yeah, do maybe I should play one of the filler, what I call filler videos, just to, so what should I play first? Maybe the Teal cringe. So some of their dancing and some of the other Monique Ryan cringe from the campaign.
Authorised by Zoe Daniel, 677 Nepean Highway, Brighton East, Victoria.
The politicians to address. Well, then, will you answer questions from concerned citizens?
Just very briefly, if we can just ask how you are. Oh, we've got a. I don't know. Was that a bird? I hope that wasn't a bird. I
think it was a bird.
But it didn't get. Did it get you?
Yeah, it did.
Well,
But
some people say.
There's more coming out of the tree.
Girl Deb Leonard repping Monash in his post. From Druin to Wonthaggi, Warrigal to the coast. In Lee and Gaffer and cows, some are struggling both. While major parties in Canberra got caviar on their toast. Groceries in Caranborough cost more than they should. Power bills, they be rising like the ocean, that ain't good. From Moe to Fawcett down to Lip Trap 2. I'll fight the supermarket giant super price gouging you. Yo, Bobo, Tabasco, so I'm a lawyer standing tall. South Gippsland, what Batman? I'm answering the call. Hey, Willamita, maybe not tied to party line. New G, San Remo, wanna know what's on your mind. I'm a mother, I'm a fighter, from Rawson to real. Housing crisis hits hard, but you know I got the will to bring real change in Monash, the major parties won't. Because I work for you alone and the big parties don't. Yeah, the pollies in Canberra, it's like they're on the take. From big corporate donors, I'm not woke, but I'm awake. And yeah, I know it's kind of mid to hear this white woman rap, but you know what's even worse? Putting up with Canberra's crap. I see the pain in Yarragon too. It's pothole after pothole, won't stop you till I'm through. From Moe South to Druin East, families can't make ends meet. Well, major party politicians feel major party hate. Trafalgar East and Pooham, we need someone who cares. I'll pay for solar subsidies, cause we're not all billionaires. I'm not bound by party lines, party lies I don't cash. I'm bringing independent fire with community panache. See, in 2025 we got a chance to make it right. Stand up in Fish Creek and Tura, let's fight. From Kilcunda to Inverloch, I'm showing up, we're blowing up. Well, Albo sits in silence and Dutton doesn't give a fuck. Alright, and Locke, we got these pollies palm sweaty. Won't hold a hose like their arms are heavy. I'm spaghetti. Put that blended on your ballot if you think I'm being valid. Spitting back like a magnet that's reserved for the bowl of salad. I got loyalty, yes loyalty inside my DNA. For the good people of Vesper all the way to Venus Bay. The citizens broken near and south and over Grenfell's Way. So you best be voting independent come election day. I'm here for Monash people, that's the bottom line. From Thompson down to Walkerville, it's about damn time. Pound for pound, I'm making ground, I'm getting round to every town. Ain't about to stop now, hear our voices screaming out. You're still not sure if you'll vote for me, I understand. You might need to hear it from an old rich white man. I'll go one better and hit you with two. Should they vote for me, fellas?
Yes, it's absolutely the right thing to do.
Rapped Like a Boss by Deb Leonard Leongatha.
What a fucking retard.
That was truly awful.
That's not,
I've seen that one before.
So which one?
The rapping one, and it was done well, but look, it could have been better 2 minutes shorter. I'll say that.
The polls have just closed nationwide. So Western Australia, there is no more voting. So the only votes which will still be floating around are those in the mail. Now, 6 News, which is Leonardo Puglisi's organisation, has already called that the coalition can't form government. I think that's everyone's consensus. But I will think it'll come closer. I'm not saying when the pre-polls come in, I'm not saying obviously Labor will still be in government, Albanese will still be Prime Minister, but I think that there'll be some narrowing. It won't look like it's some sort of elbow slide.
People not voting in their electorate on electorate day tends to favour the left, though, especially the far left. Because they're not organised or responsible. That's why they're left wing.
Shall we go for a sports ball update now?
Go for it.
All right. So in the AFL, in Collingwood versus Geelong, Collingwood's in front 27-25 towards the end of the first quarter. And over in the West, West Coast against Melbourne, West Coast 4 behinds, Melbourne 2-14. And I'll just check in the A-League. Is there anything else happening tonight that anyone wants to give an update on? There's the Singapore election.
Really? Oh, well,
Yeah.
the People's Action Party will win that.
Oh, yeah, that's
Like they have for the entire existence of Singapore.
So MacArthur in the A-League, MacArthur is playing at Western Sydney Wanderers. It's 1-1 at the moment, 23 minutes in.
Yeah, Singapore's a little bit interesting in that their electoral system, because I think most countries' candidates have to pay a bond to be able to stand. But the bond in Singapore, last I looked, was over $10,000. So often the majority of seats aren't even contested.
I don't think the ABC has called any more seats. So I want to go now to the seat of Flinders. Now, that's the electorate where I grew up in and where my parents live. And they, on their social media, have just been getting spammed by this Teal independent, Ben Smith. He's got an army of grey volunteers because it's
but he's not Teal, he's blue and yellow.
Yes, because some aren't using
And
the Teal
he's Victorian
colours.
Father of the Year.
Oh, then we should definitely vote for him.
Yeah.
So Zoe McKenzie is the first-term Liberal member. Now, she was pre-selected. She was the only candidate, though. She did previously live uptown, so she switched her address to one of her to her holiday home on the Mornington Peninsula. So she was obviously she lives there now full time. She's been a backbencher for the past 3 years. So not surprisingly, she's winning on the primary, 38%. Ben Smith, 24.8%. Sarah Race, who there's been a lot of Labor signs there. Imagine in an election, your name being Race. 21.4%. So two-party preferred is not much movement there at the moment. Zoe McKenzie, 56.1%, Sarah Race, 43.9%. So that's with 3% counted. Yeah, we're still going through, 40 minutes since the last update. I don't know why it's so slow at the moment. I feel like just going through these videos now while we're waiting for more things to happen. There's always this lull in election night counts.
Tim, I'm going to head off for a while, and if you need another guest later, give me a shout later, mate.
Yeah, thank you, Iron Duke. Thank you so much for your time tonight. And of course, splendid isolation on again tomorrow morning. It is tomorrow morning Australian time. Yes, very early. I could be buzzed most of the night, so I might be up most of the night, so I could join you, and then I'll just crash. You would be most welcome, Tim. You're always very welcome to join my streams. Thanks again, Iron Duke. Go on, mate. And we'll see you again soon. We're going to be joined later on by Richard Wolstencroft, host from the report from Tiger Mountain, a director of the Melbourne Underground Film Festival, and also beloved panelist on Sam Newman's You Cannot Be Serious podcast.
I'm just looking through the results in Queensland. We've now got 3 Liberal seats that look to be changing to Labor.
Which ones?
Bonner, Bellman, and Dixon.
Bonner, which is in southern Brisbane, that is what Labor has been targeting. They're coming off a very low base, the Labor Party only holding 5 seats in Queensland, none outside of Brisbane. So Ross Vasta, he's been the MP there since 2010. So huge swing so far. How much has been counted? 5.4%. Huge swing. 11.6% swing to the Labor Party. 13.3% swing away from the LNP. There's been a swing away from the Greens and One Nation. Family First getting 3% there.
Interesting.
Legalized cannabis, 2.8%. It's good to see Trumpet of Patriots not only getting the 2% that the polls have been saying.
Yeah, I'm really thrilled that they're still beating the Libertarian Party. Was that Bonner, was it? Yeah. Bowman's
yes.
A little bit tighter.
So Bowman, that is held by Henry Pike, who succeeded Andrew Laming, who was the long-time member there, but was forced to not retire after his some of his eccentric ways of dealing with pest constituents who'd always email him and annoy him on social media. And
yeah, there's a 4.5% swing against him in Bowman, with 55% counted. Dixon, is this the end of Dutton's career?
I still wouldn't call it yet.
Is the independent there a Teal independent or just an independent in Dixon?
Which in Dixon? No, it's a Teal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Did you in Canada? There was in Pierre Poilievre's seat. There was 90 candidates.
Whoa.
Is it confirmed that he's been beaten? I haven't followed.
Yes, he lost his seat.
Yeah, he lost his seat.
That's a shame.
So how much is being counted there at the moment? Still not much has been counted. 6%.
No. But when you look at
Ford is going to Labor as well. God, I really fucked up my picks on Queensland, I can tell you.
Well, ever since the Labor Party knifed Kevin Rudd in 2010 a Queenslander, it seems that at the federal level, the voters of Queensland have never forgiven them. Because in the Rudd slide of 2007, they picked up it's about 10 seats in Queensland and they lost them all the next election. So Bert Van Manen, he's been another long time LNP backbencher since 2010. So not too much of a swing to the Labor Party there, but a swing of 5% away from the Liberal National Party. Though a swing towards One Nation of 3.4%, Trumpet of Patriots, Jacob Hiscock. It's like his name, the Trumpet of Patriots candidate. It's like his name is a combination of the NSN members, Jacob Hergant and David Hiscock.
How many generations has the family kept that name going and thought, yeah,
well,
this is fine?
David Hiscock, who's also the editor of the XYZ, his is spelt COX, not CK. The Family First candidate, who's got 4.6%, has got a good name as well, Corneliu Pop.
I don't know, Alf de Hombro.
For the Australian Citizens Party, which is the Lyndon LaRouche party.
Doesn't sound like a citizen, but yeah, that's probably something I shouldn't say.
But you would be right though if you said it, but I wouldn't say that either.
Endeavour News asks, what is the main difference between Trumpet versus Libertarians? A lot.
Sorry, a nuisance, that's what they are. So that's the difference. But
they're a party that is anti-Zionist, anti-royal family. They've got some unique views.
Yeah, I can't say I've followed them that closely, but I guess economic nationalists would probably be a good way of describing them.
Sky News is projecting that Labor will win the seat of Bennelong, which was a notionally Liberal seat. Let's have a look. Which, of course, was John Howard's seat when he was Prime Minister. Now, this is Scott Young is, in my opinion, another DEI candidate. They think because it's a Chinese area, just stick a Chinaman in there and, the votes will come. And, well, it's 14.7% swing to Jerome Laxall. Scott Young's had a 9.8% swing against him. So
I hear that he was trying to distance himself from the Liberal Party. That
Scott Young
candidate.
That was a family member, I think, his mother or his father.
Okay, interesting.
Now, another one of the videos I've got is about the Liberals' DEI candidates, and they never learn. They think, oh, it's a multicultural electorate. We'll just stick another terrible one that they picked was for the seat of Bruce in southeast Melbourne, near Dandenong. Afghani Muslim is Zahid Safi, and there has been a...
Was that the truck that crashed?
No, that was in Greenway. So Julian Hill. There were those posters, those signs about Julian Hill that were unauthorized, which said Julian Hill kills. He cares more about his husband and LGBTQ than you. I don't think it was the NSN who did that. It wouldn't have been anyone you knew, John.
No one that I knew. But I didn't know too many people. But yeah, not the ones that I knew.
So Julian Hill's got a 7% swing to him. Zahid Safi is swing away 19.9%. I think when they come to counting pre-polls, it won't be that bad, but you can pretty much call that a Labor retain. Greenway is the other DEI candidate. So yeah, Michelle Rowland, the communications minister, and she's only still an MP because in 2013 the Liberal Party selected James Diaz, who said we've got a 6-point plan to stop the boats and couldn't name the 6 points. So she bucked the trend in that election and didn't lose her seat. If the Liberals picked a competent candidate, they would have won. So she's got a 11% swing to her, so 5.6% primary. Rattenberg 9.8% swing. The Greens candidate Sabaramaram Pale Upper. That sounds like a Sri Lankan name.
Yeah,
I'd say so. I'm half Sri Lankan, so I can agree.
The Libertarians, who've got quite a number of candidates in New South Wales, this is their first party under Libertarian banner, so 2.2%.
Well, they got all excited about New South Wales because they won so many council seats as Liberal Democrats in the last local elections, but it's only because the Liberals fucked up and didn't have most of their candidates.
Sky News have got some breaking news that I think they're calling Bass for Labor in Tasmania. So Bridget Archer has been defeated.
That's interesting because in the last federal election, the Australian Christian Lobby targeted, I think, 5 or 6 key seats that they wanted to get rid of the Liberal candidate, and that Bridget Archer was the only one that actually wasn't unseated. So that's interesting that she got unseated this round. Well, not yet, but yeah.
She is very much
quite a safe Liberal seat for a while. But there was a late poll came out showing it would go to Labor.
Yeah, let's have a look at one of the pledges that Bridget Archer, the now ex-member for Bass, signed. Equality Tasmania, transforming our elections, a pledge to respect trans and gender diverse people. As a candidate, I recognise the importance, respect, equality and dignity of transgender and diverse Australians, and that hate speech, misinformation contribute to division, fear and discrimination. I hereby pledge to respect the dignity and equality of trans and gender diverse Australians. Urge all Australian parties and candidates to refrain from hate, fear and misinformation against trans and gender diverse people during the 2025 federal election. Urge all parties and candidates to support trans and gender diverse people as valuable members of the Australian community, not allow Australia to follow other countries down the path of demonising trans and gender diverse people for electoral gain. Commit to leading by example, promoting respect over hate for transgender diverse Australians.
It looks like she's had a bit of transformation done, doesn't it?
No, she's definitely a biological female. I don't think there's any
I don't mean that.
Michelle Obama, Bridget Macron conspiracies about her.
No. I'm just saying she's had plastic surgery done.
Yeah, something did look a bit off.
She was in the dying days of the Morrison government, one of the backbenchers who crossed the floor to kill Morrison's Religious Discrimination Act because it didn't protect transgender students.
I mean, she's acknowledging that it's religion.
Everybody should be able to discriminate.
We're still waiting for more to come. Sky News has just projected that Labor has won the election. So I guess that it's time for, I already pre-prepared this banner. Labor wins, Albanese wins second term.
Yeah, we just have to see by how much. That'll be the difference. Because right now, I'd prefer a Labor majority, even though that's not what they deserve. I'd prefer a Labor majority than see them have a minority government.
And that is what a lot of Liberal MPs and also real rusted-ons like Michael Kroger would actually prefer. If Labor's going to win, we'd prefer it to be a majority.
Yeah, because I don't know if you saw a few weeks ago, but Adam Bant put on everywhere. He's like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that all the stuff we're going to be able to push on Labor to do. And that's really the worrying part. Not as much what Labor are going to do, but what the Greens are going to be like, hey, if you don't do this, we're not going to vote with you.
Speaking of the Greens,
the Nightly, Channel 7 has called it. So it's now a question of if Labor's going to get close to a majority or get a majority. I mean, it's...
So the Greens, they're leading in Melbourne, obviously, and Ryan. Brisbane's disappeared from there. Wills, the Greens are leading, but too close to call.
In Griffith, Labor is ahead. Kevin Rudd's old seat, which Terry Butler lost to the Greens. Though Terry Butler, she was a real cow. So Renee Coffey is the candidate. So Labor's got an 8% swing. The Greens 3.7% away, 6.8% to the LNP. I think while we're waiting for just sort of more cold hard data to drop, that Albanese, he is the first Labor Prime Minister since Bob Hawke in 1984 to win a second term. So he'll go down in history as a Labor legend.
Though Bob Hawke was actually a fucking great Prime Minister because he was part of the worldwide trend to free market reforms in the 80s.
Oh, obviously. But what I'm saying is in terms
of course, I know what you're saying,
yeah, the Labor mythology. And remember how arrogant Albanese was when he won, and of course he pledged to implement the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full and the referendum. Because what happens when Labor wins an election at the federal level, and they'll be even more emboldened with this victory, is that they will claim that this signifies that Australia has moved to the centre left, that we're not like other countries, hint hint the US, Trump. Like we're different, Australia.
Yeah,
that's what will be claimed.
I think that really that's look, the right is split. That's the problem we've got here. The left isn't split enough. The left, like Labor's primary vote, Liberals' primary vote, they're both going to drop this time, definitely. But the thing is that the right is so split that we can't have a proper attack against them. We don't have a major Conservative Party anymore. and all the minor parties are splitting the vote from each other, so they can't win a seat in the House of Reps. Well, they might possibly win one or two. It's doubtful, and the Senate will be tough, but they could win a couple in the Senate. But hopefully next time around we'll have another opportunity for the minor parties to get together and work something out, because all the discussions I was seeing about minor parties working together and forming some front against this the two majors, it was all way too late. It was all in the last like 2 months before the election was called. It was shocking to me.
I've seen this happen in every election for years and years and years. It doesn't change. They do nothing for 2/3 of the term, and then the election's coming. Let's be the Freedom Party, and then 10 other parties do the same thing. I don't think that'll change, unfortunately.
I'm hoping Joel Jamal. He's talked a lot about working some sort of primary process where he can get all the minor parties to work together. I'm hoping that the egos of the minor parties won't get in the way of that. But as you're saying, that's what's been happening over the past elections. So we'll have to
At
wait and
least
see,
with
I guess.
the preferential vote system, they can kind of work together on preferences. In New Zealand, you just vote for the party, so they just end up splitting each other. But
and as I mentioned before, the baseball bats were out for Labor in Victoria 8 weeks ago, but they've been put away for this election. So in Deakin at the moment, which Michael Sukkar, they've always wanted, Labor's always dreamed of unseating him because he's a social conservative. Matt Gregg is ahead, but there has only been, how much has been counted? 2.2% counted. So I think Sukkar is a good chance to get back in. He's had a 5% swing on the primary.
So there's 6 divisions changing at the moment in Victoria. 5 of them are going to Labor. And the Greens and Wills. Do you want to have a quick look at that?
Yeah.
Or I can share.
Yeah, it's looks like that it's only 2.2% counted.
Oh, shit. I keep
forgetting. Well, they're almost, Peter Khalil's still ahead on primary, 37.5, Samantha Ratnam 36.4, but Liberal preferences will easily get him over the line. There's Sue Bolton, one of the local socialist councillors, 6.8%.
That's quite high. It's quite high.
That's a lot. Well, it's a very lefty seat. I did a campaign, and not a campaign. I did an event up there a couple of weeks ago, and we could tell. But the guy who's running to the Labor Party, he's actually an Orthodox priest, I believe. So
Peter Khalil.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Coptic Christian Egyptian.
That's right. Yeah. So, but it'll be interesting where the socialist votes will go, whether it'll go to the Greens or Labor. I'd say probably Greens, but yeah, that'd be interesting to see what happens with that.
Yeah, what sort of socialist are they? I guess economic ones or social ones?
The socialists, the far left, there's heaps of splinters. ABC's called it as well.
Yep, and
so this is it's only approaching 8:30. Like we're 8:30 on the East Coast. They haven't even started. Results haven't even been coming in from Western Australia yet, but
well, we know where they're going. In South Australia, I don't really expect anything to go. The only possibility in South Australia, and it's very remote, is Boothby flipping.
No, that's Boothby. There's been a huge swing to the Labor Party.
Oh, there we go. It was remote.
If I go. I don't think it's showing up. Is it showing up on your end, Boothby? Can you bring it up? I can't find it.
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll put up yours.
Oh, yeah. So Labor's on 42, Liberals on 30, and the additional 20% for the Greens, that really seals it.
Are you able to just zoom in a little bit more for us to? Paleoconservative Australian. This is what his YouTube name is because he always gets banned on his current account. Says, unless the right addresses the demographic elephant in the room, they'll never win again. And it's true that, especially the Indian diaspora, despite all the courting that the Liberals do, pre-selecting Indians in Indian areas, they never win those seats. The Indians still, as a bloc, it doesn't matter whether they're Hindu, Sikh, vote for the Labor Party.
Yeah, when I stood for ACT in 2014, we were all excited about the high Chinese electorates and got 0.7% of the vote. And then in 2017, we got excited about Indians and electorates and got 0.5% of the vote.
It's interesting. I was talking to the young Labor kid that was standing there, and he said we were asking questions. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm like he doesn't think all of the LGBT stuff. He thinks, oh no, you can't change your gender and all that." And we're like, "Why are you voting for Labor? They're huge on that." And he's like, "Oh no, don't worry."
Yeah, Labor in New Zealand's got a huge amount of Polynesian support, and Polynesians are notoriously socially conservative. They're still uncomfortable with just your average gay person, never mind all the new crap that's come out.
When we were talking about alcohol before, John, I forgot to ask you whether you drink or you're abstinent.
No, I don't drink, and I never will. No.
What about if we had a drink on the stream? Would that be okay?
Oh yeah, you guys can go for it.
Yeah.
I've been doing that the whole time.
Oh, is that alcohol?
Yeah, I just didn't want to use a wine glass because people might link my behaviour with the wine.
Well, it's getting to that time where, well, it's the result is, well, the polls were right. I expected them to be right.
Well, I think the polls are actually too soft.
We've still got pre-poll to go.
That the Liberals are getting.
Like, I still think wait for the pre-poll. You've
got proportional national polls measuring a single member electorate contest. So it's impossible to measure it that way. It's interesting people bringing up immigration here because in my experience with ACT, which is a very pro-immigration party, people, once they move to a country, don't want anyone from their old country moving over. They become anti-immigration once they move.
Oh, it's not really the case here in Australia because a lot of migrants get into the migration agent business. It's a huge industry, migration agency. And Jason Wood, the member for Latrobe, his wife's has shares in a migration agency company. Let's have a look at the seat of Latrobe, which it's down near Berwick and Pakenham. It's next to Holt.
Oh, there's a few, the AEC is not projecting showing a majority for Labor at the moment.
That's just who's ahead. Doesn't mean.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
God, the Labor volunteers at HQ in Sydney, they're already carrying on like sore winners. It's like, we won in your face.
Very often in life when you're left wing, that's why you're left wing.
And I think this is the first time ever that Labor has increased its vote when running for re-election.
Wow. That's interesting.
Well, Dan Andrews,
oh, not him. Don't bring him up.
He won. Well, the 2018 was the Dan slide, where he increased his majority. For some reason, I can't get the Latrobe results here. Let me have a
See
look.
what I can find. Interestingly, looking at the policies, I found that Labor would benefit me more than the Liberals, especially with their
hang on, I got it now.
Permanent tax dodge on work expenses.
Oh yeah, their $1,000.
Yeah, just say that you did it. Yeah, I was like,
no questions asked.
Because my whole life, gay married couple, no children, don't own a house, never got shit from the government ever.
So there's only been 7% counted. There's a slight swing to the Labor Party, 6% swing against Jason Wood, but a lot of that's gone to One Nation, 10%, Trumpets, 5%, Family First, 4%. The BBC has just called the election for Albanese and Labor.
I'm just looking at the first preference nationally according to the AEC, and it's got Labor at 33.81, and the Liberals, because they've got different names for the different states, but in total, it's almost 26% of the first preference vote.
Yeah, let me just bring that up.
Yeah, there it is.
33.81%. The AEC splits up the various coalition parties. So
yeah, well, it's only got the two. Like, if you look towards the top, you've got the Liberal one, you've got Liberal National Party. The other two are like less than point. They're both 0.1 together in favor of them. But yeah. But if you add the Queensland one and you add the Liberal one, it's about 26% almost.
ABC has called Calais for Andrew G, the Independent. Also called the seat of Bean in Canberra for an Independent.
Oh,
nobody saw that coming, I'm sure.
A Teal Independent or just Independent?
I'm not too sure.
Let's see.
So I wonder if his slogan was, if you elect a Labor MP, there'll just be a bean counter for the Albanese government.
I never thought an
I don't
independent
think they
could win a
would have run
seat.
with that, to be honest.
Jessie Price, is that a girl or a boy?
It's a girl.
These days, who knows?
It'll say further down here, it'll give a candidate profile. Jessie Price. Price is a midwife and former journalist who found herself delivering babies in birthing rooms to the smell of smoke in the bushfires. Her career path includes early work as a journalist in Hanoi and spent time supporting a Karen refugee women's organization on the Thai Myanmar border. That's an unfortunate name for a women's refugee organization.
It's got orange all over the website, so it doesn't look like a teal.
No.
Renard says 7% and it's called Bloody Hell.
She found herself delivering babies in birthing rooms to the smell of smoke. Where was she before that? She's driving the car and, oh, what the fuck, it's a baby.
Castle Match says it's interesting that Labor is performing worst in Victoria. That's the lowest Labor swing. Well, the fact that there is a swing in Victoria, like,
yeah,
we all live in Victoria here. How did this happen?
To be the biggest Liberal swing.
Yeah, there should have been a Liberal swing in Victoria. Even if the Liberals lost, there should have been a swing towards the Liberals. That just shows you how bad that they've done their campaigning down here. If they couldn't even get anything in Victoria of all places.
Yeah, they've won. They've not gained a single seat.
No. Well, let's have a look at Aston. Let's go back to Aston because that's too close to call. That's the only seat where, like, they basically, even Labor was saying, we don't think we're going to retain this.
Yeah, it depends where the preferences go from here. It's going to be close, I reckon. Because before this was a Liberal seat before the Aston by-election where they snatched it off them.
The Liberal candidate, Manny... he's a deputy principal, and he said to his students, if I get elected, I'll issue no more detentions. That's how you can tell that he's a good teacher. if that's the sort of joke that he tells.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Libertarian lead Senate candidate in Victoria said, if you elect me, I'll be able to pay off all the people I ripped off faster.
Who was that? Was that Jordan Ditloff said that?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
His my interview with him on Wilms Front was the most watched. I think probably because it was hate watched by a lot of, particularly National Socialist Network types who don't like the Libertarians that much.
I wonder why that is. That's probably a good thing.
Michael Williams, Albanese is bullshit corruption, whereas Elon, why are we filling out ballots with pencil? Something stinks to high heaven. Albanese. Well, you can bring a pen to the polling booths. The AEST won't stop you. They claim they use pencil because it's they can be reused more environmentally.
That's stupid.
Got cobalt in it.
The ABC is now projecting that Dixon, Peter Dutton, has lost.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I still think Peter Dutton's in with a chance.
I don't reckon. I think the preferences will flow against him. I don't think there's enough to get him over.
No, because the next right-wing candidate's on 4.3%.
Yeah.
And they're losing vote as well.
Castle Match says...
doesn't it? Not of leaders losing their seat in Dixon or something, or if anyone knows, Tim knows.
Why don't we? Because I've got another montage. So the some of the weird moments of Peter Dutton's campaign, from kicking a football and cutting a cameraman's head open, to fumbling "What is a woman?" and also the scumbag at Channel 7, Tim Lester, essentially saying, "Did you cause your father's heart attack?" So
at least he didn't fall off the stage.
Oh, don't worry, I've got Anthony Albanese's worst moments.
Cool.
Oh, got him! Got him! Yeah. No, that was. Oh, he's split him open too. Oh no. Got him. Got him. Next to each other. Mate, no, we'll take care of it. We'll get you beer this afternoon. That's it. Tim, nice one.
Just to close, great to know your dad is okay. Yeah. Campaigns are pressure events for candidates like yourself, but they're pressure events for families of candidates too. Do you worry your dad is not being helped and might even have been harmed by the fact that he's worried about you?
Oh, I'm sure he's been worried about me for 50 years, Tim, so now, maybe it's been longer. No, look, I think we have, our families take a big toll in this business. There's no doubt about that. And our spouses, our kids, our parents, they all watch and they look on. Dad's had pre-existing health conditions for a long time. And as I say, he's in the best of care. I love him very much. And he's a great dad to me and to my 4 siblings, and an amazing grandfather, lives for his grandkids. And that's what I think gives him a great spirit every day. And I'm glad that he's in good care, and I'm really grateful for the thoughts and the well wishes that we've had from literally thousands of people who have texted and emailed overnight. I'm very grateful for people's thoughts, and I know that he will be very grateful and appreciative as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a matter, obviously, that's been before the British courts. I haven't seen the detail of the case, and it's not something that I think is front of minds at this election.
Peter Dutton's campaign has hit a literal roadblock. The media bus has mounted a divider in the middle of Pitt Street in Sydney CBD. We're blocking traffic and delaying the opposition leader from getting to his campaign engagements today. All of the camos and photographers have tried to help the bus driver out to dislodge the bus. You've done a few campaigns. Has this ever happened before?
Not that I can remember.
So far, to no avail. So the stop-start campaigning, unfortunately, continues.
I have no doubt in my mind that we can win this election. Forget about what you're being told by the ABC and the Guardian and the other hate media. Forget about that. Listen to what you're hearing on the doors. Listen to what people are saying.
The bus, the bus getting bogged in the Sydney CBD in the final week. Of course, metaphors are everything when your campaign's not going well. Obviously,
not even his fault though. It was the media bus.
Yeah, and but that's the worst bus to break down because all the cameramen are there and
they're not helping.
Oh, they did. They did help. They did get it because they don't want to be stuck there either because it's been a miserable weather in Sydney. It's been raining all week. Melbourne weather's been much better.
Does Peter Dutton have that same condition that Will Smith's wife has?
Yeah, he says that he has alopecia because the
no eyebrows thing is very off-putting.
He was at first nicknamed Mr. Potato Head, but then it escalated to Voldemort.
That wouldn't normally be funny, but it's just so fitting.
Yeah, so in Pauline Hanson's cartoons in 2019, they had they drew Peter Dutton as Voldemort, but once he became opposition leader, he was just back to regular Peter Dutton. And Anthony Albanese slapped down his rival, Tanya Plibersek, in the Labor Party, internal rival, for saying that that Peter Dutton looked like Voldemort and his appearance would scare children.
It's his eyebrows that are missing, not his nose.
I never got that. Why did Voldemort have no nose.
No.
Well, I've got the, what is that? Now the far left, they're burning their Harry Potter books.
They've been doing that for a while. Oh, it was the right. It was the Conservatives initially.
Yeah.
What's your view on Harry Potter, John?
I grew up without Harry Potter. Narnia was okay for the first movie, but yeah, no Harry Potter. But
are you able to
yeah.
adjust your camera because your like chin's right towards the bottom of the screen there?
Okay, I should be able to. I've got it stuck on top of a couple of books. That's why. Let me try this.
You're
How
not
about
supposed to give that. Yeah, yeah, that'll work. You're not supposed to give that away. But
I know, but I couldn't help it. Nobody knows me yet, so there you go.
Mine's attached to a fold-up chair on the back of my desk.
Wow. Okay, that's even more entrepreneurial.
well, some of the crosses like that people do to Sky News, it looks like they're in a studio, but they're actually just sitting in like a room full of like black walls, and they've just got the photo in the back and the camera pointing at them, and that's it.
Yeah.
Now, a paleoconservative Australian says, oh no, not that comment, but says Peter Dutton is a flog. He was with Indians claiming how great Australia is for having 1 million Indians, and he wanted to import heaps more. Well, let's play that clip because, again, this strategy of trying to get particularly the Indian vote hasn't paid off. I'll just play that now.
For 7 years, I was Australia's Minister for Immigration and then Home Affairs. During those years, Indian migration to Australia blossomed and our diaspora grew. Between 2015 and 2022, Indian temporary visa holders increased from around 140,000 to 283,000. An average of more than 32,000 Indians migrated permanently to Australia each year, and more than 209,000 Indians became Australian citizens. Tellingly, the number of Australians with Indian ancestry today numbers more than 780,000, some 164,000 more since the 2016 census, something of which I'm incredibly proud. In that financial year, more than 100,000 visas were granted to Indians to study in Australia, a great outcome for the individuals and a great outcome for our two countries. Indeed, there is a strong bipartisan support between the two major political parties in Australia when it comes to nurturing migration with India. When Prime Ministers Modi and Albanese met in Sydney in May, they finalised a migration and mobility partnership agreement. That arrangement will facilitate a greater two-way flow of students, of graduates, of academics and business people. It's an initiative I welcome wholeheartedly. We're blessed in this country to have almost quickly rising, not quite a million, but getting toward 1 million people here of Indian heritage, and we're very fortunate to have them here, and we want the numbers to continue to increase.
Migration.
Balanced and great for our country. Is that?
It's way too many words.
Well, I think if it's well balanced, as I said before, and I actually want to talk more about our migrant story. I don't think we talk enough about it. So you can distill that down to one word. For our country, it's been we're net beneficiaries. That's hyphenated.
That's cheating.
Yeah.
China.
Challenging.
Housing.
Unaffordable.
Why is he talking about ethnicity in the first place? That was a stupid thing to do. I don't give a fuck where people come from.
Well, this is the what you'd call the sort of the contradiction of the current centre right. They say that identity politics shouldn't matter, but we need to pander to all of these multicultural groups living in their own ghettos in the suburbs and have them and encourage them to basically live like they're in the country that they came from.
I'm all in favour of standing up for minority groups. So I'm an individual. It's the smallest minority group of all. There's just one in my group. Stick up for that minority group.
Well, you're a vapor. You're a very demonized minority.
No. I'm an individual. I don't even identify as a nationality. It's
All
true.
right,
I hate people going, "Oh, you're a New Zealander." Fuck off.
Let's keep the Dutton criticism going. All these DEI candidates have lost. So this was the literal car crash of the DEI candidates.
One of the ways that the Liberal Party has changed since I first was a candidate 30 years ago is that I think it's now the migrants' party. The Liberal Party is about family, it's about small business, it's about education, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so pleased that Rattan Virk is our candidate in Greenway, and I am so hoping and encouraging her to do well. Quite apart from the fact that we need a better government, and that means Peter Dutton as Prime Minister, I just think that Rattan is a wonderful example of modern Australia, and I want her in the Parliament.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for your support and your mentorship. Thank you. Your work means a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Authorised by Sue Australian Liberal Sydney.
It has just costed me $78 to fill a small car tank. Liberals have a plan to provide immediate cost of living relief by halving the fuel excise and providing families $1,500 saving per year. Can you afford another 3 years of Labour? No, we can't. Vote Liberal, vote one, Rattan Virk.
Authorised by Sue Australian.
Hey, Zahid. Hey, how are you? Good. I'm a journalist with the Age.
Yeah, Charlotte. I don't know how you are. How are you?
Good. I've been trying to get in touch with Zahid during the campaign. Hey, Zahid.
Hey, it's all good.
I'm with the Age. I'm wondering, why have you been dodging my media requests? I've been trying to interview you throughout this campaign to find out how it's been.
Well, the cost of living is a huge issue. We've been talking to voters and getting in touch with them, and cost of living, and meeting as many voters as possible.
What about your wife's business that uses fake reviews? What do you have to say to that?
See, the people are concerned on cost of living, and that's what we are focused on.
What about Labor calling for an investigation into your businesses? Are you concerned about that?
We can talk. Like, we'll be polite. We'll talk.
Yeah. Cost of living is the huge issue that people are concerned about.
But what do you say to voters' concerns about?
Oh, yeah.
What do you say to voters' concerns about the legitimacy of your businesses? Why does it use fake reviews?
They're more interested in crime, aren't they?
Yeah, it's crime is a huge issue, and they're more interested in crime, cost of living. Labor has neglected the people of Bruce.
But I'm asking about your businesses. There are serious questions. Labor has referred you for an investigation. What do you say about the use of fake reviews, stock images, people addresses who don't know what your companies are? What's going on with that?
The people that are concerned is more about cost of living, crime in Bruce, and that's where Labor has neglected, and that's where we will be coming and getting Australia back on track.
But what about you specifically?
Thank you.
And what about your campaign manager, Andrew McNabb?
We've got to get back to the voters, Charlotte.
We have to spend time with our voters.
Yeah,
appreciate you coming, but we have to spend
more time. But why haven't you been answering my questions this whole campaign?
Thanks, Charlotte. We've been answering them now.
Mr. Singer, would you like to say anything about your social media posts?
A Liberal candidate running for a high-profile seat, dashing away from questions.
Hi there, would you like to say anything about the comments you made on social media?
Vivek Singer was quick to leave an early voting centre in Fowler. His hurried exit came after the ABC revealed a series of social media posts from 2023 in which he repeatedly used a derogatory term for Indigenous Australians. He also made insensitive remarks about the Environment Minister and her daughter's experience with domestic violence. Mr. Singer suggested Tanya Plibersek could not look after her own daughter's safety.
He's apologised for the comments, and so he should have. They were inappropriate, shouldn't have been made.
The candidate admitted in a statement he should not have expressed himself in that way and said he sincerely regretted doing so.
I can't believe all those candidates lost. Richard Wolstencroft, welcome to the Unshackled's election night. Well, I wouldn't call it coverage anymore. It's just lamenting what's going to happen to the nation over the next 3 years.
Well, so it's been a disaster, has it?
Well, a disaster for Australia.
I think we were all prepared for it this time.
Yeah,
it's
well,
kind
I
of
mean,
like watching Western Australia.
Well, Labor was, rumoured to win it, and so they have, correct? And we're not going to know what the results are in the Senate for a little while.
Actually, there was a comment in the chat that said that Jared Rennick is actually going well in the Queensland Senate, which I was quite pessimistic on his chances. We are getting some Senate counts.
Yep.
So let's go to it.
Oh, and
so this is Queensland.
Can you explain what group's provisional quota is? Because I'm not very up with the Senate.
So there's 6 Senate seats in each state up for election every election. So the quota is how many would be elected on their ticket. So the Liberal National Party will have 2. They've reached 2 quotas. The Australian Labor Party is at 1.7. So they haven't reached 2 quotas yet. One Nation is at 0.68% of a quota, Malcolm Roberts, beating the Greens, which is at 0.65. Jared Rennick, almost at half a quota, 0.48%. Legalised cannabis, they're always the surprise. They are at 0.3% of a quota. Trumpet of Patriots at 0.3% of a quota. Let's go to Victoria, see if we're getting some.
So you need to get 1 full quota to have 1 senator elected, is that right?
Yes, if you've got half a quota.
And you don't round up. You can't get 0.98 and get a senator. It's got to be 1.
Oh, no, you can still win on preferences. You can still win on preferences.
Okay, but then that preference rounds it up to a whole number?
No.
Anyway. Well, depends on how the preferences go. So in Victoria, the Liberal Nationals, 2.6% of a quota. So obviously in Victoria, Jane Hume and James Patterson will be easily re-elected, though given that Jane Hume presided over the work from home backflip and James Patterson will have to cop the loss for being the campaign spokesman. It's not really a good night for them. Kyle Hoppert, the 3rd Liberal candidate, he is a social conservative who Family First is preferencing, so he's a good chance. Labor is below a quota there. 2 quotas, I mean, 1.8. The Greens are at only 0.7. One Nation at half a quota. So Warren Pickering, who I interviewed on Wilms Front, he's a pretty good bloke. What you see is what you get. Legalised cannabis, Fiona Patton at 0.3%. Trumpet, this is quota. And Trumpet of Patriots at 0.2%, as is Shooters, Fishers and Farmers Party. Not good so far for Family First at 0.13% of a quota.
But as I said, I mean, it's going to take a while for us to know.
It is.
Yeah.
Like let's go into first preferences by group.
Do we know how much percentages is for the Senate at the moment?
That's what I'm looking for. So
it'll be very, very tiny.
Yeah, so only 70,000 votes counted.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's have a look at New South Wales.
Oh, this will be interesting.
So Labor, 2.3, Liberals Nationals 1.9, the Greens 0.8, One Nation at 0.5, legalized cannabis at 0.3. Where are the Libertarians? Only at 0.5% of a quota. I forgot to look where they were in Victoria.
At the bottom. Sounded like you're making fun of me.
Victoria.
Well, that's interesting because.
Well, shall we talk about what it all means? Like, I mean,
half a quota. No, half a what is it? A 0.05% of a quota. I mean.
Anyway, but it's going to take probably a week or two to work all that out, isn't it? Shall we talk about what does it mean?
Oh, you've just joined us, Richard. I'll give you the floor since you've just joined us and you like to talk.
Yeah, I do. What do you think it means? This election, lost by the Liberals. I did agree with the Trumpet of Patriots with the thing that it is a uni party. You know what I mean? Liberal and Labor. Yeah. I've heard that argument for most of my life, probably in my 20s. I didn't fully believe it. You know what I mean? I would maybe, side with the Liberals as usual. I've never voted left. So I would always side with the Liberals and, pick something like One Nation in the Senate. But it seems like the Uniparty in a sense is kind of collapsing because the Liberals are so similar to like they believe in the climate change stuff. They won't really move to restrict immigration in any kind of serious way. They buy into woke. They buy into welcome to countries, and they're not really conservative. You know what I mean? So the conservative vote really has nowhere to go. It does go to One Nation. It goes to Trumpet of Patriots and Family First and a few parties like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, and I guess people maybe go along with also what's winning, which is that the Labor Party has kind of consolidated, I guess, into this. I guess they could be around a while now. And also too, I think that during this time of Trump, they want weak, they don't want any other, kind of strong,
Trump will be blamed for. He's already been blamed for the Conservative loss in Canada. He'll be blamed, scapegoated for this result.
I wouldn't blame him for it. But I think that the powers that be, obviously have our countries under, lock and key, and a weak Labor government. It's like a Joe Biden kind of government. That's exactly what they like. They like, a non-leader essentially, and then they like to get up to what they like to do behind the scenes, and they just like to continue this slow process of destroying Western countries. They can't do it too quickly because. Would probably rise up in some way, but they are getting away with it, doing it slowly. And the Labor Party does it a little quicker than the Liberal Party would do it, but so there we are,
Yeah, don't be too pessimistic about the second term and how do we get rid of them. New Zealand, the Labor took government as the smaller major party in 2017. Then they got over 50% of the vote in 2020 for the first time in MNP history anywhere in the world. And then they got absolutely smashed in 2023. So the problem with the Labor Party in Australia is that they actually get shit done, whereas the New Zealand Labor Party just couldn't do anything.
So Dutton has lost his seat, so he's gone, right? So
yep.
All the networks have called it. It was the reason why a lot of us are skeptical is because it was called early that Peter Dutton would lose his seat in 2022, but he didn't.
Yeah. So we'll have to wait. Obviously, but he'll probably step down even if he were somehow to hang on. Is that correct?
Well, he said that he wanted to stay on this morning. Well, he can't stay on if he's lost.
He's lost his seat. Yeah.
So who's going to be left for the Liberals? The only remaining Conservative is Andrew Hastie. Yet the Liberal campaign put him in witness protection because he had the same views as Benjamin Britten that women shouldn't serve on the frontline combat, and also because he might say something against the CCP, which could be spun as anti-Chinese. And if he became the leader, he'd also be attacked because of his faith, because his father, Peter Hastie, is a pastor who
like kind of he corners political discussion into a certain kind of parameter, and obviously with the ABC and SBS behind the woke agenda, that it does manage to do that in Australia. That it's very hard to speak outside of the oven and window of what's considered acceptable, and what's allowed. You see it sometimes on Q&A. You'll have a liberal sort of come on the Q&A and he'll try and say something like a tiny bit conservative, and they'll be waiting with a zinger, or they'll be waiting with some information about him, or some some snafu he made 10 years ago, or something he said on social media, or I don't know. So it's done a really good job in a way to hamstrung Australian politics, to destroy this country. They're good at it. They're good at doing this, and it appears they've succeeded.
Paleoconservative Australian says Thomas Sewell should be LNP leader. I don't think so. I mean,
I guess. Obviously, Australia, it's going to take a while. Like the Roman Empire, it'll take a while to completely collapse. I don't think it'll take hundreds of years, but it'll take most of this century for this country to collapse. But I imagine China will take it over eventually. And learn Mandarin. It would be my advice to everybody at this stage.
Well, China's not collapsing. Maybe that'll be the thing that stops the Australian collapse.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe China will collapse. That's exactly correct. Yeah, if Donald Trump has his way.
Well, it looks like that both China and Trump are probably going to do a deal to stop damaging each other's economies, because they were all saying, well, the tariffs just got doubled, quadrupled.
Yeah.
Like
that was always Trump's tactic. He behaves the bully, and then to scare, and then you do a deal that's mutually beneficial. That's generally his tactic. So that's not a bad idea. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. But I guess we're going to have to suffer under under Albo. It hasn't been the worst 3 years of my life. The last 3 years, it's been all right.
Well, it was actually.
I remember a friend of mine, Boyd Rice, always said
it was actually the coalition opposition that advocated for the strengthened federal hate speech laws, a mandatory minimum 1 year in prison for raising your arm in a horizontal direction. Please, nobody actually do that on this stream. And
no, we're not that silly.
Yes. I just thought I'd put that there, because some people, when it's mentioned, actually just by just through the it's like a reflex, actually do it, which
it's like when you have a conversation with someone and your stance mirrors theirs subconsciously. I'm sure that's what it is.
Yeah, I remember on the Sam Newman show when we were discussing, I think the interview that he did with Thomas Sewell and Blair Cottrell, that he mentioned that it was illegal to do it. Then he kind of nearly did it. You know what I mean? Like, just talking about it, Sam, be careful. You know what I mean? Because obviously, there you go. But anyway, I don't know, mate. We're in for another 3 years. But a friend of mine, Boyd Rice, is an American right winger and avant-garde musician. He always said, does your life really ever change that much with a change of government? It hasn't even really changed that much under Donald Trump. The world continues on in the same, terrible manner it's been going in.
Yeah. Well, it's visibly changed under the Albanese government, is that there's 3 flags everywhere, Australian flag, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flag, and welcome to country everywhere. There'll be... I don't know if, imagine if at the Labor campaign HQ that they actually have got an elder to do a welcome to country before Albo makes his victory speech.
I think maybe, probably in 3 years, you won't be able to leave your house unless you've had a welcome to country from an Aboriginal elder to come and done on your lawn. You know what I mean? They welcome you every morning, and before you go off to work, you're going to have a welcome. And as soon as you get home, there's an Aboriginal elder waiting to give you a welcome to country when you get home.
There was, I remember this was 20 years ago now, John Safran, he got these Aborigines to go to these people's houses who had these signs
that was
out.
funny. That was funny, yeah.
He
actually hides as a left winger, that guy, but he's actually quite right wing in real life. Because he's a lovey, within the ABC or whatever. But he's a right wing Zionist, like radical. And go ahead.
Well, actually, most of his shows have actually been like his quest to Jew himself. That's what they've basically been. He even took the extreme.
He hasn't been successful though. He keeps trying.
Well, he even tried to regrow his foreskin at one point.
Well, he likes to send up his Jewishness to some extent, but he's also, signaling it constantly, and it's a big part of his identity or whatever. And what did he do? He took Aborigines to the houses of people who were like, whatever, and said, give them their house. Yeah, that was very funny. He occasionally would do something clever like that. And that, in a sense, is almost a right-wing prank,
Well, Albanese's already on his way to to give his victory speech. As Peter Dutton, normally tradition is custom, I should say. Peter Dutton, the opposition concedes, makes a speech, and then the victor makes a speech.
Yeah.
Remember the Western Australian one where the Liberal leader conceded and then got interrupted by the Labor leader?
Well, they weren't. Well, to be fair, they weren't the official opposition. they ended up getting over the line. The Liberals as the official opposition. They won 7 seats. The Nationals won 6.
Mm-hmm. Have the Teals won many seats in the federal and in the House?
Yes.
Yeah, the ABC website, I think, is a bit broken because on its TV screen, Anthony Green has projected a majority for Labor of 77, the LNP 33, Greens 2, others 10, and 28 in doubt. Yet they haven't updated the website for an hour, so there must be some sort of data error. So let's say Sky News.
David Russell thinks it's all rigged. He thinks they just ignore the vote.
Oh, well, there was a commenter before. Did you vote with a pen or a pencil?
I voted with a pencil. I actually meant to bring a pen, but
I think a lot of people were probably thinking about that, but in the end decided, it can't be fucked with the pen. They're not really going to scrub my vote.
Look,
let's be real.
I mean, it is pointless. You only do it because you get a fine if you don't do it. I mean, some people have written, Vladimir Putin or whatever, or Donald Trump, or on the ballot paper protest vote. I mean, it is silly. It is a uni party. I mean, no matter who you win in these elections, even if Dutton were to win by some miracle tonight, he's
not going to win.
Same book. Obviously, he's not. So it's just a one-party system. Except the illusion of democracy is collapsing because the other party, the Liberals, are no longer able to properly compete because they are so like the Labor Party that Conservatives just don't know what to do.
Monique Ryan is ahead in Kooyong. Let's check Goldstein, the other Teal.
Where the fuck is Goldstein?
Sorry?
Where is Goldstein?
It's Brighton, Sandringham. So it's named after a suffragette, Goldstein.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to argue over the pronunciation? I was saying Goldstein.
Goldstein, yeah.
I bet you call your bubbles Moët, don't you, Tim?
What?
If you get a bottle of Moet champagne, you call it Moët, don't you?
I don't.
It's Moët. It's Moët champagne. He does not drink champagne. It's above his grade.
So Sky News, they've called 66 for the ALP and 26 for the LNP.
Well, that's shocking, isn't it?
We will cross to Anthony Albanese's victory speech when it happens.
Christ. Well, I'm going to log off before then, man. I can't listen to that shit. I started watching a documentary on Vietnam on Netflix, mate. The modern world is fucked. Our countries are fucked. Just watch old movies.
We had... so speaking of Battle of Vietnam, let's go to the Battle of the Vietnamese candidates in the seat of Fowler in southwestern Sydney. So Dai Ly the Independent is fighting to retain the seat from the Labor challenger Teal. So Teal was bumped. She was supposed to run at the last election, but they parachuted Christina Keneally in. Lee ran at the last minute and won because she was a local and Christina Keneally was a blow-in from Scotland Island. Well, she's also a blow-in from the United States as well. So Teal Labor is winning the primary vote, 38. Lee at 32. The Liberal candidate, another DEI disaster, Vivek Singer, only on 10%. Avery Howard, the purple-haired, non-binary Green, 7.4%.
Oh,
look at that. I mean, look at that. I mean, are there any actual Australians running in that seat?
Tony Margos for One Nation.
Yeah, well, there's Tony Margos. And what did he get?
Jared Atherville for Family First. So One Nation 4.5, Family First 4.1. Victor Tay, the former Christian theocrat turned libertarian, 1.8%. He got 9% in Werriwa in 2022, so that's disappointing. But that was under the name of the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, I think the Libertarian brand is fucking killing them.
Well, they were forced to change their name from the Liberal Democrats. They're forced to change their name from the Liberal Democrats because they were able to get votes through voter confusion.
Yeah,
but I think in the long run, the name change will work for them. I don't think this election didn't help them, but I think in the long run, I think their name change.
I mean, maybe from an accelerationist perspective, a Labor victory is a win because I mean, the terrible things that they're doing to our country will speed up. So we'll be thrust towards the precipice or the train will rush towards the concrete wall quicker now that Labor are in again and they'll be emboldened after the second win to be even more radical.
I had that view in the 2024 UK general election because the Conservatives, they were just the worst government I'd ever seen. But
under that Indian fucking guy,
well, he wasn't even elected. It was Boris Johnson's majority.
Boris Johnson? Boris Johnson started off okay, and then he got COVID, and then he was different after that. Remember, he was like, world leader gets COVID. It was like
but he followed the science, and the science.
We all know that was anyway.
So, but then he was knifed by his own party. It was sort of a bit like when the Liberals knifed Tony Abbott, and they get the globalist in, Rishi Sunak, like the globalist Malcolm Turnbull. And it just all turns to
shit. Turns to shit, mate. Yep.
Yeah, and so Keir Starmer,
complete cunt.
He has actually like it's the accelerationist argument, but Keir Starmer has he's emptied the prisons full of actual rapists, pedophiles, terrorists, and put in patriot political prisoners. So the accelerationism, it has victims. And
well, I mean, I actually don't prefer accelerationism. I prefer other ways of fighting, but it seems like we're forced into accelerationism, so away we go.
Yeah. Origin from New Zealand has said, you guys are now entering New Zealand 2020 election moment. Welcome to a slice of hell for the next few years. Enjoy the insanity. Remember, boys, the only way out is through.
Wow, there we go.
Well, 2023, the baseball bats were out for Jacinta Ardern. Now, I should mention where this expression comes from. The voters are waiting with baseball bats. It actually comes from the 1996 federal election from Paul Keating's Attorney General, whose name was Michael LeVar. I think that's how you pronounce it. So So he lost his seat in Queensland and said the voters were waiting for us with baseball bats.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about why there's this expression that the voters are ready to turf out a government with baseball bats.
Oh, I see. Yep.
So that's where it's an Australian political term.
When did anyone say that? When did people say that?
Yeah,
I say it was Paul Keating's Attorney General in 1996 when they lost in a landslide.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Yeah, so his Attorney General, I'll get his name right. Someone talk over me.
No. What else going on, boys? Anything else interesting? Are you live streaming this anywhere? Are you live streaming this somewhere, The Unshackled?
Oh, yeah, we're on the Unshackled YouTube channel. Of course. Okay. We're not just talking to nobody.
I'm looking at...
When I was seeing that guy running away from that age reporter, I was reminded of Sir Bob Jones, who unfortunately passed away yesterday. He formed the New Zealand Party in 1984, which got 12% of the vote and destroyed the Muldoon government and brought in the reforming Labour government. And shortly after that, he left the New Zealand Party, and he had a reporter wanting to ask questions, and he didn't want to be found. And there's a video of that, which I thought you might appreciate in the meantime, if I may share it.
Oh, what are you going to share?
This is a video of Sir Bob Jones being hunted down by a reporter that he doesn't want to talk to. I think that Vivek guy could probably have taken some lessons from it.
So Peter Dutton is expected to speak shortly, so we'll bring that live.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he'll concede his seat as well.
Wow, weird. Anyway, you know. I heard Nigel Farage did well in the UK.
Yeah, we had Ian Jick before, British expat. I told him that we've been getting a lot of Indigenous Brits coming to Australia as refugees. We've got another guest joining us now, a Hayes Media Group, and we've also got we've got Hayes Media Group, and we've got.
I just found out a friend of mine was running in One Nation in Tasmania.
Lee Hansen. Yeah, we should check the Senate for Tasmania.
Yeah.
Who also we got here?
A friend of mine by the name of Stephen Popescu. He runs the Sydney Underground Film Festival. I run the Melbourne Underground Film Festival. And I thought I was the only right-wing film festival director in this fucking nation.
Someone's got a...
Stephen Popescu is running for...
Someone's got a really noisy background.
Cut him off.
It was Maddie. Maddie J, have we met before? You somehow got this live stream link.
No, I don't think we met before. Got it from Matt Stagg.
Okay, so you're not some gate crasher. Introduce yourself.
No.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, mate, I'm just a bloke that lives in Queensland that's passionate about the country.
And we've got Hayes Media Group. First time speaking to you on the Unshackled. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, g'day, Tim. Thanks for having me on, mate.
Just
Hayes.
See if you can turn your microphone.
A little bit loud.
Oh, a little bit loud. Sorry. I will lower my voice. It's headset, so automatic sort of thing. Thanks for having me on, Tim. I hope that's a little bit better on the volume side.
You're still high. You're kind of peaking.
Yeah. People in the chat, is Hayes too loud? Please let us know, because you're the viewers.
You probably have to whisper from our end.
I can bring it down a little bit lower, but yeah.
Wait, I think I can edit your mic settings from here. No, can I?
Technical problems.
Speak now.
How's that for the chat? I hope that's better.
Oh, we'll live with it.
Yeah.
We'll live with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's okay now.
We'll live with it. We'll live with it.
Yeah, it's better.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me on, Tim. Alden Hayes of the Hayes Media Group. Some of you may or may not know me as one of the faces behind the Australia Month campaign. Was just over with Maddie and Dusty on his stream, discussing
here.
The outcomes of this election.
Yeah, we have got, sorry to interrupt, we have got Peter Dutton expected to speak and concede. We'll see if he concedes his own seat, which all the networks have called that he's lost his seat.
You shaved your chest, yeah?
Well, I can actually understand from Hannah's perspective what you're from.
Sorry, there's too much noise. Matty Stagg still.
Oh.
Bruce says, I'm glad Dutton didn't win. Why? Can you please elaborate? One of our viewers.
Yes, very good. Very good. Well, you know, he wasn't exactly the world's most dynamic Liberal leader, that's for sure.
Well, neither was Tony Abbott, yet he won a landslide in 2013. And
yeah, I thought he was good. He was quite good, you know, and he seemed to, you know, a bit more actually like a Liberal, you know, and that's why they got rid of him. They got rid of him and replaced him with who'd they get rid of him? ScoMo, was it, or who came after Tony Abbott?
Turnbull, the globalist.
Turnbull. Oh yeah, the globalist, of course. Yeah. He was a fucking dud, wasn't he?
Yeah. So I'll tell you what all the networks have called. So Sky News has called 74 for Labor, 28 for the LNP. Over on the 9 newspapers, 71 for Labor, 30 for LNP. And over on Channel 7, they've got Labor 79, Coalition 23. I'm just listing the two main ones. We can get into the nitty gritty, how many Teals have won, how many other independents have won, and the Greens. Here's Peter Dutton.
Really? Where?
Oh, there it is. Come on.
Can everyone hear that? Can everyone hear?
It's a little quiet.
Is his son there the one who did the coke?
Yes, that's the one behind.
I'd be racking up a few lines to cheer yourself up.
We've worked hard
every
day over the course of the last 3
better.
years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jody and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dixon tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dixon, and I wish her all the very best, please.
Thank you. I'm watching a funeral.
Looks like he might cry.
Yeah, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party, and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job. To Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff, who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advanced team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chant and Adrian Barrett, and they've done an amazing job. I'm so grateful to them and to all of our loyal staff. Thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family. Australians have seen. Please, thank you.
Harry's on Dutton's left. He's the one that joined him on the campaign trail.
I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kirralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they pleasure. Thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dixon and to our amazing supporters in Dixon. Dixon had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. "24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dixon who have placed faith in me over a long period of time, and we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dixon, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. Ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice but gracious. He spoke to the Prime Minister. He congratulated him. He spoke of...
So there you go. What's happening with Hayes there?
Sorry, my gimbal died.
And have we got in the Dusty studio, Matty studio?
Dusty Bogan in the house. How he's going?
G'day. What's going on, Dusty Bogan?
I'm going to grab a drink and I'll be back.
We finally got rid of Dutton, the dirty snake. We're all about.
We did.
Remember, they locked us down for fucking years, the dogs, LNP, and Australia hasn't forgotten.
Well, sure, but I mean, the Labor government probably would have done it even worse than the Liberals if they'd been in. I mean, thank God we did have a Liberal federal government. They might have been like Daniel Andrews at a federal level, but I mean, that's the problem we have. I mean, the Liberal Party is like the Labor Party, and the Labor Party is now more radically left. It's like somehow, they've positioned Australian politics into this kind of corner now where there's just such a small Overton window, I mean, the Liberal Party are allowed to be about that conservative, more conservative than the Labor Party, and there's no real choice anymore. It's just, I mean, in a sense, the Uniparty has become just one party, probably the Labor Party now. So that's the real problem for Australian politics.
Albo, Peter Dutton needs fake tan, and we're going to paint a little fucking Indian dot on his forehead.
Albanese is going to speak shortly. He's got the three flags set up: the Australian flag, the Indigenous flag, and the Torres Strait Islander flag.
Where the hell is the Torres Strait? I have no idea where that is, but they always mention the Torres Strait.
It's not on mainland Australia.
Where is it?
It's not in mainland Australia.
I'm going to Google that now. This side.
Yeah, I was going to say it's off the north of the Cape York Peninsula.
Why the fuck is that mentioned? That's like the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's worth mentioning that.
It's 2 islands. It's 2 fucking islands.
Yeah, and they're a different race from the Aborigines. They're Melanesians, like the
Papuans. Maybe we should sell that to China. You know what I mean? We'll probably get a pretty good price for that.
Yeah, that's actually that's not half bad idea.
Exactly, and we'll sell the Torres Strait Islanders as well. We'll get a good price for them. China, they work them hard, mate. You ever been to Africa? They've taken over Africa. You know how we used to run Africa? At least we British used to run Africa with the French and the Belgians, of course. The Belgians did a wonderful job in the Congo. I don't know if you've ever read about that. It's beautiful. And the Chinese are now doing what we used to do, which is run the joint. It's still everything, mate. Still everything, mate. Yeah.
Paleoconservative Australian says Dutton cared more about Israel than Australia. Well, let's go to the seat where the Liberals seem to put a lot of resources in, the largest Jewish electorate in Melbourne, McNamara. Josh Burns has actually got a swing to him of 5.6%. The Greens have a swing to them of 1%. The Liberal Party's candidate, Benson Salu, who's half Aboriginal, half Papuan, we used to be a member of both the Labor Party and the Greens, has had a swing against him, 26.4%. So for all of that, trying to win these 4 Jewish seats, nothing.
So who held that seat before?
Labor and Josh Burns, who's Jewish, and Labor's retaining it.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously they know that destroys Australia quicker. The Liberal Party is a slow destruction, and the Labor Party is a quicker destruction.
They want to accelerate it towards.
They like accelerating it.
Prophecies have to be fulfilled.
That's it.
Yeah, so let's go to the party totals. So the current two-party preferred is Labor 56, Coalition 44. I don't know if the pre-polls have dropped yet. So Labor has had a swing to it of 1.7% on the primary, 34.3. The Coalition 30.0. That's a 5.3% swing away. And also the others plus 3.5%, 13.8%. The Greens 13.1%. One Nation 6.3%. Trumpet of Patriots 2.1%. And at the moment, the ABC is predicting 82 for Labor, 35 for the LNP. So as things stands, pre-polls to go, this is actually a elbow slide. 36% of the vote counted.
I'm glad he didn't say anal slide, given the way that we.
Oh well, yeah, we could actually, yeah, it could also be. I know that Sam Newman calls Anthony Albanese anal.
He does, yes.
Yes, but of course that has brings up a horrible mental picture, anal slide.
It does. Anyway, so well, there it is, ladies and germs. That's we've done a Canada. The sheep have voted for the butcher. So
I would say that Trump doesn't explain everything in Australia, but he's not nothing. What is most is the absolute shite LNP campaign. It was a shocker.
Wasn't very exciting.
Yeah, look.
I mean, Dutton was. I mean, he looks like Voldemort. I mean, he actually does look like.
We went through that before.
You can't judge a book by its cover. He didn't seem like that bad a bloke. He wouldn't have been that bad a prime minister. But I guess sometimes you just don't connect with people, and you do have to have somebody who is a little charismatic when you're running for this kind of job. So I mean, I don't think Albo's very charismatic either.
Albo and Dutton are fucking dull. Hey, Benny.
Yeah, they are dull. They're really dull.
We're joined by
Australia. Shop clerks essentially. There's some famous poem.
We're joined by Australia Talk now. Sam Newman knows how to shut you up, Richard, but I don't.
There you go. You don't know how to shut me up.
How do you feel as the spokesman of all Jews in all Australia, Benny? Big celebration.
I think it's been an interesting night, but it's been a night for the realists. We understood Dutton was dead in the water from day one. He just really didn't have the charisma. He certainly didn't take a tough enough stance. He tried to come on in and be a peacemaker. That wasn't what was required. But most importantly, I just don't think he had the je ne sais quoi, gentlemen. He wasn't. Well, he wasn't captivating, mate. He was not captivating. He didn't inspire people as well. He was meant to be this tough talking bloke, and then he went weak on immigration. So, to me, what needed to happen is you needed someone to come on out and say, "Look, immigration's the problem, or a problem contributing largely to our housing crisis." So, bang, we're going to put a cap on that. We're going to put an absolute hold on it, at least for the next couple of years, to evaluate if we can get this thing back on track. Secondarily to that, the cost of living crisis and pensioners having to go without and all the associated issues with that. So that needs to be addressed fundamentally. There's 25 cents a litre off petrol. Frankly, that's not good enough. There's places around the world where people are only paying 20 cents a litre for petrol. So why couldn't we do something where it would be $1 a litre for petrol? So that would be
extraordinary.
Helpful.
If you travel, you see.
And then on top of that, the other thing would be someone with some vision about, listen, what will be great for the country. And it's almost an insult to the Australian people to think we don't have the ingenuity to be able to actually develop and build cross-country high-speed rail. And, it doesn't have to be all done immediately, but we should at least be doing something. And also dams as well. We should be building a massive dam. And anytime there's pushback from the sort of renewable crowd, say, listen, as soon as the renewables are good, we'll roll that out in totality. But until then, we're going to utilize our fossil fuels until the technology comes to us, and then we will move towards this renewable stuff. We'll get out a lot of these international obligations aside from that. But yeah, they're unwilling to do it. So we get elbow again. And I find it sad that in a country with so many people, there's in a country with so many people, like Albo's meant to be the best man for the job. And his supporters believe he is.
And he'll be back with like a vengeance, a far left woke Albanese. There'll be so much pressure.
The voice will be back.
Yeah, there'll be so much pressure on him to take a sharp left turn. Like you were too moderate in your first term. Now you've got this massive mandate.
You're emboldened.
Go for it.
We're gonna have a referendum to become a republic now. That's on
yeah, that'll be next. Yep.
Well, they got rid of their assistant minister for the Republic. Rena says, I'm guessing there'll be a lot more grants given to the Gucci bag grifters.
Ren's gonna just go through the roof now.
Look, look, Dutton's had a lot to do with why they lost this campaign, but I also think a lot of it has been at the grassroots level as well. I know for a fact in my seat of Hasluck today, 3 of the polling booths I visited before I voted, there was no presence from any other party except Labor and the Greens. And if you can't get boots on the ground to even go and volunteer and just hand out how to vote cards, you're not going to sway people towards voting for you. As it was, the Greens and the Labor volunteers that I had to deal with, they weren't exactly pleasant. They took offence at me because I was wearing a blue shirt. It had nothing to do with the Liberal Party, but I was wearing a blue shirt because I told them, yeah, not a chance when they tried to give me a how to vote card. If there had just been that presence there, there would have been a better chance of them winning that seat. Whereas if you go and have a look at the numbers right now for Hasluck, it's Labor and Greens. Because they're the ones that were there. They were the ones that were in person. Because, let's be honest, a lot of low information voters, right, they get their information on the day. It's, oh shit, I've got to go and vote. Who do I vote for? Oh, here's a how to vote card. Like, these are the things that we're doing wrong as the right, as conservatives. Like, if we want to gain these seats, we need to have the boots on the ground. If we're not doing that, we're not actually connecting or reaching the people.
Just going through this list of changing seats. So David Coleman, the shadow foreign minister, and was also the shadow communications minister when the social media ban came through, has lost his seat to the Labor Party's Ji Soon. Braddon in Tasmania and Arquette has won that seat for the Labor Party. Stirk, Christopher Pine's old seat, his successor James Stevens has lost to Labor's Claire Clutterham. Deakin, Michael Sukkar, the left will be reveling that he's finally been defeated, holding that seat since 2013. Matt Gregg has won. Leichhardt, Matt Smith has defeated Jeremy Neal. Petrie, Emma Comer has defeated Luke Howarth. Ford, Rowan Hoselberger has defeated Bert Van Manham. Benelog, well, that was notionally a Liberal seat, so it's seen as a gain for Labor Party. So Jerome Laxall is re-elected. So Scott Young, another DEI Liberal who lost. Bass, the lefty maverick Liberal Bridget Archer has lost to Labor's Jess Teasdale. Bonner, Labor's Cara Cook has defeated LNP Ross Vasta. Dixon, Ali France easily defeated Peter Dutton. And Craig Kelly's old seat of Hughes, his successor Jenny Ware has lost to Labor's David Moncrief. That's down near the Sutherland next to Cronulla. So there are seats there that it's really surprising that Labor is projected to win all those. And then we have the seats that remain in doubt. So Bullwinkle, that's the new electorate in Western Australia. The ALP is ahead. Curtin, Kate Shaney, the Teal Independent, is hanging on. Oh wait, we're going to go over to Penny Wong is about to introduce Anthony Albanese.
I can't watch this shit. All right, I'm
Oh
gonna see
my
you.
God.
Bye.
Okay, Richard, thank you so much.
I'm going to grab a beer too. See you later.
Can't say I blame him.
Penny Wong is proudly appearing with the sponsorship of Energizer as well, ladies and gentlemen.
She's actually
Energizer is her
in the
sponsor.
polls most popular politician in Australia.
Spot on.
That's gross.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, look at this cult of personality. You guys hearing this?
Thank
No
you,
wonder
friends.
Richard failed.
Thank you all. Thank you for believing in Labor. Thank you for believing in the power of this great nation. The power in our 26 million people from more than 300 ancestries.
It sounds like a mother.
And from the oldest continuing civilization on the planet.
Ah, fuck
And
off.
I acknowledge the traditional owners. Friends,
3 more years of this.
Friends, we love this country. We love this country. And representing it to the world is the honour of my life. Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hardworking candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community working for a better future.
They're crying that.
Friends,
Is that a
3
woman?
years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all.
That was interesting, Tim, the lottery of
And
birth,
friends,
mate. So that's a luck of terra
that
firma.
Australian
And she's
story
saying that
is
Australia's open
embodied
for everyone.
by our Australian Prime Minister,
Well, understood.
a man who shows what real strength is.
Oh, fuck off. Elbow is limp-wristed.
A man of
Peter Dutton
compassion,
apologised for saying he was
a leader
limp-wristed
with
because
the
Penny Wong said
conviction
it
of
was
who we are
homophobic.
and what we can be. A leader with a conviction that builds
You
Australia's
mean I
future.
could be Anthony Albanese?
Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries.
Oh, I wonder who she's talking about.
Albo always backs what's best about our country.
I mean, she is giving the base
Please
red
welcome
meat.
my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
He'll probably do a welcome to country as well.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
At least the Australian flag's out the front. Oh, he's doing the Dan Andrews hands in the air.
Oh, no.
Dan Andrews, he carried on like this after his damn slide of 2018. Oh yeah.
Sorry, can we
Crying,
zoom
crying.
into Abbo's face? Can we zoom into Abbo's face? Because something looks wrong with his face. Like there's well, obviously yes, but I mean there seems to be he seems to have an infection on his face. It's a medical thing. Like he's had a mini
Wearing a
stroke.
Tom Cruise mask.
Sorry, say again.
Nah, he's trying to have that grim, strong look, like he's a man.
All right, let's hear.
Serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility.
He won't be humble
that
now.
The first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to
Yeah, he's not going to hold
Australia
back.
for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth.
Tim, would he do the job for $100,000 a year?
Albo.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be able to afford.
And I
his
acknowledge
Copacabana
the
mansion.
traditional owners of the land on which we
Fuck off.
You mean Queen Victoria and her successors?
And I pay my respects
said,
to
Chris,
elders, past, present, and emerging.
Very well said.
Today
The emerging is
and
the
every
most
day.
ridiculous part because you're paying respects to people who haven't even made it yet.
Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values,
Oh,
for fairness, aspiration, and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world.
How does a globalist agenda set us apart from the
In
rest of the
this
world?
time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities, and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government.
You just said build back better. That isn't a warning.
We're going to bounce, Tim. We've got to get back to our guests who are out of the There's just one thing I'd like to say before we go. Before I killed several thousand brain cells. I was predicting that the coalition would always victory.
he's got to take a sip of water.
I was going to
The
predict
Australian people have got
the
the
Australian
know.
Labor Party would retain power.
A
So
majority
why
Labor government
coalition
promised
loses
and
tonight?
delivered.
What do people are happy with Labor? And they'll be the
A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton,
Peter
who has, of course, conceded defeat.
Peter had
And
your-
I thanked him. No.
Bring the Labor
What we
Party.
do in Australia is we treat people with respect.
Chris Wilms, nothing like the Peter Wilms.
I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love. Whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we
Yes, we
are
love being
all
culturally
Australians.
enriched.
So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality, and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves. From tomorrow, back at work. Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best. We take up this task with new hope, new confidence, and new determination. Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind. Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life.
Oh, here we go.
And we struggled financially. But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia.
Not right now.
Norway's looking good. It's looking very good.
This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us, because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. Every Australian who wants a fair go at work, fair wages, fair wages for their work, and the right to disconnect when they're done with work. Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home. Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally. Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school.
Taxpayer funded.
Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt. Every Australian who knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment.
Come on.
And knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize.
So we'll never
for the
get
future
nuclear
of our
energy
economy.
now.
We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people.
Yeah, I knew that would come back.
Because we will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians.
That
Voice
means a
2.0,
heck of a lot
let's
more
go.
cash.
And friends,
More cash.
we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare.
Oh, please don't whip it out.
Because
Oh
this
no!
card-
Oh, come on.
Did he forget to? Did the tape fall off of his Medicare card? Is that why he's covering it with his hand, full hand?
How is he doing that?
It's because I think the tape
I
fell
don't
off.
show the numbers.
This
It had
card is
tape on
not
it throughout the
Labor
whole
red
campaign.
or Liberal blue. It is green and gold.
Well, at least he knows the national colours.
Tim, he's
It
got
is
private
a
health insurance, right? He'd have to.
Of our
He doesn't need
national
Medicare.
values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians. Friends, I stand here tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team. I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses, making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy,
Can't be that thirsty.
her deputy, Don Farrell, our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher, our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare, and we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson. my amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. If you excuse me for singling out one of them who ran for a third time in Dixon, Ailey France.
So humble. So humble.
So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament. I want to thank the people of Grayndler, most of whom are here tonight.
This is going incredibly long.
I've got to say something, it was very special on the way here. There was obviously, whether there was a drone above us or what have you.
Stroke his own ego somehow.
My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grayndler did me an incredible honour in choosing me as their representatives 29 years and 10 elections ago.
Career politicians.
I've lived in this community in the inner west my whole life, and it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love, and I do love it. To the Labor Party's heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia.
If they pay.
The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's wages and conditions. Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of working people, and we thank you.
We've been losing viewers throughout this speech.
I'm not surprised, to be honest.
Campaign Director, National Secretary Paul Erickson.
It's a tough pill to swallow right now.
Oh, it is.
Look at his grin. That's Paul Erickson there.
Who is he?
He looks like
Paul
Shooter
has
McGavin.
run an outstanding campaign. Paul and I did tell people May was the right time. And he managed to become a dad during the campaign. He was supported by an absolutely brilliant team, and all of those dedicated people own a part of this victory, and I thank you.
Give them Labor shares.
To my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell. The loyalty, the passion, the commitment that you showed. You have a tough job that you perform with grace, with humour, with joy, and just a passion for changing the country for the better. Thank you for what you do. To my son, Nathan. who's grown into a fine young man who I am just so proud of. Thank you. And to my fiancée, Jodie Hayden.
As Danger Dan says, my freeloading rent-a-girlfriend.
His son is very happy for the woman who isn't his mother.
Yeah,
which is
Carmel
extraordinary.
Timmet is his mother.
Probably wasn't expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your friendship, and your love. You make me so happy.
I've only had one drink,
Which
now I'm going to be
matters.
sick.
You have my heart. I love
I
you.
haven't
I
had
look
enough
forward to
drinks.
living our lives together.
Speaking of,
My fellow Australians, Australians have chosen the Australian
I'm going
Labor
for about
Party as
20
their
minutes.
government. And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we
And
have built together
is there an
in this
orchestra to
country.
play him off?
We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else.
Well, you had to lie. Definitely had to lie.
We do not seek
He's crying.
our inspiration overseas.
They cry when they're winning.
We find it right here in our values and in our people.
Oh, please stop.
Tomorrow, we dedicate ourselves to your service. We renew the great responsibility and the opportunity of government. And with pride and purpose, optimism and determination, with faith in the fair go and faith in each other, we return to the work of building Australia's future. Thank you all.
Thankfully, that is over.
Yeah. Imagine if he said at the end, make Australia great again. That would have been so funny.
look, one thing I'd like to point out is I noticed a lot in that speech, he referred to our people. Not the Australian people, but our people. Because again, he spent the last 3 years importing 1.8 million new voters.
Yeah. And it's worked. This could be actually the last actual competitive election, because all the migrants have voted for, they've won all those seats, those migrant heavy seats.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I've had this out recently with a few mates of mine on social media, where they're like, "Oh, it'll be a decade before they've got truly influential voting blocks," and I'm just like, "No, the voting blocks are already here. We saw them last election, and we've seen them again, but in greater numbers this election, and that's what swung it in their favour." That's why they've got the landslide that they do now. They rush through like how many thousands, tens of thousands of new Australian citizenship ceremonies 6 weeks before the election. Tell me that wasn't to rig the election. Tell me that wasn't to get me the votes that they needed to get them over the line. You can't.
Break that down. So we're dealing with a demographic change, right? And they're importing deliberately that demographic change, which will suit them politically. So it's advantageous for them to continue this. So that's really what you're referencing there. And they're committed to that because they know it's going to, put wind into their sail.
The Liberals, they have
worry that
waited
much.
through.
It's cyclical. Politics is cyclical. You see changes of government at about the same number of terms over decades.
But this has never happened in Australian elections for a first-term government to win a landslide re-election, and that's what it's turned into. And
nothing hadn't happened in New Zealand until
we're talking about
they got their
Australia here, but there is a couple of seats that it'd be good for the Labor Party to win, such as the seat of Melbourne, where Labor is ahead of the Greens leader, Adam Bandt, which I always knew there would be some.
Really touched on is the performance.
There would be some silver lining for tonight.
That'd be so good to get rid of him. All I'd be afraid of is him running in the state election.
There's only 29.6% counted, but as it stands, so he's taken a 1.5% primary hit, Adam Bandt. Labor's candidate, Sarah Whitty, has got a 5.3% swing to her. So Bandt 43% primary, Sarah Whitty 31%. The Liberal Party's candidate, Steph Hunt, 17%. That's a 2.7% swing away. Anthony Koutafidis, the ex-Carlton Premiership player and Melbourne mayoral candidate, got 3.2%. One Nation's Melanie Casey, 2.3%. Helen Hung for the Fusion Party. Tim Smith, independent, 1.6%. That's not the ex-Liberal Tim Smith. That's the ex-Marriage at First Sight contestant, Tim Smith. So on preferences, Sarah Whitty is ahead 51%. And also the Greens are ahead in Griffith. Is Max Chandler Mader. He looks set to be defeated, as does Stephen Bates, the Greens in Brisbane. Labor are ahead. And the only seats which the Greens are ahead is Richmond on the north coast of New South Wales, Hippie Land, and Ryan.
Hey,
So,
Tim, can you just make sense of it? What was put? Stephen mentioned that, look, it's cyclical. Okay, and that might be the case, Stephen. But Tim, can you make sense of the fact that they've had such a resounding result, considering the issues we've had as a country over the last 3 years, which they've been unable to resolve, and the cost of living being the most preeminent of that?
Exactly. This was a bad government, but the way that they were different from the Rudd-Gillard government is that they weren't dysfunctional. Australia was being invaded from the air, from the planes, but not via the boats, which is one of the disasters of Rudd-Gillard and the revolving door prime ministership, and plus that there was Tony Abbott was an excellent opposition leader, had Peter Credlin and Brian Loughnane campaign machine behind him. But so Dutton, when he got the opposition leader's job, he said that this would be a bad government and they could be defeated in one term. And he managed to land a blow on Anthony Albanese, defeating his voice. And Albanese was he lost his mojo then, but it was from about February onwards where Labor was able to flip the script. And the Labor campaigning machine, it's obviously down to the campaign infrastructure. Anthony Albanese, he had an excellent campaign. He had a shocker last election, but still won. Dutton, we all expected him to have a great campaign. He had a shocker.
And look at the state infrastructure for most of the state Liberal parties. It's shit.
So, and given that there's going to be, Labor will continue to miss their reduced migration targets. So, definitely the Liberals, they've lost the outer suburbs. They're losing in their heartland. Now, the Western Australian results have come in, and this is interesting that the only Liberal Party MP to get a swing to him is Andrew Hastie, which certainly puts him in the box seat to be opposition leader. But again, the Labor Party would, paint him as too conservative, too much of a loose cannon on foreign policy. He's actually had a swing away from on the primary, though most of that's gone to One Nation's candidate, Fernando Bol. There's been a 7.7% swing of against the Labor Party. Greens have got 2.9%. Legalised cannabis, 8.8% in Canning. A lot of lot of weed lovers in
They
Canning.
do quite well in Western Australia, I've noticed.
And the Australian Citizens Party, John Carey, 1.4%.
So of course, because the lower house is a single member electorate system, being in a marginal seat would be against him to become leader of opposition, I would think. Western Australia is not going to be safe for very many Liberal MPs.
Tim, what do you think about, obviously, Jordan Ditloff has been absolutely trying his very best through the Libertarians and being out there, pounding the pavement for close to 12 months, making himself accessible constantly, always being prominent on social media, doing his thing. I mean, you look at the numbers that he's been able to achieve after all that effort. Where does somebody like Jordan go from there?
It's the first election that the Libertarian Party is running as the Libertarian Party. So this is the updated first preference. So Labor Party on 2.2 quotas, Liberal Nationals 2.1 quotas. The Greens, they'll get a quota, they're on 0.9. I'll see if I'll do it like... Hang on, just a second. Alexa's just activated my TV.
Damn technology.
Well, basically for Jordan, though, after all the work he's done down in Victoria alone, he was beaten practically 3-1 by the TOP. And the TOP really had nothing to do down there.
Oh, well, they spent millions of dollars, sent us text messages.
And
so,
which probably alienated
Victoria
one.
Well, look, Victoria, in regards to TOP, they've got obviously they've got Ralph Babette as the UAP, so they've got that entire voter base right there to draw upon, which would explain a lot of why, unfortunately, Jordan lost out to TOP. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big supporter of Jordan, as I'm sure you're aware, Ben. I think the Libertarians, at a senatorial level, have run a brilliant campaign. Jim and Lachlan up in Queensland, have done phenomenal. Like I'm in Western Australia, I shouldn't even be hearing about these guys. I know all about their campaigns and what they've been up to because they've run such a fantastic campaign on social media. Jordan as well. I know him well enough, as I'm sure you know, Ben. He's run a fantastic campaign, but unfortunately, especially in Victoria, the top / the UAP, they have those numbers to draw on. They managed to get Babette into power. Babette has done a fantastic job. Obviously, Babette has been a spokesperson for TOP as well. That's what's helped get them over the line there and beat out Jordan Ditloff, unfortunately. I genuinely believe Jordan deserved and should have got more of the vote in Victoria because he ran a fantastic fucking campaign, let's be honest. Sorry, Tim, I don't know whether you're PG-13 or anything like that, but I've had a couple of brews. It's been a tough night. I'm going to be an Aussie bogan, mate. It's what I am.
The independent media, part of our independence and alternative is telling it like it is, even if it is very crass.
You got to get it like it is from me, mate. Look, the Libertarians. Look, the Libertarians have run a fantastic campaign, in my opinion. Look, I'm all for them. I think they need to be a little bit more hardline conservative if they really want to pick up that vote. Someone like myself that is a conservative, a little bit more hardline conservative, I'm willing to come over towards the libertarian point of view because of friendships. But I know there's a lot of guys out there like myself that are not willing to do that because they don't have those kind of relationships. So I think if they were a little bit more hardline on key issues, they might have been able to pick up a bit more of my demographic, for instance, which is what Top have done because Top are known to be that sort of hardline conservative. I mean, they've got Clive Palmer, backing them up. So everybody knows where his money's come from. Everybody knows where he stands. Everybody sort of that wants to vote along those lines is going to vote along those lines.
Okay, so if that's the play, are the Libertarians basically just trying to lay out the groundwork now so they can be a little bit better the next time around?
Well, I think that I don't think the Libertarian Party in Australia is going to be viable as a standalone party after tonight. The One Nation, pretty much nationwide now, has got half a quota, around 7.5%.
Tim, can you hit up Warren Pickering from Victoria as well for One Nation?
Yeah, I can go back to.
So there's 6 spots available. It looks like he might win that 6th slot. And myself and Dusty had a long conversation with him when
he's
we were
got
down in
a
Victoria.
5.2%, that's 1% more than what Ralph Babette got. And One Nation always do well with preferences, though. Look at Fiona Patton; she's got a 4.38%, so she'll be in with a chance. But One Nation, they always do well with preferences. So from Jared Rennick, 1.35%. Family First, 1.93%. Trumpet of Patriots didn't preference them, but maybe their voters did their own ones, because those voters who are sort of on the centre-right tend to just vote their own way. Let's have a look at Tasmania.
I think the first problem with the Libertarian Party campaign is that they called themselves the Libertarian Party.
Well, they had to change their name. They had to change their name.
Of that, but I was deputy leader of the Libertarians Party in New Zealand 20 years ago. People couldn't even pronounce the fucking name.
Well, there was also the ACT Party already.
Horrific.
There was already the ACT Party.
Change their name to Liberty and Democracy or whatever, just something that sums them up. And
that was another name for the Libertarian Party in 2007.
You've got a system where everyone's required to vote, and you're expecting them to understand that brand. That's not going to change. I mean, and look where Libertarians have done well electorally. Argentina. I'm fucking excited about that. I mean, I've waited my whole life to see a fucking Libertarian president. But this isn't Argentina, not by a long shot.
No, we have to get really, really bad to get a Libertarian president.
For that to appeal. So yeah, they need to rebrand. And I mean, I used to love getting up and just racking people up and putting out the pure ideological filth that I enjoy believing in. But that's not how you win politics in most Western countries.
Look, I sort of want to push back a little bit on that. I disagree a little bit. I sort of resonated fairly well with the Libertarians because of their name. I mean, Libertarian, they're all about liberty, personal liberty and personal freedoms. And for someone like myself, that's an important issue to me. I know it's probably not for a lot of people, because here in Australia, as we know, we've got a lot of low information voters. Like they literally, Liberal or Labor, that's it. That's virtually all there is in this nation. But for those of us that are actually in tune and want to get involved in politics, because I haven't been in the scene very long. I've only been sort of actively involved in politics itself since last year, really. Prior to that, I was more worried about the culture and I'm going to go there, faggotry than anything else. It was the Libertarians that kind of woke me up to more of what's actually going on in the country and what's actually important. I don't mesh well with all of their policies and their ideology, but it was enough to sort of pull me into it properly.
Well,
I
see,
think
you know,
whether
and there's people out there who will find small things that appeal, but pure libertarianism has plenty to offend, and offend much more than the things that may appeal. Which is just why I'm not particularly optimistic about a pure libertarian party being successful in Australia in the current culture.
Well, I think what part of the Libertarian Party went wrong is their big campaign slogan was, "We don't have a cost of living crisis, we've got a cost of government crisis."
See,
Now,
I
whether
love
that's true or not, whether that's true or not, that might appeal to their libertarian base. But for people that are struggling, which is like a lot of Australians, they're going to be like, "Why are you saying that when I can't pay for my rent, I can't pay for my electricity, can't pay for my fuel, and you're going ahead and you're saying, oh, well, there's not a cost of living crisis, there's a cost of government crisis." That could be true. Like, it probably, look, from my perspective, there's government spending is way too much, right? And I agree with libertarians on that front. But their messaging, if that's like your big slogan, you're not going to win voters on that. And I think that's where they went wrong, in my opinion.
See, I disagree with that. Right. Everything that I love about libertarians selling themselves probably poisons about 10 times more people than it appeals to.
Yeah, see, look, I disagree with that because let's be honest. If you're an active taxpayer, one of the biggest things that you're aware of is where your taxes go. I mean, every year we get that breakdown at the end of the year mailed to us of where our taxes go. And someone like myself that pays $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 in tax every year, I want to know where my fucking taxes are going. And to sit back every year over the last decade and watch those numbers increase while my personal numbers decrease, cost of government crisis really spoke to me. Now, I say that because obviously I've been bought into the libertarian zeitgeist by then, but it spoke to me. It was one of the selling points when I was able to tell people to go and vote one libertarian, go and vote two one nation. Like because that right there, that spoke to me, and it managed to bring a lot of the people that I know in real life into the conversation because, hey, yeah, I'm getting taxed more than I've ever been taxed before. My taxes are going to more useless shit than ever before. This was a great selling point. So I disagree with that being a bad slogan. I think it was the perfect slogan, to be honest. It just didn't resonate enough with people because not enough people are looking at their fucking paychecks every week. Not enough people at the end of every year are looking at that taxation breakdown. And it's true. Like my wife, until we got married, she never once looked at that taxation breakdown. And then every year from that point, I'm like, have you had a look at what your actual taxes are going to? Because at the time, we had a family member in the public aged care system. So we wanted to know how much of what we were contributing was actually going towards caring for her. It was an important issue for us. And every year, we saw that number decreasing. So that was a big selling point, a big drawing point for us.
Let me ask you, Hayes. Let me ask you, mate. Over the last 6 or 8 weeks, a few opportunities have been presented to me to join the bureaucracy. I can't be specific, but there's been a few options put on the table for me. Hey, can I come and join the bureaucracy? I said, well, let's just hold off. We'll wait to see what happens. Perhaps I can do it. And I was never going to undertake it, even if I do choose to do so, until the new financial year. But now that Albo's got across the line, would it be financially advantageous for me, Hayes, to join the bureaucracy, mate? You know, there's a cash cow there, mate.
Of course it would be. Of course it would be. Honestly, mate, look, Benny, I love you. You know this. Look, I wouldn't hold anything against you if you went and joined it. At the end of the day, the largest increasing employer in the last 3 years has been the fucking bureaucracy, mate. All right, taxpayer-funded jobs have been the biggest growing demographic in this country in the last 3 years. And it's going to obviously continue that way for the next 3 years. All right? Big government, that's what they're trying to sell us. And at the end of the day, and this is partly why I joined Libertarians as well, decrease size of government. All right? I don't want the government knowing every move I make. I don't want the government having its nose in everything I do. I don't want their snout in my fucking trough. All right, but I wouldn't blame you for going and taking that up, mate. Like, it is what it is.
And they're throwing ridiculous sums as well. So they're throwing ridiculous sums. So it's multiple six figures. It's not like the ultimate executive. So it's not the over 500 type of stuff, but it's more than 200 and less than 400. And I look at it and I think, do you know what? That's not too bad. Expense accounts, the rest of it, everything else. And I know I can't get sacked from that job if I commence working in the public service. Wild,
make the bureaucracy bigger, and then maybe we'll have our Argentina moment.
Look, I can't blame you for looking at that, mate. Like it goes back to the mate I had a conversation with. Sorry, Stephen. I'll let you go as soon as I'm done. I won't be long. I promise. Look, I go back to the mate that I had a conversation with over the last couple of weeks, where he's all about the me, the here, the now, and I understand that. I'm very much the same. Like right now, my immediate thing is I want to accelerate my plans, and I want to fuck off to the Philippines. I can withdraw my fucking superannuation, I can fuck right off, and I can live like a king for the rest of my life. But unfortunately, I'm not going to do that because I'm a mug for punishment. So, look, I don't blame you. I wouldn't blame you.
Come over here to do.
There's not the productivity demands as well of the private sector if I took up the opportunity to go and work in the public service. And on top of that, I could easily find myself in one of the bureaucracies like Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, like DFAT. And then, I might be posted somewhere overseas as well, which is got a much cheaper cost of living. But I'd be paid in Australian dollars, Hayes. And so that wouldn't be bad, right? I may end up in the Philippines or somewhere else. I might volunteer to go to one of those regions of the world and then, live high on the hog, so to speak. And this is a legitimate decision that many Australians are making. Not only that, self-funded retirees are already making this decision. They're saying, look, Bali's an option, or Malaysia's an option, or Singapore's an option, and all these other places, because they know that they can do a little bit better there. But you'll still retain your Australian citizenship. So if anything went catastrophic with your health, you'd simply come back and then utilise universal healthcare here. Albo held up the green card, so that means I can come back and I can get it. But I'd never consider that before. I'd never even considered it. But now it looks like, there's a real incentive there because, we all want to be a part of this country, trying to advance it, help it get better, and help those who are disenfranchised actually, have some inspiration so they can dedicate themselves to want to knuckle down and do better for themselves. But as you're saying, Hayes, you're getting taxed at extraordinary rates, and you're just thinking, mate, this is unsustainable. And what the government's doing is they're bleeding your financial security away from you going forward. And you're meant to set yourself up for retirement. So if they're going to continue to bleed cash from you every single week without you having any determination on where that's actually allocated, and there is no impetus for the government to arrest how much they're bleeding you, well, they're forcing you into a corner and you're going to have to make that decision. And it's unfortunate, mate, because there's heaps of us out there, Hayes, and we're evaluating and weighing it up. And I would suspect that the type of individual you are is the last person Australia should actually be losing. But the country is forcing people like yourself to have to make a determination. I may have to go for the benefit of myself, and so I have peace of mind and a better quality of life. And that's extraordinary to think that that's actually having to take place.
No, look, you're 100% correct, mate. Like, I'm a blue-collar worker. I work within the trades that the unions are in. I'm not a union member, never have been, never will fucking will be. I don't agree with them. The unions that exist today are not the unions of my grandfather's day. but I'm the kind of guy that builds the future of this country. Like I've got my children. They're all about to turn voting age themselves. They will be the next generation that follows in my footsteps. And believe you me, they are following in my footsteps. This is the big thing that a lot of people don't realize is the next generation that's coming in, the Zoomers that are coming in. Yes, we've got the first wave of Zoomers. There's not that many of them. It's the next wave of Zoomers. It's the next election that it's really going to turn around and bite Labor on the ass with this. I'm avid in that. It was only a few years ago. I was having a conversation with my eldest daughter, who next year will be of voting age. She was fairly liberal. Not liberal as in our sense, but liberal as in the communist sense. Just after her birthday this year, I was having a conversation with her on the phone. My wife turns to me, she goes, "She sounds exactly like you fucking knew." Because she's finally woken up. She's finally started to see what the culture is, what's going on around her, what's going on within her own community, what's going on within her own demographic. And they are really waking up to what's coming. So, God willing, the next generation is going to be the generation that actually finally turns this country around and brings us back to our core roots, our Anglo-Celtic roots, which is what we need in this country. Not what we've got today, not the abysmal turnout rates that we've got this year. So, but yeah, look, you're right. It's guys like myself, and there's more than just me. There's literally a demographic. They call us the passport bros that are looking to go overseas because it's cheaper. It's easier for us on our money. We can actually bank something. We can actually make a name for ourselves, not by being in our countries of birth, but by being in the foreign countries where our dollar is actually worth what our dollar should be worth. Because that's the biggest thing here in Australia. The dollar's not worth $1 anymore. A dollar's worth, what, 5 cents? Like, what we used to get for $5, like...
You know, there's another element to this, as 100%. So there's another element to this, and I've spoken with Chris Coveries at length about this. Several months ago, I received an email, and it was from Dubai. And what the government of Dubai is actually doing is they would love Westerners who can do anything on social media to get across there, and they will provide studio, accommodation, cameras, whatever's required. You know, it could be 50, 100 grand, worth of gear, no joke, in Dubai. And if you've got kids, yep, that's cool. You'll get vouchers and everything for childcare and nannies and all that type of stuff as well, Hayes. And so the government of Dubai wants Westerners to go over there and to just do social media about how good Dubai is. And basically be like the Lara Bingle doing Australian tourism advertising campaigns. And
there's always a catch.
But that's easy because over there, what they're saying is come on over and you can advocate for how good Dubai is because there's no crime and there's great healthcare and there's great opportunities and you're not taxed as much and et cetera, et cetera. So that the government of Dubai is actually intent, and there's an initiative put forward where Westerners can apply to it as well. And they'll basically grant you the opportunity to go on over there, and they'll give you airfares and everything to get on over there as well. And you'll be able to set yourself up and have this new existence. And what's amazing about it is there isn't really any demands placed on what you have to do. All you have to do is show Dubai to the rest of the world and talk about, as a Westerner, how Dubai is different or better in some circumstances in the country that you not fled from, but the country that you left. So, you know, I run it by Chris.
For a giant Australian company who has a rampant diversity in HR section, and you just shut your mouth while you collect your salary each week.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. So I ran it by Chris, and Chris was like, "Look, it's phenomenal. Like the deals and things like that being offered are phenomenal." And the government over there, they'll not only will they actually provide you the studio, the equipment, whatever's required for you to do your shows and stuff over there, cameras, mics, you name it. They'll also give you an income as well. So I know Hayes just walking away thinking,
Tell me,
what the
but,
hell? He can literally just pack up shop
Hayes
right
could do
now.
well.
Damn right. And this is the thing. It's amazing that these incentives are being offered. And the reason why I raised it, Stephen and Tim, is because, 60, 70 years ago, there were people that left certain regions of the world, who are countries which we acknowledge, and like Italy and Greece with these remarkable histories and great people and all of this culture and stuff. But those people felt there was no future for them in their lands. Something was going on in the world where things changed. And many of them decided to leave. And they arrived here and they built lives for themselves and everything. That's fine. But that was never a consideration that people in Australia had to make. But now it appears, Stephen and Tim, it does appear that perhaps, and I know Albo's trying to say Australia is the best place in the world, but as a matter of fact, we're almost seeing that it may not be the best place in the world. There may be better places for young Australians to leave to, which is unfathomable. But nevertheless, I'm going to move to the Middle East and I'm going to do better. I'm going to have children there, according to what they would hope for people to be doing. And then where do we go from there, mate? How are we going to dilute this nation's population?
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yes.
Even if we had a libertarian government, there would always be a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But
we've still got to fight for Australia. Is like, I know, I remember during the Dan Andrews 6 lockdowns, like I was planning an escape plan, but in the end, no, this is my home. I want to fight for it. It's where I grew up. There's still a lot of good here. Speaking of a good some silver linings tonight is that in the AFL, Geelong beat Collingwood by 3 points. Jack Crisp.
That was bloody
for
close.
Collingwood. Had a kick to win it after the siren and sprayed it. Melbourne, they defeated the West Coast Eagles over at Optus Stadium. They're good on them, the West Coast Eagles fans. 50,000 of them turn up every week for their team to get smashed. That's true support.
Well, they've got nothing else to do in Perth on a Friday night. Like,
that's something that West Coast Eagle supporters and Liberal
you're
supporters
muted,
have in
Hayes.
common.
You're muted, Hayes. We can't hear you, mate. You're muted, bro.
Sorry, I didn't realise that. That's a bit unfair. As a West Australian, it's a little bit unfair.
What?
Aside from that as well, Hayes, mate, like why don't I just take up an option to become a FIFO, mate, and just come over to WA and get on out there, and I can get up to the Pilbara or whatever, and make serious coin and just do it for a few years, but I don't even have a residence there, and just get flown out to Bali and just be a FIFO in and out of Bali.
Yeah, look,
these are the options.
I'll be honest. It's been offered before. It's been offered before.
This has been a good tangent, especially while I had to recharge my AirPods. This is the difficulty about. Luckily, my the Rode Wireless Pro, the battery lasts for about 8 hours. It lasted the entire time for the US stream. That went for about 8 hours. But let's go to the state of so it's over half counted now, 52%. So the two-party preferred is Labor 55.7, Coalition 44.3. So the polls were actually wrong. They understated Labor's vote. I mean, this could come back with postals and pre-poll. 3.6% swing to the ALP. 34.8% primary, 2.2% swing. The coalition on 30.7% primary swing away from at 5%. Others are 3.3%. The Greens, they could end up with 0 seats. They still got a 0.4% rise. One Nation, 6.1%, and Trumpet of Patriots, 2%. But look at it state by state, the two-party preferred. So New South Wales, pretty much the same as the nationwide one, 55 to 55.5 to 45.5. The Northern Territory, there was a slight swing to the LNP, but it didn't flip any of its 2 seats. The swing to Labor in Queensland, 3.3% swing. So 49.3% to Labor. That's their best result, I think, since the Rudslide of 2007. Look at South Australia, the Malinowskis Commonwealth, 59% to party preferred, Labor to coalition 40. Oh, it's just gone up again, 5.1% swing to the ALP. Tasmania, an 8% swing to the ALP. They look like they could win all the seats except for the seat of Clark, which is held by
one of the few states where the Liberals did well.
Labor in Victoria, after everything, the double trouble trucks that crashed into Skyrails, there was actually a swing to the Labor Party of 2.2%, 57 to 43, two party preferred. That is like, that's insane.
This was the most promising state. I mean, I think I knew that things were wrong when this was the most promising state, but.
So let's go to WA. There's, well, only a slight swing to the ALP. They've won the seat of Moore, but probably that slight swing to the ALP is being mitigated by Andrew Hastie's excellent personal performance. Maybe taking the Liberal branding off his campaign material was a stroke of genius. And the ACT, well,
they were so strong there. How could they possibly get much stronger anyway?
In the ACT, they had 4.9% swing.
Okay.
It just gets more communist. Considering the Liberals are ending work from home for public servants, of course that went down like a lead balloon in Canberra. Let's go to, so ALP, well, obviously they got to a majority. They're at 86, the LNP 40, the others 10. The Greens, they had no seats have been called for them yet.
They will get seats.
Let's have a look at the seats in doubt. So that's going to go down to the wire between the Liberals, Gisley, Caprian, and the independent Nicolette Bowl. Despite the hairdresser gate for Nicolette Bowl, who said to a female 19-year-old hairdresser, "That was great, and I didn't need to have sex. Didn't even need to have sex with you." And the hair salon.
Well, it was better for the hairdresser than it was for her in that case.
Andrew G is ahead in Calais. Why haven't they called Durack yet? Maybe because of the Nationals, their vote is quite strong there. That's probably why.
Why is the Nationals running against the Liberals?
Because they're not in coalition in Western Australia. They're an independent party, and the Nationals they're pretty woke in that state. Actually, they're quite left wing.
So it actually kind of helps to have allied parties for the preferences, doesn't it?
Yeah. So Labor's still ahead in Melbourne, and in the seat of Will, Peter Khalil is ahead of Samantha Ratnam. So she'll be unemployed. In Bullwinkle, the Liberals are ahead. That's a three-cornered contest there. The Nationals, candidate Mia Davies resigned the national state leadership to win.
You know, Tim, okay, let's go forward a little bit here. What's the best case scenario?
Best case scenario.
Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's give Albo and his crew the benefit of the doubt. What is the best case scenario for the next 3 years?
That renewables become cheaper. that renewables turn the corner. Like, I don't have any faith. I'm just saying that would be the best case scenario, that there is the 300 off your electricity bill. 275, sorry.
Do we hit 30 million population? And then,
yes, we do.
Right. And then those people, many of the new arrivals will be having several children as well. So if we launch through to say 2050, the kids are going to be grown up, and then they're going to be looking at having kids themselves. So we're seeing an expansionist population here in the country, and by 2050 we might be what, 40 million?
The reason why
unfathomable, right? It's exponential growth, and they seem committed to it.
The thing about population growth, though, is that as economies become wealthier, population growth drops, which is why the
that happen with
population
the
expected to
Indians
top
and
out
the
at 10
Asians?
billion and then decline.
There's also
Yeah, but-
going to be a lot of Australians of mixed ethnicity as well. Hayes, I know that your wife is Asian. Are your kids part Asian as well?
Negative, they're not. Both my daughters are Anglo-Celtic / Italian.
Okay, so Italian European.
But Tim, there's an element of that as well. And Stephen, so there's an element there as well. So there are particular demographics that come into the country who typically do not, and for lack of a better term, do not breed outside of their own race.
And I think the Indians are most likely to, because there's so many mixed Asian white marriages now, and also the Sudanese. There's a lot who are marrying and having children with white Australians. The NSN call them mongrel children.
Yeah, so that's more common practice for a few of those demographics. But as he correctly stated, the Indian demographic is almost reluctant to do so. And
yes, I mean, look at
that could be
Rishi Sunak.
problematic. Yeah.
Rishi Sunak, born in England, yet he married an Indian she's not even British. His wife.
And they're beholden to arranged marriages as well, culturally, right? That the parents determine they pick one from them from the village, even if they've got a son over here who's doing his thing.
I
He's
don't
got a
think
wife
that
lined up.
happens as much now because there is a growing feminist movement in India. So,
I mean, it does happen. Working in retail, I've had a number of staff who have to go back to their home country for a few months for their arranged marriage and then come back. It's not ethnicity that I'm concerned about, it's culture. And I mean, culture is divergent even amongst ethnicities. I mean, being culturally libertarian or individualist, I have a very different outlook on life from probably most people of my ethnic background anyway. So that's what I'd be looking at, not ethnicity.
Well, I might have, it might be considered an extreme view. You know, it is largely tongue-in-cheek as well. But what if our immigration policy was just female? We're going to bring in child-rearing aged females. Sorry, men, no men are coming in for 10 years. We're just going to bring in breeding-aged women for the next 10 years.
Well, it is a legitimate role of the government to protect the borders. So it's not a question of whether the government should be able to do it or not, just how they choose to do it.
Are female migrants as likely?
Individual liberties.
Yeah, spot on, Stephen. And this is also a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but are the female migrants as likely as to commit crimes as male migrants coming into the country? So there'd be a benefit. Probably not, right? Because females,
males overall are more likely to commit crimes.
That's right. So there are selling points of it. And this is what I mean. Okay, so I've got a problem with the birth rate in the country. Okay, bring over women. The prerequisite of those women: would you like to have children? The ones that say no, well, they don't get an entry to the country. But the ones that are ready to settle down and get married, and you know what? Are they willing to go out to Kalgoorlie? Are they willing to go to regional Australia, to places where there perhaps is a shortage of women, but there are plenty of men there that are looking for women, and so on and so forth. And then can we also be discriminatory about where we bring those women from, where they're actually leaving in regions of the world? And I think they're just questions, but I think the Australian people should be presented with the questions, and they can make a determination whether or not they think that would be something that would satisfy.
You've used the same means that governments around the world use every day to determine policy with a different end.
Yeah, 100. And so what's the best case scenario? I'm not sure. Well, I can tell you one of the best case scenarios. I've already had a few guys call me tonight and be like, we're good, we're going to be killing it over the next 3 years. I'm like, why? They said, Albo got back in. I said, okay, so what's that mean to you? That said, more cash for infrastructure projects. And more cash for infrastructure projects, which isn't cash we've got, mind you. It's cash which is going to go on the public dime, and it's going to be...
Will we finally get that airport rail link in
off in
Melbourne?
the short term.
And that's the thing. So you can start a business tomorrow, now that Albo's got back in. And so long as you put on your board at least one or two people who identify as Indigenous, and in your upper management as Indigenous, you can qualify for no bid contracts to satisfy the quotas for the government for these major infrastructure projects.
Those departments are all whiter than this group right here.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, once you're able to get that no bid contract awarded to you on some of these major infrastructure projects, you haven't actually even got to be able to truly fulfill your obligations as the contractor. And then what you can do is you can prove that you're unsatisfactory, and then after 12 months you collapse the business, and then you can just create a new entity and do the whole thing over again. And I'm aware of a few people that are doing that and have been doing it now for several years, and they're making bank. But it's not the right way to go about it. It's a manipulation of the system. And when I ask them why are they choosing to go in that direction, they tell me, why not? Why not? It's going to be out there. The government's someone's going to take the cash. Why shouldn't it be us? And this is where we're at.
I wouldn't touch any government benefit whatsoever because I felt a moral obligation based on my ideology. But now I think, fuck, I've spent tens of thousands of dollars of taxes that I never get fuck all back for. Why shouldn't I have some sort of return on all that productivity?
This was did anyone see the kid in the sunglasses at Elbo's acceptance speech? The sunglasses, Elbo 2025.
Why do they show up in Labour t-shirts at a fucking Labour event? I think we all know who they voted for.
Oh, but it's to basically solidarity to celebrate. And this was Labor advertised this on their social media. A lot of people thought this was fake, but there's going to be no attempt at assimilation. So keeping culture alive, Labor will help more kids learn their grandparents' language. Why is that a responsibility of government?
Yeah, exactly. I don't care if people assimilate. Just stop spending my fucking money on it. And stop interfering. Leave me the fuck alone, please. That's all I want. I don't want to assimilate with these cunts.
No. Again,
I just want to be left alone.
About us assimilating with them. It should be about them assimilating with us. Like, we are the Anglo-Celtic founding stock of this nation. Like, the Australian people, like, they need to be assimilating with us, not the other way around. Like, I'm sorry, but
I just want to clarify when I say cunts, I didn't mean
fucking,
sorry, when I say
culture back in China or Vietnam or wherever you're from. It's about assimilating here with Australian culture and becoming an Australian. And this is the thing, they can't become an Australian. A piece of paper doesn't make you an Australian. It's Nah, I'm sorry. Like I'm all for the leave me alone, but this assimilating with them, no. It's about them assimilating with us. They need to become Australians. They need to adhere to what we believe in. Like I don't want to harp on about it, but my wife is a perfect example. She doesn't want to bring her culture to Australia. She wants to escape her Filipino culture and assimilate to the Australian culture. Again, as I quoted her earlier, is I didn't move to Australia to be surrounded by Asians and Indians.
But how good's the food?
My husband is Filipino too.
Look, I'll be honest, fuck their food. It's trash. Like, I'm straight up. I'll be honest. It's trash. I don't like their fucking food. I will take my fucking meat and 3 veg any day of the week over their fucking tomato-enriched fucking sauces.
I'm exactly the same.
Well, you and I will get along just swimmingly then, Stephen.
No,
I'm not sure if they like. Is there Filipino cuisine? Like, obviously, there's Vietnamese, Thai, Chinese, Korean, Japanese.
There is.
There's Filipino cuisine. I wouldn't touch it with a 20-foot fucking pole, mate. Like, my wife has tried to get me to, Bubba, what's that fucking thing you keep trying to get me to eat?
Adobo.
Bulak or fucking some fucking... It's literally a duck egg with a fetus fucking duck in it. It's like, no.
I eat the adobo. I like adobo.
Balut. I was close. Balut. It's literally a duck egg with a duck fetus in it. I'm good, thank you. I'll eat the duck egg. Sure, no worries. Great source of protein. But with the fetus in it, no fucking way.
Hey Hayes, what does the missus think about you opening a Jollibee franchise in the country? Ask her, mate. Jollibee franchise in the country. Is she supportive of that or not?
Bubba. Sorry, she's busy in the kitchen at the moment. I think honey chicken.
Oh, you've got a winner there, mate.
Yeah, she knows her place.
Honestly, she's fucking fantastic.
Unlike the blue pink hair.
This is my darling wife. She's primo. What'd you say, Ben?
Should you open up Australia's first Jollibee franchise in Australia?
Double thumbs up. Yes, we should bring Jollibees, apparently.
Yeah.
I've got no idea what that is.
Jollibees is like a McDonald's or a KFC unique to the Philippines.
Oh,
They do their own thing, but you can get all different types of food, including spaghetti and stuff like that there as well.
The big thing, she's Asian, rice with every meal. Like,
yeah.
She's excited because she'd be able to get rice with her chicken.
Timbo, great night, mate. Good on you for sticking to it, going hard. Good on you as well, Hayes, for being passionate, mate. I know you'll never give up. That's your modus operandi. It's born into you. And Stephen, nice to hear your contributions as well. I've got to duck out. I've had a few other requests to be a few other places, but I thought I'd certainly stop by for a little bit of time.
You're hopping between live streams.
Oh, guess who I turned down? I can say it. There's not too many people here. But I was like, I can't come there.
Were you invited to go on Avi's live stream?
Yeah, I was, as a matter of fact.
Wow, even though you facilitated the forbidden Australians versus Agenda interview with Joel Davis.
Yeah, well, I've been down there with Avi. Avi and the guys, they know me. I know Rukshan. I'm on very good terms with both of them. Even like Joel Jamel's been on there tonight as well. So I'm on great terms with Joel as well. But yeah, I didn't think it was necessary to jump into their stream tonight. Yeah, I'll leave
Monica
it there.
Schmidt, it's not a good idea to tell your strategy on a live stream, but her strategy is let's all join the major parties and change within.
Well, this is the serious question, right? And I was reluctant to put it forward, but there is one way out of this, gentlemen. And the one way out of it is for all of us to join the LNP, to become members. Then after 2 years, we can become voting members, which we'll have enough time by the next election. And we can basically implement a hostile takeover of certain wings and officers of the LNP, regardless of which state we're in, and transform it within, and then elevate our own people from within.
So many have tried before and have failed.
Yeah, look,
They have.
I've heard the strategy mentioned plenty of times before as well. I don't think it's the way forward. I think we literally need to strike out on our own, and we need to build up our own membership from the ground up, and we need to retake conservative politics in Australia.
And how do we do that if we're hemorrhaging and we're diluting our own opportunities for success by having so many options on the ticket? Now, I know when Sue Ellen was posed the question, what are you going to do about all these minor parties? Are you going to get on board with it? I know the Libertarians tried to facilitate sort of some group dynamic harmony between them all to come together for the benefit of Australians, and whether or not Sue Ellen would participate in some type of get-together. And her response to that was point blank, they can all just join us. We're the big dog in town. We've got the most cash behind us. They all join us. They fall into line, and then we'll be able to be unified going forward. I know Mr. Ruddock and a couple of others are quite hesitant to do so.
John Ruddock, though, he tried to make the Liberal Party great again for years. He gave it a red hot go. Certainly, because the latest Senate count, it looks like only Malcolm Roberts will be re-elected. In fact, in Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia, it looks like that Labor is in with a shot in getting a third senator up, which would basically, that would mean that even if the LNP was to win the next election, it would be they wouldn't, Labor and the Greens would have a blocking majority in the Senate. They could block everything, even the budget, like as a sort of revenge for Whitlam 50 years ago. And and even worse is that if Labor wins a third Senate seat in Victoria, sorry, I should bring it back up on the screen. The third senator would be the former member for Higgins, Michelle Annaja-Rajah, who was one of these COVID zero crazy doctors who supported masking 2-year-olds.
That's what it'll take for progress. It's chaos.
She's a Tamil Sri Lankan, by the way. That's what that name is, Annaja-Rajah.
Oh.
The Labor 6 candidate in New South Wales, sorry, the third candidate occupying the 6th one who's ahead at the moment is Emilija Biljic. That sounds like a Yugoslav name. It could be Serbian, could be Croat. Over in South Australia, their third senator, Charlotte Walker. Well, that's a pretty Anglo-Celtic name. I don't think there's anything for Western Australia yet. It's still too early. It tells us the vote total here.
WA will still be in the air for another couple of hours, mate.
Yeah, so New South Wales has had 31.6% counted in the Senate. This is just above the line. 24% in Victoria. So Queensland, it looks like that Malcolm Roberts will get re-elected at the expense of the third LNP candidate who was bumped for Jared Rennick. So South Australia, only 24% counted. Tasmania, Jackie Lambie is ahead, but she's taken a hit. So Pauline Hanson...
What about Pauline's daughter? How did Pauline's daughter go down in Tassie?
She's in with a chance. So 5.5%. Jackie Lambie is on 6.7.
You know, I had to think about it, Tim, and I thought, how do we extricate career politicians? I'll run this by you, Hayes, and you as well, Stephen. So the only way I see it being achieved is 15% annual pay reduction after 8 years. And so
Nah.
No.
Nah.
Well, I was a failed career politician.
Two-term limit.
You just want limitations. You want term limits.
Two-term limit.
They'll never vote for that, though.
I don't give a fuck if they vote for it.
Yeah, so in a practical sense, 15% pay reduction after 8 years would mean if they stayed for 12 years, they'd lose 60% of their salary, which would take away the financial opportunity that many of them are there for. Right? And then if they wanted to stay long term, they would eventually be on zero income by remaining in politics.
Yeah, look, I can get behind that, but we make it 50%. That way, after 4 years, they're on zero.
Okay, so 50% reduction each year after 8 years. So if they stay there for 10 years, they're literally at zero.
Yep.
Okay.
You've either got to be in it for literally the purpose of being in it, or
What about banning politicians from trading stock? There's the Pelosi bill in the US Congress.
Yep. No, I know what you're talking about, Tim, but no, fuck them off straight away. Nah.
I think you're all missing the point, and the point is that the politicians have power that they shouldn't have. Take away the power. I don't care if they're career politicians. And
they're also
Stephen. For government, it's just got to be very small.
Stephen, would they ever vote? Would they ever vote to be remunerated at the average wage of Australia?
Of course not.
S58. It's literally called the Pelosi Act, preventing elected leaders from owning securities and investment. It's not just nicknamed the Pelosi Act. It's literally what it calls. Josh Hawley, the Republican senator from Missouri, the acronym just happened to be Pelosi.
Why can't I stood for election 6 times. It's a fucking hard job, man. I know that there's plenty of looters and scum that are in there for completely revolting reasons, but if you strip back all the powers of government that it shouldn't have it focusing on what it's meant to do, which is defend the liberty of individuals using the judiciary, police, and military, there is a legitimate role there for politicians with little power. But it's got to be restricted. And then I don't really give a fuck how long they do it.
Nah, look, I agree with the restriction of power. I also agree with the restriction of wages. And there should be a delicate balance between the two. Because if you can find that, I think you'll genuinely get rid of these wannabe career politicians like Dutton and Albo. Let's be honest, they're both career politicians. I mean, Dutton's held his seat for nearly a quarter of a century, as we've found out tonight. Well, I found out tonight. And I'm sorry, but you got no place being there that long. I'm looking at the map now. The majority of the country actually voted Conservative, not Labor at all. It's only the inner city that have managed to hold their seats. And
though we live in a representative democracy,
the majority of the people are. But if you got rid of a lot of these career politicians, we'd see a massive shake-up in this nation.
Or you'd see a bunch of idiots who have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, but the country's not going to fall apart, Stephen.
You've got to grind the wheat to separate the chaff.
Abolish the compulsory taxation. They can get funded from voluntary contributions. with their powers severely restricted. If they're any good, people will give them a salary. If they're not, they'll probably be too poor to serve.
And then we've got a different situation on our hands as well.
Australia Talk, there's a video that you wanted me to play.
Yeah, mate. If only we can just play it for a couple of brief moments and then make some commentary on it, because I think this accurately portrays the demographic change. Yeah, that we're dealing with. So last week in Sydney, there was an open call. Oh, well, let's just play the story. I'll shut up and it'll break it down.
Canterbury, with thousands of parents and primary school students left waiting for hours at a selective school testing session. The government says it was the result of a tech issue combined with delays on the M1, and is tonight vowing to reschedule the exam for those who missed out.
A rising tide of anger in a sea of students and their parents.
This is like all the selected kids that are waiting.
Just look at the hair colour of each individual present.
Sydney to compete for a place at local selective schools, but when they couldn't get inside the exam hall at Canterbury Park Racecourse, the rule book was thrown out.
There was absolutely no signage where to line up or anything.
2 sessions scheduled, the first at 8 a.m. for selective Year 5 and 6 classes, the second at midday for high school places. But a tech issue and delays from the metal debris incident on the M1 set everything back.
There was no text message, there was no email notification, and we're just standing here.
The late morning session pushing back the afternoon sitting too. Parents and students lost patience.
It makes me feel that there's been a lack of respect for parents and children, because a lot of the parents here, we're working class. That's why we're here, because we can't afford private schools.
With such a large number of people stuck, the riot squad was called to manage the crowd.
You need the police to come in and help you.
Then, after waiting for hours, they were told the second session was cancelled altogether.
Just tell me one thing, how hard it is to organize this event when we can organize Olympic Commonwealth Games.
And even leaving wasn't simple. Some
The
cars...
Commonwealth Games.
The Minister of Department of Education needs to come out and make a public apology to the parents.
And they have.
Oh,
the
that'll
Education
fix it.
through Carr's office telling 9 News they take full responsibility for what's happened here today. They'll be reviewing exactly what went wrong, and they will be making alternate arrangements for all of those kids that missed out today. Failing the test today, but hoping for a better result tomorrow, putting on extra staff for the weekend exams. In Canterbury, Massilia Eiley, 9 News.
Now, I don't mean to be too bold about it, but there is a term out there and people understand it. It's called spot the Aussie. So that's an open opportunity for people in Sydney to come and be able to get their kids, who are smart kids as well, because, you know, it's a selective school, which means they have to be almost straight A students to get in there. We can understand it. But we saw groups of people there berating the government, saying, how dare you do X, Y, and Z to us? And what's also interesting, gentlemen, is that the reporter covering the actual story, and you notice the attire she was wearing as well, right? This is problematic.
I just saw a big lot of self-entitlement en masse.
And a lot of
And that's
migrant
not
groups
good.
can get quite entitled pretty quickly, because
Yeah, I'm sorry,
they're
but-
used to things being a lot better here. That's why they come here.
I mean, on the upside, at least there was nearly a riot because they wanted to educate their kids as opposed to wanted to break into the liquor store. I think that's a step up.
So there was an element to that as well, and there was some other commentary when I'm not sure it made that cut, but that they were questioning some of the people, saying, "Well, why are you here? What are you trying to do?" And they're saying, "Listen, we need this opportunity for our kids. We're all low-income workers. We can't afford private school for our kids, so we need the equivalent of these private schools, which are actually state schools, but for high IQ kids, and we want that done. We need it immediately." And so it's extremely unfortunate that there is an overrepresentation there of children who we saw via the demographics who were not atypical. I'll just say that they were not atypical of who would have been there perhaps 20 years ago. But they're emboldened.
Hang on, I remember Australia's brainiest kid 20 years ago. It was all Asian. Well, there might have been an Indian, but it was pretty much all
I
Asian.
want to play devil's advocate too. What the fuck are the white kids doing? Why aren't they at these schools anymore?
No, precisely, and that's a region in Sydney where there is a very large, demographic.
They voted
of
heavily
particular
Labor
individuals.
tonight.
Well, they did, but if this is what we're dealing with, like Australia is, gentlemen, it has changed, and as much as we may not like it, and that's the voting block that Albo and Labor are utilising as well. I think that's a larger point there.
Yeah, there's absolutely no dispute about that, and I think most of the
Let's also remember this Indian lady from the People's Forum.
My name is Preet. I live in St. George area, Kogra. Recent years, I've realized that whenever we have to go for medical visit, we have to pay doctors a gap fee, which is increasing every day. So it's very difficult with current cost of living crisis, every time paying extra gap fee. So I want to ask both of you, what's your plan? Do you want to increase Medicare funding so we won't have to pay extra gap fee? Or is there any way where we can stop doctors to charge us extra?
I'm very glad you raised that, Tim. I was so happy that you raised that because I was hoping you're able to make the instant connect between we saw that take place. So we've seen somebody come from overseas and say, look, what the hell am I doing? I haven't been here for long. I haven't multi-generationally paid into this universal healthcare system.
I think she was one of these
to extract this cash. I wish to extract it. And therefore, what are you doing? This is unbelievable. Why should I have to contribute anything to this? Is basically the synopsis of her argument.
Generational Australian, I would still say healthcare is a product. Take some fucking responsibility for yourself and stop sucking off other people.
But this is Australia. Australians, they expect free healthcare. This is why.
Yeah.
They choose to go to the emergency department to wait for 6-8 hours rather than I'm happy to pay a gap fee for getting a doctor's appointment on short notice and also have private health insurance. I've got to have surgery on my varicose veins in a couple of weeks. So if I was on the public waiting list, it would be a couple of years. So obviously, it's a complete myth that all you need is your Medicare card, but that's what a lot of Australian people believe. Albo was telling them what they wanted to believe and what he told them they were entitled to.
The reason why you've got mass immigration from these other countries is because Australia has an enormous, generous welfare state. Without that welfare state, people wouldn't be coming to Australia.
No, I'll tell you a little bit of inside baseball. So there's a Libertarian candidate who put to the upper echelon of the Libertarian Party earlier this week. Why don't we do something about perhaps transforming our immigration? Why don't we offer 100,000 slots in Australia every single year, but it's going to cost $5 million a piece? And
that was Peter Dutton's policy. The gold card.
Wasn't that what Trump's doing as well?
Yeah, it's almost similar to Trump, but and I'll convey the message without breaking confidence here, but the response from the upper echelon of the Libertarian Party to one of their candidates when that question was posed was that, no, it'll be ineffective, it won't work. And so they immediately hit me up and they asked the question. And I said, well, why don't you go back at them and reduce the number? Why don't, instead of it costing $5 million, why doesn't it cost $1 million? Because the argument from the Libertarian upper echelon was that there wouldn't be significant uptake on that opportunity. There aren't enough people around the world, 8 billion people, that would pay $5 billion. There are 100,000 people out of the 8 billion that would pay $100,000 to come here, which, you know, is of course. But I said, well, what if that number was reduced to $3 million? Or what if that number was reduced to $1 million? Would there be 100,000 people out of the 8 billion people that would pay $100,000 to be able to acquire an Australian passport? And they don't even have to reside here because they're doing well. They've got adequate resources in wherever they are, so they're rich there. And then I also said to him, well, there perhaps are parents overseas in nations who would certainly stump up 100,000 for their kids to be able to come here.
Study at university here.
100%, and they give them X amount of cash.
Mm.
All you have to do, if it's $5 million, yeah, maybe it's cost prohibitive, but if you reduce that 5 million down to 3 million, down to 2 million, down to 1 million, would there be an uptake of it? Stephen, certainly out of 8 billion people on the planet, there would be, correct? We would be able to put it out to a raffle or whatever it may be, put it out to an auction.
Yeah,
and
well, whether it achieves the cap or not, I don't think is relevant, because I don't think that's the whole purpose of it anyway. The purpose of it is to ensure that the people who come in and are going to be using some sort of infrastructure are contributing to it.
100%, Stephen. That's the crux
So
of the
it's
issue
still a
right there.
welfare
Because
state. There's no welfare state argument, but yeah, it's an
precisely, yeah, they wouldn't require any welfare, any social services, because they had the financial means to take care of themselves, right? And they would also be purchasing things frequently, so they'd be pouring cash flow into the country at a massive level, as opposed to those who are coming into the country with not much.
Yeah, and it's in that situation that I'm pretty open borders on immigration, because you'll get the culture that you want. It fits people who are already adequately equipped to look after themselves and take responsibility for themselves.
I do wonder, did the Chinese demographic of Australia, did they vote largely for Labor or in the majority for Liberal?
Oh, I don't know about Australia.
Hmm.
In New Zealand, largely for Labor. I would imagine
yes, they would have largely voted for Labor.
Chinese people, Hayes. You
Yep.
think Chinese people?
Yep. On the sole fact that, well, China's going to bring their relations in.
Yeah, open
the weird
slather
thing about
for.
New Zealand was that Labor had caused a controversy because they got a big list of the names of people buying New Zealand residential policies and published it and said, look at all these Chinese names buying New Zealand properties, and it was condemned as being racist. But for some reason, the Chinese still support them, because once they get here, they don't want all the people from their old country coming over because they like their new country. I guess it's a bit different to Muslims.
You know, I was on a Twitter space last night, Hayes, and a bloke came in and he said, hello guys, I know this is Australia, but I'm from Canada. And we're like, okay, cool. So we gave him a minute and he was laying out his case and he was speaking about how Canada's stuffed. Canada's got far too many immigrants now, and they're losing who they originally were, and that's been replaced by these other people that are coming into the country. And after a minute of him talking, me and a few of the other guys would say, hang on a second, because he didn't sound Chinese, he sounded like Apu from the Quickie Mart. And we said to him, and don't get me wrong, like I throw out terms sometimes for anyone that's listening, but I'm not being rude, but it's accurate. So I said to him, wait a second, are you Canadian, bro? Because you sound Indian. He was like, oh, yes, I'm Indian, but I hate immigration. And I was like, well, what the hell are you doing then in Canada? And he said, well, I'm okay being here because I want to wave the maple leaf flag and all this type of stuff, and he wants to get involved in ice hockey support and all this. So he was loving Canada for certain reasons, and he loved the snow as well. He loved going skiing. But when we put to him, but man, you've already said you're taking the stance that you hate immigrants in Canada. And he's saying, yes, I don't need any more Indians in Canada. So it's like he was the last Indian that should have been allowed in Canada. And it was just a really interesting perspective from someone coming there. An Indian guy saying there's too many Indians in Canada. What the hell are the Canadian people doing? Send them all home right now.
When I was in the X Party, we had the same thing. We're a pro-immigrant party. We're appealing to the Chinese and the Indians, and it's killing us.
Yeah,
With
look, I can
Chinese and
understand the
Indians.
mentality. My wife is very much the same, right? She's Filipino by birth. She classes herself as an Australian, but she understands she will never be an Australian because an Australian is an Anglo-Celtic because that's what built this nation. A piece of paper doesn't make you an Australian. Same as the other night with, well, last night, as you were saying, Ben, with the Indian you were talking to, it doesn't make you a Canadian. A piece of paper doesn't make you who you are. Who you are is who you are born. It's as simple as that. Like,
And
I'm an
you know what's funny,
Australian.
Hayes? Hayes, you know what's funny about it, bro? After he made his little diatribe, I said, so wait a second, are you supportive of making the Canadian cricket team even better than what it is then? Because you have a large influx of these Indian people, is that going to make the Canadian cricket team more competitive?
Have you seen a photo of the Canadian cricket team?
He said, I hate cricket. I hate cricket. I love ice hockey. And I was like, oh, damn it. So even the Indian that was over there, he wanted nothing to do with cricket. And I was thinking, oh, damn it, bro. Like, but this is what nations are going to have to grapple with. It's people.
One of my best mates is like a couple of apartments down the street. He's ethnically Bangladesh. He fucking hates Indians.
Well, this is the thing. A lot of the ethnic religious groups on the Indian subcontinent hate each other, and of course we had the. I'll see if I can dig it up by the mini riot in the Melbourne CBD. In Canada, they've had like lots of these, lots of these. If you don't want to call them riots, but these public sectarian aggression.
Oh, sectarian! It sounds like a riot. I don't know what sectarian means, but they always say it when there's a riot.
In the UK, because they're predominantly.
You would say, Stephen, you would say sectarian in place of balkanization, but the sectarianism will eventually become a balkanization.
Yeah,
so it will once sectarianism goes from childhood into adulthood, it becomes balkanization. Would that be a fair way to describe it, sir?
I understand what it means now. Yeah, I've only ever heard it when they talked about the Irish about 30 years ago, so I thought it was a religious thing.
But no, it's Tim. Yeah, as always, mate, you're doing a remarkable job. And Tim, let me say to you, because I remember I must have been 11 years old, mate, and I jumped onto YouTube, in 2005, 2006, when Google Video was still around. And there was Google Video, which played long form, because back then YouTube was all 15 minutes or less. But occasionally, I think I used to see the Unshackled doing Friday night shows.
Did you say 2005?
2006, 2007, maybe?
No. I was only 15, 16, a teenager then. The Unshackled was founded in 2016.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
I do remember seeing it round about a decade ago, actually.
It was, that was the peak. The Brexit, Trump, and in our own federal election, Turnbull's leftist Liberals humbled by nearly losing, and the return of Pauline, and also a high point for the then Liberal Democrats, David Leyonhjelm, re-elected in the double dissolution election.
He's one of the most offensive cunts that's ever been elected in politics.
Who's that, Stephen?
David Linehelm. And I say that in a loving way. I thought it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
He's beholden to the AGA and a few others. Tim, does that mean maybe could I have confused you with Matt, who's, you know, slightly portly Matt, who does his show, sit-down interviews. He sits there in his suit and he tries to have serious conversations with particular people.
If we're talking about Discernible?
Yes, Discernible.
No, he only Matt Wong. He started during COVID.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, there was someone else out there back in the day. I can vividly recall it. Like I can see it, but I just can't pick who it was. But they were somebody that was doing political commentary about Australia early on in YouTube. It must have been 2007 to 2006, 2007, 2008, perhaps.
Yeah.
They used to do Friday night streams.
For the longest that I remember is Friendly Geordies. Speaking of cunts.
No, it was well before him. Well, you know, just on him quickly. So obviously he had his court case against Barilaggio, and he ended up having to give Barilaggio 200 grand because Friendly Geordies decided to go to Barilaggio's house, his mansion, while he was away one weekend, and go and have a spa and film it. So he broke into his house and jumped in his spa bath and all that stuff and did a live stream, which was kind of cool, I guess, right? It's a little bit rebellious.
Evidently he's making good money out of his show then.
Yeah, well, he actually, and then when a legal fund was required because Barilaggio was then suing him, he was able to bring into the coffers just over $1 million, Stephen, Friendly Geordies. And now his legal representation ate up $200,000 to $300,000. And then he had to pay Barilaggio 200 grand. So let's just call it 500 he had to outlay. But he'd actually taken in more than $1 million.
Wow.
And I put the question to Mr. Shanks several weeks ago privately. I was like, hey, Geordies, I see a lot of stuff's happening right here. Are you going to kick back some of that cash? And he was like, no, no, of course not. And I was like, okay, cool. I get it. And Christo, his little producer, was like, oh, we need this because we got firebombed. And I was like, well, you know, I'm not sure I necessarily believe all the firebombed aspect of his house and all of that nonsense as well. But I said, well, do you want to kick it to charity? And they're like, no. So,
would you?
yeah, Steve, it was a money-making exercise, mate.
Yeah.
But also, one of the largest contributors to Friendly Geordies since day dot, and, you know, some people will be aware, but some people will not be aware. It's actually been Kevin Rudd. And so Kevin Rudd's had his back for quite some time, and this is why Kevin Rudd appears in a one-on-one in person with Friendly Geordies. And a lot of the time, Friendly Geordies will hop on a plane out of Sydney and he'll get up to Brizzy and he'll go and kick back with Kevin in an office and they'll have a chat. So he's very useful for them. But you know, we'll wait to see what Friendly Geordies is going to do this evening and how he'll roll tomorrow.
Thomas P. Crenshaws asks, Tim, do you think the Liberals will keep pushing nuclear? No, I don't think so. That will be one of their policies on the scrap heap.
The problem with nuclear was that it was always going to be state funded.
Because all of the woke capital is woke now, the banks, and it's obviously because, well, renewables, the government has got the capitalism, crony capitalists used to subsidies. So, and
it becomes like a fix when you have a business in Australia, doesn't it?
But Dutton didn't sell it at the election. Like, to defeat a first-term government, you need to be bold, and that was a bold policy. Yet by the time the election campaign around, it was like it was on the back burner. Like, they still had the policy, but he started talking about this gas reservation policy for the East Coast, which nobody could understand. And constitutional experts said it could be unconstitutional because to enforce it, like it would be a tax, a discriminatory tax against states.
What was Dutton thinking becoming leader of the opposition immediately after an election defeat?
Because he thought he could emulate Tony Abbott's strategy of almost knocking off a one-term government, and then romping it in at the next election.
On that, Tim and Stephen, right? So, and regardless, and we're putting, because I don't have any personal animus towards Peter himself as an individual, right? So I wish to discount that from anyone's, understanding what I'm about to say, but he didn't have it from day one. He was never the most remarkable of them all. Why didn't they choose some? I understand that, but at least now I know they tried to throw Tony Abbott under the bus and say, look, he's in his budgie smugglers and he's eating his onion raw and all that type of stuff.
And he always used to, people say I do that, but Tony Abbott was running for Prime Minister, but he was like,
now looking back at it though, with hindsight,
who can look average or above in budgie smugglers.
Tony Abbott still got his hair today.
He's a bit of, but he was a boxer. He was lots of things, and those budgie smugglers he was wearing was at a children's life-saving carnival event or whatever where he was involved. Many people in mainstream media were reluctant to report that every single year on his annual leave, Tony Abbott would go up to Arnhem Land here in northern Queensland, and he would dig holes and build fences or do whatever was required to help the people up there, right? So that's a good attribute for him. But what I'm wondering is, why didn't the Liberal Party just go with somebody sexy? Because politics is show business for ugly people, right? If only they could utilize someone who is photogenic, someone who's hot. What I'd like,
but you're right.
But what I'd love to see is, and this is one of the reasons why some of these parties are losing. Some people will vote on appearance alone. They will vote on appearance alone, because presently what we have in Australia is we have people that vote for Labor because they dislike Labor less than what they dislike the LNP. So the results for our elections are not based on who is actually popular. They're based on who I dislike the least out of the two candidates. So why don't they just, for one opportunity, try to flip that script and put up a smoking hot girl? Now, and they have to be.
Maybe all the smoking hot ones realise there's no fucking way I'm going to win the next election, so I'll just sit and wait for the cycle to work.
I get it, but could you imagine the equivalent of, and this is just a generic sort of description of them, but a Fox News type woman. So imagine like a Megyn Kelly, like an Ivy Leaguer, sharp as anything in the mind, but also extremely photogenic, that's able to deliver the message effectively every single time. And when she gets out there, they should have ran a hot, smoking hot woman who is excellent at communicating. And when she's on the debate stage against Albo, just obviously accuse him of misogyny all of the time. Implement the Julia Gillard script against him in public. And where could Albo go from there?
Because
maybe Trump's press secretary.
On the sports bet odd, Angie Bell, the member for, I think it's Moncrief.
Yeah, it's here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, so what do you think of her? She's late 40s.
She had more credibility as a politician than a sports reporter.
But she's easier on the eyes than Michaelia Cash.
Yeah.
And doesn't come across as a drunk.
Yeah, but if they were trying to get the fellas to,
Yeah, she's not going to do it, Tim. It has to be 10 years younger. And this is what I mean.
She's also a lesbian as well.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to bone Jacinda Ardern, but as far as female politicians,
in her younger days, Jacinda Ardern looked good. I had an ex-girlfriend from New Zealand who looked like Jacinda Ardern.
No, but what we're talking about here, gentlemen, Stephen. So this is a real aspect which they're not drilling down to, but overall, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about, are they easy on the eyes? Are they photogenic? Will they look good on the front page of newspapers, even if it is a hit piece? and therefore will the appearance of them detract from the weaponization message against them by the opposition?
Peter Malinauskas took his shirt off and got in the pool at the 2022 South Australian state election and sent everyone into a frenzy. And he's the most popular premier in Australia.
Well, the reason why I ask it is imagine this, Stephen. Imagine there was a formation. Let's just say, for example, the Libertarian Party, right? So they've tried to do their thing now. But instead of Jordan and Jim and all the other good guys that were there, Lachlan, everyone, I love all those guys. They're all good guys, right? But instead of all of them, what if they were legitimately 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 smoking hot blondes? And every single candidate in the Libertarian Party was a smoking hot blonde. And everyone said to them, there's no males here. And they said, well, no, that's because we need female representation.
Lachlan
Would
Leigh
females vote for them?
Is the future of the Libertarian Party, of course.
I get it.
But he, of course, well, looks very great with his shirt off. This
But
is
overall, libertarians are ugly.
No, but Stephen, like, and a serious point though, if there was a party which was solely and wholly made up of smoking hot females, and that was it, then females around Australia, if they didn't vote for the all-female party, well, then they would be, obviously, could be considered anti-female or whatever it may be. But more importantly, how many dudes would vote for her just because they want to see her on television more often? But the prerequisite is she has to be an effective communicator. And when she puts herself on corflutes, she's wearing a bikini of the Australian flag.
Okay, that's probably not going to work, but you were right up until
Not even for the lesbian vote, Stephen?
You're
real,
very good in these tangents, Ben, keeping the conversation.
No, I'm sorry.
Well
as I said before, it's all a little bit slightly tongue-in-cheek, of course, firmly tongue-in-cheek. But there are advantages to doing certain things in a political sphere which could be advantageous to whichever party they're representing if they're easy on the eyes. Because if they're easy on the eyes, that can discount a lot of other things you may not agree with.
Or the X factor, as Thomas has just brought up. So it may not necessarily mean attractive, but certainly having a trademark appearance.
And spot on. So Thomas P. Crenshaw has made the comment, and it's up on screen right now. So it's about an X factor, that je ne sais quoi, which Dutton did not have, which he was devoid of, right? Having a unique appearance, be it young, female, old. Leo Molly for New Zealand, I'm unsure what she looks like. But AOC, I get it. Now, AOC is obviously the favorite big booty Latina of certain people in the United States or whatever it may be. But they capitalize on their photogenic ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because even if it's a bad message, if they're beautiful and they're telling you it softens the blow quite a bit. Because really, as guys, we don't care what the message is, so long as we're looking at her and she's hot. That almost depletes whatever the negativity of the message is, and their beauty elevates them, and when we want to see more of them. So,
which is why I don't understand why underwear companies are using average-looking people these days as models.
I know.
Nobody wants to see themselves in underwear.
Well, Stephen,
I mean,
that's because
98%
inclusion.
of us get out of the shower and look in the mirror and go, we want to see the 2%.
This is a fantastic comment. ICK Open Eyes. Okay. I was a Libertarian candidate in 2010. I'm about 8 out of 10 female. Congratulations. God gave you a benefit in life. Size 8 figure. We love that. Ex-dancer. Damn straight. You've got rhythm, girl. But it's hard to get voted in when you have limited reach. Well, guess what? If you're an 8 out of 10 female with a size 8 figure who can dance, you could have had a remarkable impact utilizing the TikTok generation.
Yeah, 2010, you didn't have that social media reach that you do now.
But you know, all of this is neither here nor there. It's just for a little bit of fun every now and then. But yeah, I've got to bail. I'm sorry, Tim, because yeah, I'm getting pressed by a few. Hey, come in here. You got to come in here just for a bit of fun. But yeah,
Well,
we'll be able
thanks
to dissect all this in the weeks going forward as well, and obviously
there'll
trying
be-
to assess the impact of what this is going to be for all of us.
Delightful
Well,
to meet you.
the sun will rise today. I'm still going to watch the Lions tomorrow night. It's the Q clash tomorrow night in the AFL. The
Is it
Lions.
at the Gabba, Tim? Is it at the Gabba or
It's
here?
at the Gabba. Queensland.
I might get up there for it.
They won't actually count on Monday in Queensland, will they? The AEST, because it's May Day.
Correct.
So we'll have to wait an extra day for Queensland results.
And noticeably, Christofouli, as far as I know, hasn't said anything as yet.
Jared Blay was at he was spotted at Peter Dutton's event, the Deputy Premier. But yeah, it's Stephen Miles, well, the opposition leader now, he'll probably be leading the May Day march in Brisbane. Like, he still thinks he's in with a shot to return in 2028. Giggles Miles.
You've done well. Keep it up. Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Steve Hayes, as always, man. You know, I'm a ride or die with you for life, so we're all good in that scenario. But
love you, brother.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I would say I guess the party message would be, don't be too disenfranchised. So long as you get up tomorrow morning and go to work on Monday, keep trying your very best. Eventually, things should work out better for you.
It's
Capitalize on every opportunity.
It's still not that bad in Australia.
No, but you know, so this, and that's the crux of the issue as well, Tim. So what we'd love
Why
is we'd love
got re-elected.
A more, like in the United States, a more perfect union. So we'd like a more perfect Australia. We're never going to be Nirvana. We're never going to be perfect. But if we can just gradually get towards and send a trajectory and a trend towards things becoming better for everybody in the country, ultimately that's the place we're all coming from. We don't have like hate in our hearts for Elbow and all these other people, although they piss us off. But
I have hate in my heart for Dan Andrews, definitely.
No, that's okay. He deserves it, right? So he deserves it.
He's a fucking cunt.
Well, I won't say it, but I should say it. But I won't say it because I'd have
There
to
was a song,
include the word
Dan Andrews is a fucking
assassination. And so I'm not going to say assassination on a stream.
Yeah, totally don't say that. Yeah.
But yeah, no, certainly. Yeah, we're going to get through this. And these are just the trials and tribulations of life, gentlemen. The trials and tribulations. But most importantly, are we still going to go to work on Monday morning? Yes, we will. Are we still going to take care and love our families? Yes, we will. Are we still going to work our very best to achieve the best outcomes for ourselves and those in close proximity to us? Yes, we are. And therefore, regardless what Elbow tries to do, it's not going to make us feel that we are a defeated population. Even though he may not be the best representative for us, in our opinions, as a nation, and somebody like Penny Wong getting up there and gloating and doing a whole spiel, but we'll be okay. We'll get through it, and in another 3.5 years, let's go for it again. But until then, I'm going to keep enjoying riding motorbikes for fun, wringing the neck of that right hand and twisting that throttle to maximum effect, and going jet skiing when I please. And that's this is the thing, guys. People are going to be extremely upset. They're going to wake up tomorrow. They're going to think the world is over. But it's not over. Just continue doing whatever you need to do to enjoy your life, and don't get too wrapped up in all this politics.
Don't tweet like Avi. Australia has fallen. He's always very dramatic.
You know, I've been
politics as usual.
I've been trying to
the end of the
encourage
day, it
Avi
just
to
gives us
jump
more
into a
reason to
celebrity
fight.
boxing event or celebrity MMA event. And
Oh,
Avi said to me, but who am I going to
please.
punch on with? And I said, Hayes
Me.
Media. Who else?
Fucking
And he
oath,
said,
bro. Let's go. Fucking oath, let's
so
go.
they're doing
Hands
it over
down.
there.
Get some Palestinian media. Here's your
Israeli
respect.
flags are welcome and
What a tee
Palestinian
it up,
flags are
Benny boy.
welcome.
I'm
Yeah.
100% ready.
What's
Okay,
happened to your
then.
mic, Hayes? We
100
can't hear you
fucking
now.
11 kilos. Let's go.
Or maybe I should turn you back up.
Yeah, before Hayes was definitely too loud, and now he's certainly
the
far too
headset,
quiet.
boys. I've got the headset 'cause the headset died, the phone died, everything has died tonight. It's
All right,
been
he's back
fucking
up now.
7 hours of this shit.
One thing I can say, if I do take up that offer to join the public service, to join the bureaucracy and whatever it may be, I will deliberately subvert the course of action of the steering committee for what they're trying to do, and I will be an adversarial force within the inner
And
sanctum.
then they'll send you more taxpayer money so you can get it right the next time.
Well, Stephen, I'd be implementing that strategy only to try to be sacked so I could get a massive payout to leave the public service as well. And I've been told I might be able to acquire $3 or $4 million by doing so. And then I can move to the Philippines and I can do my
No,
own
you
thing.
need to make sure you fuck up really bad.
I promise I will not start engaging in amphetamine-fueled homosexual orgies in the prayer room in the nation's capital. I assure you that is something I will not partake in.
What, they pay you $4 million for that?
Even if they offered me $4 million, no, it wouldn't be worth it. It wouldn't be worth it. All the best here, Tim. Well done, mate. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure meeting you as always. And once again, Tim, thank you for driving myself and the Dusty Bogan from the airport down to Bernie Finn's event that day in Melbourne. It was a lovely day, mate. And yeah, anytime, happy to catch up. Hayes Media, of course, my man. Always with you forever. And when we can get across to America, we will. And Stephen, all the best to you as well. So well
Fucking
done.
oath, brother.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ben.
Take it easy, bro.
See you
Have
later.
a good night. All the best. And of course, thank you to Richard Wolstencroft, Damian Ferry, John Martin from Conservatives for Christ. Also to, well, we had briefly Matty Stagg and the Dusty Bogan on. We also had Iron Duke 99 joining us as well. Piers Taylor said subversion is the only option remaining. Hayes, we've got some Senate results now from your neck of the woods.
Let's have
it. I'll put it up on the screen. I keep losing the screen share here. So WA, what it looks like at the moment is that Labor will have 2, the Liberals 2, Jordan Steele John, the Green, is re-elected, and Labor might get a 3rd senator, Deep Singh. Is that like some sort of like boss Singh? Deep Singh.
Oh, I wish.
They do have some unfortunate names. I've had Man-Meat and Arshdeep and I didn't name them.
There was a Chinese girl at my school. Her name was Butt King.
Look, I'll just be happy if Fatima loses.
No, she's on for another term. So unfortunately, you're stuck with Fatima Payman for another 3 years. Just like us in Victoria, we're stuck. Well, the whole nation is stuck with both of them. Lydia Thorpe is going to be a Victorian senator for another 3 years.
Well, let's hope in 3 years' time the nation wakes up to itself and votes those pair of fucking trollops out.
They'll definitely be gone.
The Greeks managed to get elected to the Senate.
Only because
that's the funny thing.
They were on. Fatima Payman was 3rd on the Labor ticket, so she.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And
This
Lydia
is why
Thorpe.
these people who get deselected
she only
go
got
and stand as independents.
she only got elected because of Lydia Thorpe. She only won because she was Greens above the line. Good news in Victoria is that Jordan Vanderberg, whatever his real name is, Purple Pingers, is not going to Canberra. The man who incites people to squat, to illegally occupy other people's homes, has got the most punchable face of any candidate.
I'm glad we agree on that.
Is that where the purple comes from?
No, the purple thing is, it's slang for a drug, recreational drug.
Oh, MDMA, yeah, I thought that.
Yeah. He's not a homosexual. He's in a
I don't know how I knew
that. Marriage. And he's actually a homeowner himself.
So he's half a homo.
Well, a lot of these like Adam Bant is a heterosexual, even though he has this passive-aggressive voice.
I know, right?
Max Chandler-Mader, the defeated Soy from Griffiths, he became a new dad, and to a white woman. It's funny, the Greens, they're for diversity, but the white Greens marry and procreate with members of the same race. So they're actually...
How was becoming a dad an achievement during the campaign? Obviously, he did the fucking several months earlier. And he certainly didn't.
That was Paul Erickson, the ALP.
The achievement was not letting his wife die.
I've got some other videos to play because I went to all the effort to do them.
I'll show you my Bob Jones one at some stage.
Yeah, Albanese, of course, he always tried to portray himself as the everyman from humble beginnings, the drinker. But of course, this election, he did not want to deal with the public at all. He answer any questions from the public, even fobbed off one of his own volunteers. So this is the elbow question, the dodge montage.
Okay.
Prime Minister, we saw that you fell from the stage in Cessnock this afternoon. Are you okay?
No, I stepped back one step. I didn't fall off the stage.
It looked like you went down. I'm glad to hear you're okay, though.
Indeed.
Thank you very much.
Just one leg went down, but I was sweet.
What's the worst moment of this campaign so far?
Oh, probably falling off the stage.
Now, you said...
I sort of stepped out there. See here, this is called good occupational health and safety. There's white there.
Why does it matter whether you stepped off or maybe
I have no idea. I have no idea why it matters.
But why is it important to you to say that it was a step and not a fall?
Well, I have no idea why you are interested in it compared with the big picture. So you're the one asking the question.
In 22, you said during the campaign that you would always front up if you got things wrong. You'd just front up and deal with it. It's kind of become this huge thing that the Liberals are saying is emblematic of the way that you confront it when you misrepresent.
It says something about their character, frankly. It says something about their character. The same thing that said when a cameraman got hurt, it was, treated, I think, in an interesting way, the response. I stepped off the stage. I didn't fall over on my backside. I stumbled. That's what happened. I laughed about it at the time. I laughed about it since. It's no big deal. I fell for Newcastle a long time ago.
Mr. Albanese, don't you think 1.8 million immigrants in 5 years is going to increase demand on the medical system? What about the fact that people my age can't get any housing? We can't get rentals anymore? We have no future in this country anymore. Don't you think that's kind of ridiculous? No? You can't touch me, mate.
What do I do, anyway?
No, I don't have anything. Those people in there are robbing us of our future.
The people, have you still got Mr. Albanese, I have a question for you on behalf of hundreds of thousands of Australians around the country. Hi.
Nice to meet you. Hey.
There are hundreds of thousands of Australians around the country who are unable to afford housing. And I have a question for you, Mr. Albanese. When are you going to put Australians first?
Mate, that's enough.
Albanese, when are you going to put Australians first?
That's enough. Thanks, mate. That's enough. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
I'm here to ask Albanese a question.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Elbow, how do you feel about the rise in immigration, mate? Do you think it's fair? Yep,
Thank you, sir.
do you think it's
Thank you,
fair?
sir. Thank you, sir.
No, you don't need to touch me. I'm not touching anyone.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, that's all. I'm not touching anyone. Thank you.
That's right. You're not also approaching.
Why not? I vote.
That's fine.
I've got questions.
Doesn't
Thank
mean
you
you can approach him.
Yeah, we can approach. That's why we vote. Otherwise, how can I have a chat about who I'm meant to be
public forums.
voting for? We don't get public forums. Yeah. He doesn't attend them. What about Penny Wong when she come to China? They didn't let us in.
Unfortunately, you're not staying here, so you can leave.
That's all right. I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thanks. See you later.
No worries. You have a good day.
Thank you.
What's it like when you're on Anthony Albanese's bad side?
Oh, look, I can be tough, and I'm very loyal to people, incredibly loyal. I expect loyalty back in return. I'm a great friend, and I'll do, on a personal level, I think I'm pretty warm-hearted.
Excuse me? You accusing me, boss?
Yeah.
My husband,
Yeah, sorry.
I'm a local nurse.
How you doing?
Couldn't ask me a question. Why have you brought? Excuse me, I've just got a question. I'm not here to attack him. You can't ask a question. Answer me, Mr. Prime Minister. Answer me, you moron. You piece of shit. People are suffering mentally, and you. My face. It's an actual problem. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you've dropped your sessions from 20 sessions. Don't look at me. Stay there. 20 sessions we used to Listen get. to me. Now we get 10. Don't talk in my face.
You're talking in my
I know.
face.
I got
Stay
keep
there
on
then.
listening.
That's fine.
I can scream. 20 sessions we used to get. Now we get 10.
So that a man of that character, who not only he fobs off his own supporters and members of the public, and also he won this campaign through a whole lot of lying, and the biggest lie was that he didn't fall off the stage.
Yeah, welcome to politics, Tim. I think you might have heard of it before.
But we all saw him fall.
Yeah. I don't know. I must be disappointed. He's a politician. He's evidently good at it. That's why he's the Prime Minister.
That look, I disagree with that slightly, Stephen. I don't think he's very good at it. I think he's gaslit the Australian public to the point where, again, this is where the Stockholm syndrome from COVID has continued to flow forward into the federal level from the state level. It was the state governments that brought us into this whole, we will keep you safe. He's done the same thing at a federal level.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I guess they're just all so much the same to me. Had Dutton won, would I have been thrilled? And would I think that the country would be better? Nah.
Oh, I agree with that.
The only difference in policy was energy and just cutting back on the Aboriginal industrial complex.
Yeah, well, yeah. The Liberals did try to front the campaign with the anti-woke agenda, which is fine. I mean, I'm not in favour of neo-Marxist postmodernism, but But in the bigger picture, is it the most important thing when your inflation rates are at
And
historic
this
highs?
is what most pollsters were saying, that although, because in the 7 News final showdown debate, according to the Channel 7 jury, Dutton did the best on Indigenous issues. Binary gender as us, will Rennick keep his seat? He's got 5% of the vote, which is pretty good. He's eaten into One Nations. So he's competitive, but there's only room for one of them, Malcolm Roberts or Jared Rennick. The LNP, well, they'll only just get 2 quotas.
I mean, at the moment, Winston Peters and New Zealand First are trying to. They've decided to ditch their private members bill, which would require a referendum for fluoride to get put into water, and replace it with one defining a man and a woman. Which. Okay,
well, are they going to have a referendum in New Zealand on that?
No, fuck no. It's just a private members bill.
Oh no, but I'm saying, is that New Zealand First policy?
No, no, it would just be put into law. But prior to that, they had a private members bill which would result in a fine if you use a toilet which is different to your biological gender, which, okay, yeah, seems a bit reasonable. But they would also change the building code so that all new publicly accessible buildings would have to have a unisex and a male and a female toilet, which just drives up the costs of developing and building new buildings. So,
let's say,
I want governments to have less laws, and I don't think that knocking back woke is a good enough reason to have more laws. You can deal with shit like that through private property rights and individual liberty. You don't need more laws.
I agree. But Albanese tells us he knows the definition of a woman, a adult human being. Peter Dutton had amnesia, but
Did Albanese actually define a woman?
Yes, he did.
Jesus Christ! Isn't that terrible that this impresses me?
Well, I think Australia is with the re-election of Albanese is going to buck the trend of the US and UK, which is getting back to biological reality, because the whole Labor Party is fully on board the gender diverse inclusion policy. But Peter Dutton said that because we have all our states and territories have gender self-ID and also do our passports, and Peter Dutton said he wasn't going to change that, so you can be male, female, or X. So that'll be interesting when you arrive to the US and go through TSA.
No, because Tracy Martin was a New Zealand First Minister for Internal Affairs that introduced gender self-ID in 2018, and now 5-6 years later, the parties go, "Oh no, we're all against that." They're just bullshit.
That's interesting.
Trying to, jump on a trend to keep themselves in Parliament.
Binary Agenda asks, "What about the next Lib leader contenders? Which faction is Angus Taylor from?" Well, in terms of Angus Taylor would be the worst choice for the Liberals. He got a swing to him in the seat of Hume, which has become more urbanised. It's in between the outskirts of Sydney and Southern Highlands.
Okay, that sounds like a terrible choice.
Yeah, he's a Rhodes Scholar, but he's a political buffoon. He's one of his staffers was most infamous for forgetting to change his alt account on Facebook, and so commented one of Angus Taylor's posts as Angus Taylor. Great work, Angus. Fantastic move. And also,
So when you say political buffoon, is it because of staff screwed up, or
No, I'm just mentioning like one of the more memorable Angusisms. When there was a female speaker in the chair, like just filling in, he kept repeatedly calling her Mr. Speaker, even when he was corrected. It just kept coming out. Like he's probably thinking, "Don't say Mr. Speaker," and he kept saying it. Like I don't think that he was doing it on purpose, just to be an arsehole. It just kept coming
like
out.
when I refer to someone as a spokesman and I don't think about their gender. But I'm a little bit doing it to be a jerk.
I want to have a look at the seat of Lindsay, which Jim Salim of Australia First Party was running in. So that has been retained by the Liberals' Melinda McIntosh, who could be a leadership contender. She's very photogenic. So she had a 6.5% swing away from her. There was really relatively minor change in the Labor vote. The Greens got a 1.7% swing, One Nation 0.8% swing, Trumpeter Patriots 3.1%, Family First 2.5%. Jim Salim got 1.1%, 768 votes. One of the young white Australians, Tristan Davies, he was helping out Jim Salim in Lindsay there. So,
well, if she's lost a swing to right-wing parties in New South Wales on the outskirts of an urban area, she's probably done quite well.
Yeah, and that was held by Labor, that seat, during the Rudd Gillard years. So she's held that since 2019. So
yeah, it sounds like she's a survivor. I mean, it doesn't mean that policy-wise she's any good, but I mean, I've never heard of her.
Melbourne, Labor is still ahead.
Statistics and try and work it out from there. I don't know most of these people.
Wills, I think Labor is safe there. So Samantha Ratnam is unemployed. Who would have known that, having Gaza as one of your central campaign platforms?
I mean,
sorry,
that's worked out for quite a few candidates in the previous UK election.
But Australia is different, is that Islamic immigration has sort of just stopped, and now it's switched to Indian immigration, Hindu Sikhs. Our future is Canada, not the UK.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're going to get Hindu migrants, I don't think there's much to be worried about.
Except I've got the footage here. This was a mini riot between Hindus and Sikhs in the Melbourne CBD at the beginning of 2023 when the Sikhs held their fake Khalistan independence referendum. Yeah, so that doesn't look peaceful to me.
Not particularly. But on top of that, you don't just have the Indo-Sikh, you have the Indo-Pakistani. Like, that's going to come down the line very, very soon as well.
What I'm saying is that's a flashpoint in the UK, but not here. Like they're not as significant, the Pakistanis in Australia and Canada, as they are in the UK.
I mean, of course, the problems go up when their numbers as a percentage of the population goes up.
Yes, well, buckle up for the next 3 years, because there's going to be a lot more cultural enrichment, diversity being our strength, melting pots.
Yeah, it's a weird position for me because I'm a migrant to Australia.
But you're an Anglosphere brother.
I'm a migrant to Australia. I'll never call myself an Australian. I'll become an Australian citizen.
But you're saying that, but you've integrated easily from New Zealand.
Look, I'll be honest, Stephen. Look, at the end of the day, you're Anglo-Celtic. Whether you want to call yourself Anglo-Celtic or not, you are Anglo-Celtic. Take one look at you, and we know who you are.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm multi-ethnic, really. I've got Celtic, Irish, UK, Scottish, German.
Well, let's be honest. Which Anglo-Celtic doesn't have that in them? The whole point of calling yourself Anglo is in itself calling yourself multicultural. The only difference is when we call ourselves Anglo as multicultural, you're multicultural of the same ethnicity. There's a big difference there.
Yeah, and I would say that my culture is probably extremely unique wherever I would go, because there's very few pure ideological libertarians about.
I wonder if we should call it a night. We've been going 6.5 hours.
Is it a record yet?
No, the US one was a record. That's you're 2 hours. 2 hours behind Hayes over in Western Australia, so it's still yesterday, election night.
Correct.
Oh, no wonder he looks so vibrant.
He's also buzzed
you say
from
that,
all.
But I'm 12 cans deep, mate. It's a tough night for us here in the West. The majority of our state voted Conservative. However, the core demographics and the base of our population in inner city Perth did not.
Well, Bob Katter in North Queensland, the seat of Kennedy, was re-elected. The father of the house held that seat 2025, and his best bits from the campaign, starting with his Patriot beer, which sadly was only available in North Queensland.
With every cold sip, we're standing tall. Freedom's alive, and it's here for us all.
The master of colourful political stunts, Bob Katter, has put his face and his famously fiery patriotism on a beer can.
Let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom, as far as I'm concerned.
The Maverick MP has unveiled his own brew, Patriot, a crisp, full-strength lager brewed in South Cairns and designed for hard-working Aussies who've spent all day sweating it out in the far north.
Bob Katter's fight brings the freedom we crave. A sip of this brew, and you're bold and you're brave.
Developed in collaboration with Copperload Brewing Co., the beer debuted as a novelty at Canberra's 2024 Crossbench Christmas Party and proved popular enough to earn its own production run. While it is proudly brewed in Katter's Kennedy electorate, not all the ingredients are local. Anyone wanting to buy a can of Patriot will at this stage have to travel to Cairns and visit Copperload, though plans are afoot to take online orders.
KAP is brave and bold. Australia's never gonna be sold. We are one of the 13 countries that hate children or hate having families so much that we are now a vanishing race. Australia is drowning in a flood of migration. Every single boy, when he gets to 14, gets a combat rifle. Jesus was crucified. Jesus died so that we might live. That's what Easter is about. 40% of the world's population acknowledge Jesus as their blessed Lord and Saviour. He went into the temple and bashed the living daylights out of the bankers and money changers and people that were making money out of religious beliefs. Now, hey, it's Easter time. Guess who's making all the money? Woolworths and Coles. At Christmas time, Woolworths and Coles. We had a beautiful little pop-out, a nativity scene of Jesus, Mary and Joseph in the stable, and we gave it out to all the supermarkets in cans, and all the independents all put it up, and Woolworths and Coles refused to put it up. So I'll tell you what happened to the money changers in the temple. They burnt in hell. And there's a message for the likes of Woolworths and Coles. I mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities. You know, I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
Sorry, I couldn't do a Bobcat a compilation without adding that gem on the end.
His beer is 3.5% alcohol. It's fucking piss water.
He's 79 years old, Bob Catter. So he's older than Trump.
No, look, I'm glad you threw him on the end there because, look, at the end of the day, all I've got to say about that is based. There's not a thing there he said that I can disagree with.
He's famous also for his two gears. He's the only one of. That's how unique he is. He only has those 2 gears.
Can we watch Bob Jones smack a journalist in the face?
Can you share it on your end?
Yeah, he died yesterday. I think he deserves it.
So who was he?
Not the journalist, Bob Jones.
I've only had one drink, McMelissa. What's happened to your home state, Queensland? They've swung to elbow.
I've just finished bottle number 2. I'm doing all right.
You've drunk 2 bottles?
Yeah.
Rookie.
Oh, yeah. Bob Catter, thanks for reminding us, Reg Helpings. Bob Catter egged the Beatles when he was a youth in Australia. Like, how counterculture is that? You counterculture against the counterculture.
I mean, let's be honest, the Beatles should never have been the culture in the first place.
All right, so...
All right, so in respect to the man who defeated the socialist Robert Muldoon government in 1984...
He was a national socialist from the National Party and was a socialist.
Robert Muldoon, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yes.
And so Bob Jones was friends with him until Muldoon started passing wage freezes and price freezes. So Bob Jones, who was kind of a libertarian in his day, formed the New Zealand Party, and they got 12% of the vote. They didn't win any seats, but they swung the election to Labour, and that was a good thing in 1984 because that's when we had our free market revolution. And then he decided to end the New Zealand Party because he had achieved what he wanted, which was getting rid of Muldoon. But some journalists wanted to hunt him down and talk to him about it, and Bob didn't want to talk to him about it. He wanted to go fishing, and this is what happened when you pissed off Bob.
Mr. Jones is currently staying at his holiday home just north of Turangi. When we phoned him today, we were told he was out fishing and wouldn't be back until early this evening. So we chartered a helicopter to try and find him. It was our intention to interview him about the events over the past few days regarding the decision to put New Zealand's third most popular political party into recess. Mr. Jones was in the lower reaches of the Tongariro River. As we arrived overhead, he left the river and we landed on the river bank. But before we could speak to him, Mr. Jones ran out of the trees and towards the camera.
Hey. Get up. Hey, hang on. Hey. No need for that. Get yeah, all right. We can't get out of here. Piss off. Well, this is where we found and this is what we got for our troubles.
As well as my injury, the cameraman Peter Mayer was knocked to the ground and bruised. Meanwhile, Mr. Jones went back into the bush.
And that's what that guy should have done to the age reporter. So cheers to Bob Jones, New Zealand legend.
Yeah, no, look, I can't disagree with that. Leave a man alone when he's fucking fishing.
So we've still got a number of viewers, though. It appears Taylor says lost Bigfoot footage.
Look, I'll be honest. I've probably had enough. It's
let's call it a night. Thank you so much for you and I have never been on a live stream before. It's never.
No, we
worked
haven't,
out.
Tim. I was going to say tip of the hat, and thank you for having me on for the first time, Tim. It's much appreciated. I got a lot of respect for what you do. Admittedly, you and I don't see necessarily eye to eye on everything, and that's fine. I'm 100% okay with that. But on the major issues, we can come together. And yeah, look, I just want to say thank you. I know I've had a few drinks tonight. It's been a tough night for myself. It's been a tough night for the country. We haven't headed in the direction we wanted to. As a conglomerate on the right, it's going to be a tough road forward, but we all need to come together. We may not see eye to eye. I know I'm repeating that.
That's how I know that you're drunk because you're repeating that.
Look, at the end of the day, we need to come together. We need to find common ground. And we need to move forward together. If we can't do that, this nation is lost. And the last thing I want to see is the nation that my ancestors built be lost to degenerate filth that have got no will to preserve Australian culture.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, the biggest crisis Australian identity faces. Like, I still think Australia will be a great place to live. That's why they're all flooding here, but it will change. Literally, the face of Australia will change over the next 3 years, and will again be a different country in 2028. Who knows what will be the state of the world by then? It'll be Trump's final year and the White House. So
I'm sure
nobody
somebody
can.
would have knifed Albanese by then.
He's the first Labor Prime Minister to be re-elected since Bob Hawke. So the Labor mythology is being written now that he's a Labor legend, that he won the Labor Party its biggest landslide since the Second World War. So he's going to be in history now.
Off the front of a stage.
So, despite nobody 10 years ago thought that Albanese would ever become Prime Minister, but he's been re-elected. First Prime Minister to be re-elected since John Howard. So Albanese, the job, well, for as far as the Labor Party is concerned, it's the job's his for as long as he wants. He's 62, he'll be 65 in 2028. John Howard,
He's a teenager in political years.
Ran for another term when he was 65. He already spoke today about running for a third term before he'd even won tonight. So yes, Albanese, his party room will think he's invincible now. The fact that, well, and they'll believe that he's able, that like John Howard was able to pull a rabbit out of a hat during elections, like turn around the sinking ship, and from the beginning of the year. I mean, this is just a political reality.
Pull money out of the Reserve Bank, just like a magician.
Oh, you just wax it on the national credit card.
Yeah, worst case scenario at the end of this, $1.3 trillion worth of debt. Oh no, that's best case scenario.
We could become like the US, just where not even the Republicans care about the debt anymore.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, Dodge is controversial, yet
it's just trimming around the edges
every single year. So if you think Australia is fucked, not even close.
It's certainly not a mandate for the Voice 2.0. Albanese certainly shouldn't get ahead of himself. He will think the country's drifted leftward, but it hasn't. Though the Liberal Party is even more depleted now. They don't like who's going to be the new leader. We don't know.
We need a fresh face.
Probably half the party room will nominate for the leadership.
Well, cyclically speaking, this is the best possible time to be leader of the opposition.
Well, lots of the front benches have lost. Michael Sukkar, David Coleman. Obviously,
Who's the most anyone left? Is the deputy leader of the opposition left?
Susan Ley got re-elected, but she's in her mid-60s.
Oh, so she's not attractive.
Oh, no, she looks pretty good for her age, Susan Ley. She does look pretty good for her age.
Mid-60s is, that's teenage terms in politics.
Not in Australian terms. Albanese was unusually old to win at 59. Howard was 56 when he won his first election. And certainly he wasn't photogenic. I mean, a short, balding man with the glasses with the eye voice like this.
He had a strong handshake, though.
For his time, I'm sure.
Mark Latham had a stronger handshake, but it was too strong.
No, I've got to agree there.
How old was Hawke when he became Prime Minister?
53, 54.
And he always had a fantastic head of hair right up until the end.
Oh yes,
and he was screwing bitches. He was screwing bitches left, right, and centre.
Yeah, Blanche.
Mainly left. Oh no, right.
Yeah, Blanche's biographer. It's interesting that they had an affair before he became Prime Minister, and then he broke it off, and she later told him when they got back together, I thought about getting a gun and shooting you. Imagine that, a Prime Minister assassination by a scorned mistress.
Well, Henry Kissinger always said the Secretary of State is never too ugly to get a date. All right. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I will be back with Tim's News Explosion on Monday evening and back with an RCR report for New Zealand listeners on Tuesday morning on Paul Brennan's breakfast program. Thank you to our super chatters, our viewers. It's it's not the night that we were hoping for, but it's certainly the night that we expected. That's why we're not really that animated, because we just sort of, this is what we expected. So, and yeah, we're all going to get up tomorrow and still going to be the happy warriors, which is what you got to be. Australia hasn't fallen, which probably RV Yemeni will post on X. It's still a great place, regardless of the people who have been re-elected. And I think to play us out tonight, I'll play one of my favorite songs from my good friend at Media Bear, Dr. Clown. His song "Losing My Election." It's about the US presidential election, but I think it's a good way to end the show, given that the losses that we've seen tonight. So thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Hayes. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Damian. Thank you, John. Thank you to Maddie, Dusty, Ian, Duke. Thank you to everyone for watching, and I will see you all on Monday night. So Dr. Clown, to play us out, it's appropriate, isn't it?
Good night.
Good night.
This is painful.
Let's open the border. Let's put on a face mask. Losing my election. Trying to keep control of you. And I hope you can't see through it. Oh no, I've spent too much. I haven't spent enough. I better not hear you laughing. It's not safe for you to think. The fact check list will tell you why. Every broadcast, every coverage cycle, I'm becoming your obsession. Choosing your pill, red or blue. I'm a woke, closed-minded fool, a tool. Oh, I've misled too much. They're all fed up. Remember this. Remember.
This has been an Unshackled live stream. View all our previous live events at theunshackled.net/live streams. And keep checking out theunshackled.net for all the latest news and commentary.